What's up, guys? Can you hear me? Just gotta test that out first again. Make sure it's good. Because if it is, then we will start up some yacht stuff soon. Can you guys hear me though? Just checking. I think it's you talking in the chat, so can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. I know there's a little bit of a delay now because last time I streamed, there was, I think it slowed down my internet a lot, so I put a little bit of a delay on it to try and make it a little bit better, so. Okay, let's change over scenes to this. Perfect. Okay, so you guys ready to start up free agencies? So basically, if you guys remember the last episode we had of Arizona, basically the save file, it got corrupted, so we're back in free agency again where Shelly left us, so we have to kind of redo the free agency portion of this again, which kind of sucks. So let's see. What was it at? I don't really like this delay that I put on it. I don't know if I should get rid of this delay or not, because it seems like too much of a delay. Maybe I should take it off this delay. Oh no, I can't change it now. Oh well. So yeah, we're at the point anyways where Calvin Shelley left us for Colorado, so we have to re-sign probably those same free agents that we signed 5, 6 episodes ago. So I don't know if we'll re-sign those same ones, or if you guys see any other free agents you want me to sign up for this team to make us better. I could show you guys their contracts again just in case you guys forget what the roster looks like, because it's been I think 10 days since the last episode went up. So our forward course, it looks pretty good, but we definitely need more depth, and I think in a sense, because a lot of these guys are probably getting up there in age in a sense too, because a lot of these guys have been with us for the last 7 or 8 seasons. So do you guys think there's anything we should really do in terms of free agency, or should I just re-sign all those same players that I signed a couple episodes back, before the playoff run that we got to the conference finals in? Because I could just bring in the same guys again on pretty similar contracts, and then we could see if the team actually makes it to the Stanley Cup Finals this time around instead of the conference finals only. And then our defensive core still needs probably some additions as well, because it's a little bit weak. Yo, what's up, Jarek? How are you doing today, man? Yo, what's up, Pens? What's up, Brendan? So I think we need to definitely make some free agent signings. I could sign the same pieces that I signed in the last episode that we recorded, but if I can't always bring them in, then we could sign some new free agents instead. Because our team definitely took a bit of a hit losing Shelley in a sense, but we do still have probably one of the best top lines, I'd say, in the NHL because of Agostino and Michkov, but doing good, my man. Can't complain when hockey season's this close. Yeah, I'm really excited for the season to start, because I'm going to the Sens home opener against the Boston Bruins, so that's only I guess 10 days away from today, so that's gonna be really exciting to go to. And then the hockey season officially starts, I guess, well, it already technically officially started, but it technically fully starts next week, so that's gonna be exciting. Okay, so yeah, I think I probably should just sign the same free agents as I did in the last episode. Need to bring in some D-men, maybe try and get a top 4 guy. Yeah, maybe a top 4 guy would probably be the best option, because we did lose Cameron Collins, who we signed in or picked up in the offseason last year. He had a breakout season. You could see where he was in St. Louis, he was not doing too well, but he wasn't doing terrible either. And then he came to us and randomly picked up 75 points, and that's why his contract, why he wants so much money. Last time when we went through the next season, he re-signed in St. Louis, which is kind of funny too. So obviously we won't be able to bring him back, but we should probably try and find somebody that could actually take over that roster spot for him. But it's kind of hard to find somebody that's on a cheap contract because like a lot of these 80 overall guys are wanting like $5 million, $6 million. So it's going to be kind of expensive to try and find ourselves the top 4, I'd say. So we might have to find just some like top 6 defensemen like we were doing before. Start of the NHL season means being able to wear my jerseys just about every day. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm going to be wearing my new Stützle jersey quite a bit that you guys might have seen in a video a couple days ago when I got from Sens Fan Fest. I was really glad to pick that up because it's nice to have one of those 2D jerseys because they're probably one of my favorite Sens jerseys that we've put out, at least since I've been a fan. So, because last time in free agency for defensemen, we signed Graham, we signed Armsden, and we signed Okposo. Because I had to go through this earlier today to see who I signed. So I signed this guy last time around. He's not really that great of anything, but he's kind of good, just a solid depth defenseman. So we could pick him up since he only wants $875K, if you guys think it's necessary. Or we could honestly just bring in somebody else like Glebov, who's a bit better defensively. Has a little bit of a change up. And he is a right-handed defenseman, which is kind of nice. And then I also did bring in this Armsden guy. He's also relatively cheap. Another kind of like depth defenseman. And then I also brought in Okposo last time around, who is a bit more of an expensive guy, but does have good offensive awareness. But I'm pretty sure he didn't simulate that well when we had him in the season simulation before it randomly lost my save file. So it's up to you guys if you want to bring back the same guys again, or we could try and change it up with some other free agent signings. Because I don't think we're going to be able to get ourselves a top 4 defenseman, especially with our amount of cap space. Like, we have 17.685, and I think we do still have some RFAs that are holding out, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was like Voloshenko and Donovan, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Donovan's still an RFA, and then Voloshenko is still an RFA. So Donovan's going to eat up a decent amount of that money, unless we want to trade away his rights, because we know that he could sometimes not be that good of a goaltender. And then Voloshenko, obviously, I would like to keep around with this team for a decent amount of years if possible. So, yeah, Donovan would be probably the one that's going to be eating up the most of the cap space that we have left. Like, he's probably going to eat at least like $6 million, my guess, like a normal starting goaltender's wage. So, we don't necessarily have the most money to spend in free agency, like maybe around $9 million. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get ourselves a top 4 defenseman with that type of money. And then if we're bringing in forwards, because I did bring in 2 forwards also last time I recorded this, I guess. I also brought in Raleigh, who's a center. Where is he? I brought in this guy. I think he was actually doing pretty well with us when I did record before. Yeah, I think I did bring in this guy for our 3rd line. So I probably will end up bringing that guy in again because he's a decent enough player. So I think I am going to give him a contract already. Unless I want to go with somebody that's younger. Oh, this guy's a UFA. Interesting. This guy might be interesting because he's a younger player. Not as good offensively, though. Does fit our top line as well, which is kind of neat for like a depth option. I don't know if that would be a bad idea. And then also I did bring in Keaton Thomas, I think his name was. It was this guy. He doesn't have the best offensive awareness, but he's got good shooting. So what do you guys think? We should bring in the same players as I signed last time around, or should we just find some new players to bring in for this roster and see how they assimilate? Because we're going to make the playoffs, I think, regardless. It's just about trying to find out these like kind of depth pieces for like our forward core, and then also some defensemen that round out our top 6 in a sense. So nice, Brendan. I haven't actually played much MLB franchise mode in the last few days. So, or actually in like the last few months, I should say. Try to bring in the same guys as last time. Okay, yeah, let's bring in the same guys as last time. Let's do the defenders first, and we'll sign those guys all up. I don't remember what I gave them for contracts, so I'm gonna have to give them probably different contracts, but I'm gonna all give them 1 year just because I don't have the cap flexibility to give them multiple year deals. So Graham is good enough. We'll also sign up Armsden on a 1-year contract because, yeah, he wanted only like 875K, but we'll give him a little bit more just to make sure he actually signs with us. And then the other one was Pozo. Actually, should I sign somebody else other than Pozo? Because I was kind of bummed out with Pozo's play, I'm pretty sure. Because even though he had good offensive awareness, I'm pretty sure he didn't simulate that good. So maybe we'll bring in somebody else. This guy's an offensive defenseman, but he's got terrible offensive awareness. Good defensive awareness, but really good passing. I don't know how this guy's going to simulate if I was to sign him. Looks like he's a decent player. 27 points in the NHL a few years ago. I don't play much franchise in general lately, waiting for the next game to come out. Been playing the new game that came out on Game Pass the other day. It's called Chivalry 2. Oh yeah, I think I saw it on Game Pass, because there's tons of games that I've looked at maybe downloading on Game Pass lately. Do you guys think we should bring in Pozo still? I guess I don't know if I liked Pozo when he was with us before we lost that save file, because he's a bit of an expensive guy for 78. Like I was fond of his point production like in these sims before, but when he played with us, I'm pretty sure he didn't really do much before we lost in the conference finals. So I don't know if there's anybody better to look at. Like Andrew Roberts might be better. 93 passing. Looks like a pretty decent player in the AHL level. Not necessarily in the NHL level either. It's hard to find like a good offensive defenseman, because that's pretty much what we would need to replace Cons, because Cons was like our kind of like our catalyst on the power play and all that type of thing. Caleb Cook is probably an RFA, I guess, if he's back in junior. Yeah, an RFA. Is there any good offensive defenseman? Maybe try the cheaper option. Yeah, let's see. Garnett was the one we were just looking at, right? Yeah, it was. Trying to find like a cheap offensive defenseman that could maybe just, like, if he gets thrown into our power play, he could score some stuff. Roberts, you're saying? Yeah, we could try Roberts, I guess. See what he's like. Because, I mean, those AHL stats are pretty good. And yeah, he's cheap too, so. And my cat is meowing at the door, so sorry if you hear him meowing at the door. But yeah, let's go with Roberts. Try and change it up a little bit. Give him a 1-year deal, and we'll give him $2 million on the dot. Maybe actually a little bit more, just to make sure the AI doesn't come in and try and snipe him away from us. So there you go. There's our defensive signings. I found offensive defensemen to be slim pickings, regardless of whether it's in free agency or for trades. Yeah, there's not really a lot of them, and some of them don't simulate that well either, because their offensive awareness isn't that good. And then in terms of forwards, we'll sign up the same forwards again. We'll sign Raleigh, who should be decent enough. I'm pretty sure he was simulating well with us. My cat is being so loud. I'm sorry if you guys could hear him in the background. You probably can't, I would assume, but he's pawing at my door right now too. Oh man. So yeah, we'll sign him for 1 year, and we'll give him 1 year at $3 million, and get Raleigh for that bottom 6. And then also we'll sign Thomas as well, just because better to have too much forwards than not enough. Where is Thomas? Wasn't he in 82? I think so. So I must have just missed him. Oh yeah, there he is. We'll sign Thomas up as well for a 1-year deal. And we'll sign him to like 1.6. Damn, guys, my cat is being so annoying right now. That's a pain of having like kittens that are only like a few months old, or yeah, like 4 months old, 5 months. Okay, so those are my signings. So we'll advance a few days, and those guys should accept. And then we also got, like I said, our RFAs that are currently holding out that we'll have to give contracts to, because I'm pretty sure most of them wait till the end of the season, end of the off season to sign. At least that's what happened last time. So let's advance a few days, see if we get those guys into our roster. And yeah, we'll try and get through this off-season and season simulation as fast as possible, just because I know that my voice is not going to hold up all day, and I'm not going to be able to stream for like 9 hours like I did last time. So, okay, so Armsden is accepted, which is good. Thomas is accepted, Graham is accepted, Raleigh and Roberts have accepted. So That's everybody, I believe, that we just offered contracts to, right? Let me just take a look at that. Let's see. Yeah, that was everybody. Perfect. And then we just need Voloshenko and our goaltender to accept in Donovan. And yeah, we should have more than enough cap space to get those guys back, which is good too. And we'll have some money actually also in case we want to make trades at the deadline this time around, because last time we simulated the 2039-40 season, we didn't make any moves at the deadline. So maybe this time around we actually will, if our team's in a predicament that we should actually make some moves, because we could trade away always some prospects and stuff. So let's go to, actually, let's see if Calvin Shelley signed anywhere, because I want to see if he signed in Colorado this time around or if he signed with a different team, because if you guys remember, last time we did this, he signed with Colorado. So did he sign with Colorado again is the question. And are they going to try and trade him away to me right away? Let's go to the bottom of this list. Oh, Jackson McIntyre, former player, signs in Washington. I don't remember if he signed there last time around. Looks like he is still there. Okay, so not a lot of signings so far, 5 days in. But we'll find out where he's at the start of the season via the player search tool instead, just because that way it doesn't take too much time. So let's go to the 30th, and then we'll give our RFAs some contracts if they're still holding out. My voice is already trying to die on me because I'm a little bit sick. If you guys didn't see, I do have a bit of a cold. Okay. No thank you. Not going to do any of these trades that they are offering me right now, because they just offer stupid trades in the off season, it seems like. But yeah, hopefully this team can get another Stanley Cup win though, because we are coming off 3 straight President's Trophy wins, and before that we won like 4 cups or whatever it was, or 3 cups in like a 5-year span. So technically our team is still a dynasty at this stage, but we need to try and get another Stanley Cup if possible. So okay, let's go to the contracts again and try and get those RFAs signed up, because they should want less money now. Okay, so Voloshenko, yeah, that's good for me. And then we also need to get Donovan back on a 1-year deal. That's good with me as well. Perfect. And yeah, we'll still have like $9 million for potential trades and stuff like that if we want to do anything at the deadline. But hopefully it is another good season ahead for our team, because this has already been one of my most successful franchise modes in terms of winning Stanley Cups and stuff. So, and also I've had like a lot of these players on this Arizona Coyotes roster are kind of like channel legends at this point, right? So it's kind of a really good franchise in my opinion that I've done. So okay, so let's set up these lines. Anybody in the AHL that shouldn't be? It doesn't look like it to me. Galiev's still down there, but that's our 3rd string goalie now. So let's set up these lines. So Agostino definitely needs to be on the top line with Geeky and Michkov. Saturn Otaku again, man. Saturn. Get well soon, and thanks for all the great content. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for the super chat. Like, I really appreciate it. Means a lot. I didn't, like I said to you probably last time I streamed, like literally when I started making YouTube videos, I didn't think I was ever gonna make any like kind of like money from doing this. But then once I became monetized and stuff like that, like it's kind of cool to actually like make a little bit of a kickback for doing stuff you like doing. So I really appreciate that, man. So yeah, Agostino, Geeky, Michkov, that line has to stay together. Geeky's probably gonna retire at the end of the season, because he did last time we went through this year. Second line will definitely have Kagorodov, and it will have Armsden and Yoshimura maybe. Yeah, I think that's how it'll go. And then we'll probably go with Lynch, who is a rookie this year, with Voloshenko and Shishkinov, and then Spalling, Raleigh, and Thomas is a 4th line. And then we will have to go with, do we want to scratch on the defensive core? Let's see how Roberts fits. Roberts fits actually a bit better. We could try Roberts on the power play as well, because for fun, to see if he actually produces, if there's actually any room on the power play. So yeah, we'll throw Roberts onto the power play for fun, since he's an OFD. And then we'll go to the penalty kill and leave that the same as well. I think our roster is almost pretty much set again. Like, our roster looks really solid in general, I think. Like, I don't know if there's anything else we really need to do in terms of roster moves. Like, we only have 2 depth players is the only problem. So I should call up another forward as a depth option, like McElhaney, I guess. I think that's what I did last time, so we'll do that again. That way we have 2 depth forwards. Actually, maybe I could do Bykov. Nah, maybe I'll go McElhaney. Because Bykov did retire also last time we went through this, but... so we'll just call up that, and let's just go best lines in the minors. And then our lineup should be good. Do you guys think there's any other moves we should do in terms of our roster, like, before we actually get to the season simulation? Like, I think our roster looks pretty set in stone. Like, our center depth isn't as good as it used to be. Our winger depth is starting to drop off a bit because a lot of these guys like Shishkinov, Kagorodov are getting up there in age. But I think our team still looks pretty good for this upcoming season. It would be nice to maybe win a Stanley Cup this season. Depends if this team's good at the trade deadline or not. So I don't think there's anything we need to do. Defensive core does look a little bit weak though. Lines look good. Yeah, I think so too. I think the defensive core still looks a little bit weak, but like I said, at the deadline, we could always upgrade some positions if our team isn't doing too well. But it should be ready to go for this upcoming season. Yeah, the team's looking pretty solid. I feel like every single season, though, our team has looked actually pretty deep in terms of like how our roster's been set in this Arizona series. Like the last 10 seasons or so, we've had a pretty stacked team most of the time. So let's get to the season simulation and see what Agostino and Michkov could do. Both of them are 34 years of age now, so they might have only a couple seasons left before they retire, which is kind of crazy. I am going to see where Calvin Shelley signed to see if he signed in Colorado, because last time around he signed in Colorado. I don't know where he signed this time around is the question. So let's see where the Shelley signed, because if he signed in Colorado again, at least that's where we know that he was last time around. Let's see. Shelley... Oh, he signed with Anaheim this time around. Wow. Okay, so Shelley went to the Ducks on a 1-year deal at 4.75. So this time around he's playing with Anaheim instead of Colorado. Should be interesting to see how Shelley does there. Hopefully they give him a decent amount of ice time, because he's been one of the best goal scorers I've had in a franchise mode. He's more of a goal scorer than anything else, but sometimes inconsistent. We'll see what he does in Anaheim. I don't know where he's going to slot into their lineup, so we'll have to check that at the start of the season. But that means he is in the Western Conference with us as well. Not in our same division, which is good because now we're in the Central Division. Let's just get through the preseason fast, and then we'll take a look and see where Shelley's sliding in on Anaheim's lines. And then we'll start simulating the season and see how Agostino and Michkov do, because I think they'll do probably pretty well together. Just because they consistently pick up around 100 points a season, so... There's the preseason. Michkov had 13 points in 7 games. Yep, those two are going to definitely go off again this year, I think. Let's get to the regular season. And we can see where Shelley's slotted in Anaheim. Hopefully they're giving him a good chance. Because Colorado, I think, was playing him before on their third line. So he is going to be playing on their third line, yeah. Okay. Is he going to get any power play time? Yeah, he's getting second line power play time as well. And he's getting to play with Emil Schulz. That's actually kind of cool. So that's kind of a full circle moment in a sense for Shelley and Schulz, because I don't know if you guys remember, we drafted this guy back in the 2nd round in the first year. Or I think, yeah, it was the 2nd year maybe. But if you go back on Emil Schulz stats, Tucson 27-28, and a little bit in Arizona 20-28-29. But Schulz and Shelley both, I believe, played in Tucson around the same time for a little bit. Yeah, actually, he had that one season in Tucson in 2023, 2024. I believe they both were line mates or something like that in the AHL. Yeah, their first seasons were both the same year in the AHL, so, and now they're both playing on the same team in Anaheim. That's actually pretty sick. Yeah, hopefully he has a good season ahead for him. I don't know if he's going to retire at the end of this season or if he's going to hold out for another year like he did last time, but Let's get into the season simulation and see what this team does. We'll probably just take it a little bit slow, go like maybe a month or two at a time. Actually, let's go to December the 1st, get a little bit of a chunk of the season done, and then we'll see what is going on with this team so far. Hopefully we don't suffer any injuries this season. Okay, so off to a good start offensively, but losing a couple games early on, which is a bit weird. Why are we losing so many games to start the season? Okay, now we're starting to win games again. I think the same thing happened last time I recorded this as well, didn't it? Like the last time we did the season simulation, I lost a lot of games early on. Even though this team is pretty built, which it makes no sense. And Bylsma has been injured with a mild concussion, so that's not good. He's out till November the 28th, so we are going to have to go replace player, but that's a pretty big loss on the defensive end. And now, oh no, Shishkinov's been injured with an MCL sprain. Okay, we're getting slammed with injuries here early on, guys. That's not good. Shishkinov's out with an MCL sprain till January 29th. Like, at least he'll be back this season, but that's not good. We might actually have to make some trades early on, because our team is kind of off to a little bit of a rocky start because of these injuries and stuff, it seems like. So Bylsma's back, which is good. And we are still without Shishkinov. So McElhaney's playing on that third line, which is okay. Okay, now we're starting to win a couple games. 12-9-1. A little bit of a weird start for this team. Like, cause like we have a much better team than it looks on paper, but 12-9-1 at December the 1st. And look at that, Agostino, 31 points in 22 games. I think he hits 100 points again this year potentially, unless he slows down. But Agostino's always the man, him and Michkov. Insane what Agostino does. Only 8 goals, though, so far, which is a little bit weird, but 23 assists in 22 games means Michkov's probably scoring a ton of goals if he's assisting on a lot of the goals. So, should we make any line changes with how we started the season, guys, or should we just keep on simulating? Like, is there any line adjustments we should do? Like, should we change Geeky and Armsden, because Geeky is dropping off a bit. He's also not doing necessarily that well. He's got 14 points. Armsden's got way more points. Michkov and Agostino aging like fine wine. Yeah, they're doing really good for their age. Like, actually, Michkov is kind of struggling this year. What the heck? 7 goals, 11 assists for 18 points. That's pretty good, but 7 goals only for him in 22 games is not like him. Because he's had 50-goal seasons all the way dating back to 2034-35. So I don't know why he's off to a little bit of a sluggish start in terms of goal scoring, but interesting. Now maybe it's because Kagorodov is up there. Yeah, that might be the problem. I'm going to change that up a little bit. I do like Kagorodov, but I don't know if he should be on the point with Michkov, because maybe he's taking away too much goals from him. So we'll try and change that up a little bit in terms of the power play unit. But I think we might change Armsden and Geeky around. Because, yeah, Geeky is definitely slowed down a lot. And then Armsden's off to a good start this season. So I think I'm going to flip that two around just to kind of see if that helps a bit. Even though I do like Geeky up there always with that top line usually. And yeah, hopefully this team can continue to win some games like they've been doing these last few games, because it's a little bit of a weird start for a team that's kind of built pretty decently, I'd say, except for the defensive core, and that center depth isn't the best, but let's continue to simulate, I think. And then we'll look closer to the deadline at making potential trades if they're actually necessary or not. Like, we'll take a look at our player stats at around the deadline as well to see if there's anybody that's not been doing that well at all. So let's go to January the 1st. Let's do another month. There's another win that's good in the shootout. There's an OT loss, so at least we got a point out of that. No thank you. I'm not trading a high elite goalie to get all that random garbage. There's another win. Okay, yeah, now our team is starting to do good. We just beat Montreal, and then they fired their head coach, which is kind of funny. So there you go. There's a loss, there's a shootout win, there's a loss. I don't like how we've been playing in some of these games. Graham's been injured now. Let's go replace player. But yeah, we're getting kind of slammed with injuries in this early going of the year, which is not great. And now we're starting to lose more games. Okay, Graham, we'll throw you back in where Armsden was, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it was right there. Let's put Roberts on the right side since Roberts is the OFD of the two. Now he's on his offside. There's a win again. There's another win. Okay. One more game this month. Was it another win? It was a loss. So 19-15-2 at January the 1st. I don't know. I'm kind of concerned about how this team's still simulating. Like, we're just outside of a wild card spot right now, which is kind of unusual for this team, considering we've won 3 straight President's trophies. And now we're 2 points back of a playoff spot, but at least we have like 3 games in hand on the Jets, which is good. But it's a bit of a tight division in a sense. 4 points only separating us and the Preds. So I don't really know if we need to make much changes. If we are going to make changes. Agostino's still leading us with 47 points now through 36 games, which is pretty damn good. What do you guys think? Should we be making any adjustments to this team? Like, let's take a look at our player stats just to see who's been doing what so far through these 36 games. See if there's anything we should do in terms of trades and stuff, because I don't know who's not doing well. Okay, it's that third line. Wow, Voloshenko is a -16. That is not good. Yikes. I don't know why he's having a little bit of a rough start to the year. So it seems like our bottom 6 is allowing too much goals against. Like, Armsden's been doing good, Geeky's been doing solid, Spalling's been pretty good. But then you go to like the third line and it's not been that good. Agostino's been good. Shishkinov had 9 points in 19 games before his injury. Kagorodov's been really good. He's got 24 goals already. Michkov's been good. Yoshimura's been good. Lynch has been good in his rookie season. So some players have been good, but other players have not been. Roberts has got 16 points in 36 games, so he's actually turning out to be a pretty solid OFD. Bilesma's randomly a -20 this season, which is a little bit odd, considering normally he's really good in the plus-minus factor. Like, he was a +45 a few years ago, so I don't really know what the problem is with the defensive core. This is a bit weird. Okay, that is also a little bit weird. Donovan has started 34 games of 39, and he's been absolutely terrible with an 889, while Korea was really good in his short little span. I don't know what to make of this team, guys. What do you guys think we should do? Should we make some adjustments or what? Because it seems like defensively we've not been that great, and then goaltending hasn't been that good. Offense has been pretty good in some areas, but I feel like this team is kind of being a little bit weird. Like, maybe we'll just squeak into the playoffs and win the Stanley Cup, but I don't really know. Like, we have some guys that are plus, but a lot of minus players on this roster, which is something that's never usually the case. So we might have to make some line adjustments, or we could just make trades, but I don't know what the problem is, at least not yet. Like, what is our goals for and stuff like that, because I don't know what the problem is at all. Like, it's got to be something. Like, our power play, I would flip Voloshenko. He seems to be playing very bad. Yeah, maybe we could look at like upgrading Voloshenko, like, because since he's a young guy, there's going to be teams that want him. We trade him, maybe with a pick or something, we could get like a good vet for that third line. What do you guys think about something like that? Sometimes you just have all the bad seasons for inexplicable reasons. Yeah, this is one of those seasons that I'm kind of stumped on. Our goals for per game is pretty decent, but our goals against per game, we're one of the worst defensive teams in the NHL. And our power play percentage is actually the best in the NHL. That's kind of surprising. That goalie doesn't seem to be doing very good. Maybe take a look at a market for goalies and also look at some better defense. Yeah, maybe. So we're the best power play team in the league. Penalty killing wise, we're actually pretty decent as well. So it seems like 5-on-5 is when we struggle. Yeah, so we're not good 5-on-5 wise. And if we want to trade Voloshenko, we could try and look and see about upgrading him, because he's not been that great unless we want to rework this third line. Like, maybe it's just because Shishkinov's out with an injury that Voloshenko's not doing good. Or we could try moving Raleigh up and putting Voloshenko on the wing. Try something like that. Like, we could just rework these lines a little bit and see if it helps it out a bit too. But if we wanted to upgrade Voloshenko, let's go to players on the block and stuff like that. Just see if there's any centers out there for the third line that could be an upgrade potentially if we wanted to upgrade our center depth, because maybe if we upgrade that, we'll actually do a lot better. But who knows if there's even going to be anything out there, because I don't like trading for players with multiple years on their contracts, just because, or else that's not good. Tulipov, $10 million, but nowhere he's going to slot in our roster. That guy's making way too much money. Another Shishkinov, 3 years though. No, thank you. I just don't like signing guys or picking up guys with 3 years or so on their contracts. Minton is not really anything either. I'm pretty sure he's a real player, because I think he was drafted by like Toronto. Not seeing anything there. I mean, we could always change his line mates instead, but most of these guys are signed for multiple years. Brent Cox, good defensive grinder. That guy might be decent, but I don't really know if he's worth it. He doesn't have good face-off stats, so he would just be more of a defensive kind of guy to put on the wing on that third line. But then again, Shishkinov is going to be back soon, so then Cox would go down to the fourth line probably. So then he wouldn't be needed really that much anymore. There's also Hamil, but he's kind of getting overpaid for 1 year. I don't know. Because if we upgrade that third line, maybe it'll perform better, but I don't know if we really need to upgrade our forward core. It's probably more of our defensive core than anything that needs upgrading if we're going to actually make upgrades. Reimer, but signed for $8.4 million. Not really worth it. There's got to be somebody out there that could help us if we actually do want to make a trade. Like, we might just sim a little bit more and see how those line adjustments help. Like, because then we could see about it, the potential trades at the deadline instead. Pittsburgh, not really anything except for Drury. This guy signed to a 2-way contract. How do your third liners fit with your coach's scheme? I'll check that in a second. I'm pretty sure most of them work pretty well, but then again, I could be wrong. William Eklund's on the block. Cox is nice and cheap. Maybe an option to fall back on a trade later, on if you get hit with injuries. Yeah, Cox is probably the best option if we are going to actually make a trade. Let's see our lines for a second. So Voloshenko is a better fit for the fourth line, but he does fit well on the third line. He's actually a pretty good fit, I'd say, for our third line. Raleigh, who we just brought in, who I just moved to the third line, he's a really good fit for the third line. And then Lynch, who we just got into the lineup this season, is a good fit as well for the third line. So they're all actually pretty good fits. Thomas is also actually a really good fit for the third line. Spalling is not a great fit for the bottom six. And then McElhinney, who's the depth option, is a good fit for the third line. So maybe we just needed to rework these lines. Like, we could always just check and see if this simulates a little bit better with Raleigh being the centerman and then Voloshenko being on the wing, because Voloshenko is more of a shooter. So maybe if we put him on the wing, he's going to be a bunch better next to a centerman that could win more draws and all that type of thing. I don't know. And then we could always change Thomas and Lynch around if we want to as well. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have to make trades or what. Like, maybe it's just a defensive core. Like, maybe I want to rework the defensive pairings a bit. Like, let's put Bilesma down with Sasaki instead, and then do Burkov with Fairchild just for something different. And just try and see if this team simulates a little bit better with those line changes, because maybe that will help us. Because, like, we're still in a good race to make the playoffs. It's just all about winning games down the stretch, I guess. So, what do you guys think? We should just try out with these lines and see what happens. And then if we still don't do too well, then maybe we can make a trade for somebody like Cox on Detroit and see if that helps us out or not. Because Shishkinov is back soon, I think. And then maybe once Shishkinov's back, this team will do a lot better. Because then he would slot in here, and I'd probably move Lynch down to the 4th line or something like that. I don't really know. So we could always just try that. Because I feel like our offensive level is doing decent if our power play is the best in the league. It's just more about kind of getting that defensive play a little bit better. And also, obviously, our offense is going to be really good with Agostino and Michkov, because it normally is. But there is only like less than 10 points separating last place and first place in our division, so I think it's a little bit early to maybe start making trades. But if we consistently do bad in like the next month or so, then maybe we'll make some trades. So what do you guys think? Because I definitely think we're still in the race. It's just about getting the next wins against our divisional opponents, especially, I'd say, or against Western Conference opponents. How's our penalty kill looking? In terms of like the lineup, our penalty kill was looking decent. It said during the season it was like 83.1%, which was like mid-table. And it looks like this right now with Raleigh and Yoshimura. And it's also got Spalling and Agostino, Bilesma, Sasaki, Fairchild, and Roberts. I don't know about having Roberts on the penalty kill though, because he's an OFD. But he's a +8, so he might not actually be that bad defensively. But yeah, that's what our penalty kill looks like, and then it's been simmering decently so far, so I don't think it needs to be making any adjustments to the penalty kill. Because I think it was mid-table, right? Let's just go back to this again, and then I think Cox would be a good addition. Yeah, I agree with that. Because he could probably slot into our penalty kill. Yeah, see, we're like actually probably like top 15 in terms of the penalty kill. So we're actually doing pretty decently. And it looks like we are also kind of a disciplined team because we don't have a lot of penalties taken this season so far. 89 only. So yeah, if we're gonna go after Cox on Detroit, what does Detroit want for that type of trade? And who do you guys think we should be giving up in order to get somebody like Cox? Like, if we go to Detroit, they are wanting just 2 4th-rounders. Well, I think that's a no-brainer almost. 2 4th-rounders for Cox would be a pretty good trade, I think. Because, I mean, then we'd have to probably just try to flip away somebody on the roster in order to get Cox in. Or we'd have to probably send McElhinney down on waivers or something like that, but that would be okay. I think that's a no-brainer. 2 4th-rounders for an 82. That could just fit into our bottom 6. And probably also onto our penalty kill. And then, like, he would probably get demoted to the 4th line once Shishkinov returns, but then our team is a little bit deeper on the forward core. Hawks fan says, do it. What about the rest of you guys? Do you guys think this is a no-brainer? I'd say it's probably a no-brainer. I know. Do it. Robbery. Okay, Brendan says it as well, and Brendan's a Detroit fan, so we're gonna do it. So, Brendan Cox, welcome aboard. I think his name was Brendan Cox, was it? Or am I just saying that because of Brendan now? Brent Cox, that's his name. Okay, so there you go. Cox is now a member of the Arizona Coyotes, which means we are going to slot him in. Let's see what we could do here. Rework this a bit. Let's take McElhinney out and put in a different depth option for a second. Actually, maybe not. No, let's take out Volchenko for a second, just so I could get this a little bit reworked, and then let's take Volchenko and put him in this spot. Yeah, and then we're gonna take Spalling. Actually, yeah, take Spalling, move him to here, and then put Cox in here. Do something like that. Actually, Maybe I'll still run with Volchenko on the third line, but Cox would be our fourth liner. Yeah, something like that would work, I think. And then we'll go to our penalty kill. And we'll also give Cox some penalty kill time, I think, instead of Agostino. Even though Agostino is our captain, Agostino's not really a huge penalty killer anyways. So then we'll give Cox some penalty kill time as well. And yeah, that should be good. Once Shishkinov returns, we'll send McElhaney down to the AHL. And then Volchenko would probably get sent down to the fourth line, and then we might have to scratch Spalling. I don't even know who we would scratch once Shishkinov returns. That's the only thing, but we'll figure that out once it comes to that. Okay, so there is our little adjustment for so far for the season. We'll probably end up making more trades if this team needs it, but let's simulate a little bit closer to the deadline and see if that helps out our team's defensive play a little bit. What's our goals against per game again? Because I want to see if it improves at all since the addition of Cox. Just going to keep it in mind. So 3.33. Okay, that's pretty easy to remember. Let's see if it improves over the next month. Because if it improves, we know we made the right acquisition or whatnot. So let's go a month, see what happens. See if we can get some wins here in January. There's a 4-2 win. 4-2 win. Okay, that's looking good. 2-1 loss. That's at least a good defensive game. Looks like we're playing better defensively since those additions, even though we did lose 2 games. And now Shishkinov is back. Okay, so now that this comes to the case where we got to figure out who to take out of our lineup, I am going to send down Appleby, I think, instead of McElhaney. Yeah, I'm going to send down Appleby instead. And who are we going to scratch, guys? That's the question. Volchenko or Spalling? Or do we scratch somebody like Thomas? Like, who is going to come out of the lineup for Shishkinov? Because Volchenko is a good young player, but he's kind of struggled this season. Like, we could take him out. And then, yeah, Volchenko would be a depth option, I guess. Yeah, I think honestly Volchenko might be the best option to take out. And hopefully Shishkinov doesn't get re-injured. Hopefully he's okay with that. Yeah, I think it's probably got to be Volchenko. And then, yeah, Cox would still be our fourth liner. Then our winger depth looks pretty good, I'd say. It'd just come down to defensive core, probably for making trades. So I'm going to take out Volchenko, unless you guys have any objections to that. And then we'll throw Shishkinov back into the lineup. And then that will be our depth as Volchenko, McElhaney, and Armsden. Which now we have, that means we have 2 depth defensemen, or 1 depth defenseman and 2 depth forwards, which is good. So yeah, that's basically what our roster looks like now with Shishkinov back. Actually, I'm not going to put him in just yet. I just want to make sure he doesn't get re-injured. I want to wait until he's back to full health first. Let me just stop the simulation. Let's go a little bit here. He should be back to full health soon. There you go. Now he is. Okay, good. Take out Volchenko. I would even consider trading him because he could probably still have decent value. Yeah, we could probably use him in a trade for a defenseman. Like, we could use him in a pick or something, and we could get ourselves like a top 4 defenseman for 1 year. That might be the best option, to be honest. Because the defensive core isn't going to win us a Stanley Cup, I don't think. But I have seen bad defensive cores win cups before, so... Yeah, I think we might, honestly, try that out. Yeah, I think we'll try and trade Volchenko for a defenseman. Him in a pick. Like, let's take a look and see if there was any defenders on that block. Or we could always wait till the trade deadline if we want to, but better they make a trade early on. So now, Salamonson would be nice, but look at that cap hit. He's unaffordable at that rate, so we want to find somebody that would fit nicely into a top 4 kind of role. Dallas Guerrero's making $7 million now. I don't know if you guys remember him. He was with us a number of years back. He was an undrafted signing. Anaheim had a decent defenseman available, and check if he has 1 year left. I think that's who I just probably showed. Yeah, it was probably Sal Monson that he was looking at. Right, Brandon? Yeah, it was. Yeah, Sal Monson signed for way too much money and too much term, especially at 35. If he was younger, maybe I would do it. Yeah, I figured, Brendan, you probably have a little bit more latency than some other guys, probably because of Newfoundland internet, but, let's see what we got here. There's got to be a defenseman that we could probably fetch with Voloshenko. Because I want to try and get at least somebody that's like an 82 overall or whatever. Let's see. There's got to be someone, please. Anybody interesting? Oh, there's still Mackey, but he's signed for 3 years as well. Why do they sign all these players to bad contracts to AI? Like, I want to find people with 1 year left, not guys with 3 years left at like 11 million. Like, I want somebody affordable. 2 years left isn't terrible, but 7.395 is a little bit terrible. And this guy's just a pure defensive defenseman, so I don't really see any interest for that. And he didn't fit our coach's system either. We might have to just go to the player search thing and see if there's any people out there, even if they're not on the block. Nordgren is a goaltender. Please be a defenseman out there. Seems like there's not really a lot on the block as of yet. Oh, there's another defenseman, but 3 years left. There's Pressburg, who's an 81, which we had him before. I think he won a Stanley Cup in Ottawa. I mentioned the Anaheim dude because I saw him earlier in the stream before you traded for Cox. Didn't see the contract till after, though. Yeah, it's a pretty bad contract. Tuppurainen, but signed for 5 years, no thanks. Jeez, Vegas has all these defensemen locked up for like 3+ years, except for Pressburg. Yeah, there's like no defenseman on the block that actually would be interesting. Let's try and see if there's any expiring defenders that would we could still trade for, like if we go to the player search option, because like right now it does not seem like much out there. We might have to wait right till the trade deadline to see instead. Let's go top 4 defensemen, and let's go down to here. Max contract years, let's go with 1 because we don't want people that are signed for multiple years. Let's see what we got here. And sort of by overall. Okay, so these guys are all on expiring contracts. Yeah, Vegas is basically trading their entire defensive core. Yeah, that's true. So Hartnell, but Vancouver's probably doing good this season, so I don't think there's any reason for them wanting to move him. He does fit our top pairing, but he's got actually not too much trade value. It's not overrated amount. Fairchild's on our team already. Reve. I might consider Pressburg since he only has 1 year left. Yeah, Pressburg honestly could be the best option. There is our former defenseman Mika Tukkanen. He's in Washington right now, but he's not really a huge upgrade. Yeah, he's not really a huge upgrade. He's having actually an okay season in Washington. Yeah, I don't really know if any of these guys are going to be any huge upgrades, so I don't know. Maybe we'll trade for Pressburg. Let's take a look at Pressburg's stats, because Pressburg honestly might be the best option for this team, even though he used to play with us for like a tiny little bit, I'm pretty sure. Let's go back to train block and go back to Vegas. Let's see, he's a -13 this year. He was good last year in Ottawa. He might be decent. And I know that he did win a Stanley Cup at least. He might have won 2 Stanley Cups at this point. Actually, no, this 1 year, I think, yeah, they beat us in the Stanley Cup final. Actually, yeah, he might be a 2-time Stanley Cup champion. What do you guys think about bringing in Pressburg? He doesn't fit our coach's system as well, which is not great. But he's on 1 year left. Or we could wait till the trade deadline and see if there's any better options out there. Or we could just try and find somebody that's not on the block, because there's not really a whole lot else out there right now, it seems like. At least that is kind of matching what I'm looking for, which is 1 year left and a top 4 defenseman. Because I don't know if I would want to trade Voloshenko in order to get like some of these guys, but I know that there's probably somebody out there that's going to be decent. Like Hartnell, if he's on Vancouver, it would be good, but Vancouver is doing really well, so they wouldn't need to. Vegas is trying to trade all their defensemen, but they're fighting for a playoff spot, which is a little bit weird. The Ducks aren't doing too good, which is not great for Shelley, since that means he's not going to make the playoffs. St. Louis is on the bottom of our division. Montreal and the Blue Jackets aren't doing good. Let's take a look at like teams like Montreal and the Blue Jackets and see if they have anybody on their roster with 1 year left on the defensive core. Maybe wait until the deadline. He probably won't play well if he doesn't fit your system. Yeah, that's true. And these guys have 1 year left on Montreal. Sekera, but they wouldn't want to trade him. Anderson signed for 3 years. Yeah, I think we're going to have to wait till the deadline, see if there's anything out there that's better suited for this roster. So let's sum up to a day before the deadline, see if the block changed by then, and if it hasn't, then we might be stuck having to trade for Pressburg or somebody else. But let's go to a day before the deadline and see what this team's looking like at that point. Hopefully we're still doing pretty well, and hopefully we have a playoff spot locked up at that point. Osgood's been injured in the AHL as a replace player, but our offense is off to a good start these last 3 games, and now Shishkinov has sprained his ankle. So Shishkinov is kind of injury prone at this stage, which is not great, but at least he will be back not too long term. So that's not great that he's been injured a couple straight times. He's going to miss a lot of the season because of those injuries, though. Let's go best lines in the minors because I don't care too much. Shishkinov should be back shortly, which is good. There's another win. So our team is starting to win a lot of games, which is good news. Voloshenko is going to come back out. There we go. Baikov's been injured in the minors. Let's go replace player again. There's a loss, another win, another win. Spalling was never injured. Nope. There's another win. Okay, yeah, now our team is definitely starting to turn it on. A lot of wins down the stretch. Now we should definitely be in the playoff position. Some AHL guy has separated his shoulder. Jeez. The AHL team's getting slammed too. Let's go best lines again. Couple more games before the deadline. There's a loss and a win. So 37, 22, and 2. So that was a really good stretch of hockey. And Agostino's got 82 points in 61 games, guys. He is definitely going to break, I think, 100 points again this season. He just needs 18 points in the last 21 games of the season. So he should be able to do it unless he gets injured, which hopefully he does not. But we are now second place in our division with 76 points. The Flames are running away with this league right now with 106 points already. They have clinched a playoff spot. It's kind of nuts. So maybe we don't need to make much trades if our team is all of a sudden doing so well. Let's take a look at the block again. See if there's any defensemen out there that we could consider trading Voloshenko for to upgrade that defensive core a bit. So Barnes is on there with 1 year left, but I don't think he'd be a huge upgrade. He's an 80 overall top 4 defenseman apparently. Only 25. Does fit our defensive core a little bit. So there is Ty Barnes, who might not be a bad option, considering he is... Oh no, he's not a right-handed D. I thought he said it was a right-handed D, but he might be an okay option. Shelley was thrown on the block by Anaheim, and he's actually having a pretty good season over there. 26 goals and 40 points so far for Shelley. So not doing as good as he was in Colorado, but there you go to this Shelley. Hopefully he doesn't get dealt at the trade deadline. Or hopefully he does to a contender that could win a Stanley Cup other than us. Douglas with 2 years left, but too much money. William Molinder's still playing. 1 year at 6.5, not really an upgrade. There's got to be somebody. Biega for forwards, jeez. Yeah, Chicago's offloading a lot of good players, but nothing that we really need. Lindros on two-way contract. He's a top 6 defenseman, that's all he is. Any top 4s that could help out our defensive core? Colborne, 1 year left for forwards. Pozo, in Detroit, that's funny. Come on. Let's see what we got here. Give me a top 4 defenseman, please, AI. I just want to find somebody to help us out. Because, like, Mackey would be pretty decent, but he's 35 and he's making way too much money. So, doesn't seem to like a whole lot. Like, Hedstrom would be decent, but 7.395 is not what I want to pay to a defender. At least not right now. Mikionov, no. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot. Nordgren, McTavish is still there. Tamara. Nothing there. Morrison, but 3 years. Why are all these guys signed for so long term? Does not make sense. Yeah, I don't honestly see anything defensively. Pressburg is still there, as I expected. Yeah, I don't really see anything. Do you guys see anything that we should trade for defensively, or should we just, like, I don't know, keep the team the way it is for the playoffs? Or try and find a trade that we can make with a team that's not willing to offload some player, but try and trade for them anyways? Like, if we go to the proposed trade screen, maybe we could get a better look at things, but it's kind of weird right now. Let's go defensive core, and let's go, like, down to 1 year. Barnes honestly could be the best option, to be honest, since he wasn't on the block before, but now Anaheim's willing to trade him away. I'm thinking about maybe going after Ty Burns, since he's a bit of a younger defenseman than Pressburg. He might be decent. Let me know what you guys think about going after Burns, because I think he honestly might be the best option for this team. Wait, was this Weston, 80 overall, 26 years of age? Oh, Boston's not having a good season either. There's also Wade Weston. He's a former first-round pick. I don't know if he really matches their system that well. What else do we got here? Millman is probably, yeah, Calgary's having a good season, so they wouldn't want to trade anybody on that defensive core. Not a chance. Turco. Looks like Carolina's having a good season, so they wouldn't want to do anything. Borodziuk, but he's a young defenseman. Kane and some prospects. Jeez, there's no good defenders in Columbus. Jeez, what is Columbus's defensive core? If they have a 73, a 71, and a 75 on their defensive core in the NHL, and a 69 overall? Wait, how bad is Columbus's defensive core? I gotta take a look at this, guys, because it seems like their defensive core is really bad. But let's see how bad it looks, because I am actually curious now about that. And yeah, that's a terrible defensive core. Their defensive core looks as good as my AHL defensive core. Wow. So our defensive core doesn't look all that bad when our worst defensemen, which are the 78 overall guys, are better than every single player on this blue line. Like, I don't even know if we really need to make any moves, because maybe we actually have one of the best defensive cores in the league. If there's teams running defensive cores like this. Jeez. Minus 29? Yeah, that's like one of the worst defensive cores I've seen the AI throw together ever. Like, the AI logic needs to be much better than that to put a team together. Because I bet you they have like good forwards that are scratched, right? Well, Schustrom's out with an injury, but yeah, that is not a good team over there in Columbus. Columbus just having their AHL squad play D. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I wonder what their AHL team's defensive core looks like too, because I'm curious if that's like worse. Like, let's take a look at what their AHL club looks like, because I'm curious now. They're playing in 81 in the AHL in their defensive core down there, but they're not playing him in the NHL. And this guy would be their best defenseman. That makes no sense. Why is this guy not in the NHL when he's making $6.32 million for 5 years? He should be playing in your NHL club where he'd be getting a ton of ice time, and maybe he'd be worth his money, who knows. But instead you're throwing him to the AHL and letting all these other guys play in the NHL. Oh, this is like the worst case scenario for Columbus. I don't know why they're doing that. That honestly makes no sense whatsoever. That's like the worst logic I've seen ever. That's like imagine if like the Ottawa Senators back in the day when they had Erik Karlsson, they threw him down to the AHL and then just called up like, I don't know, David Rundblad back from the AHL and all these guys that used to play down there in like Binghamton and stuff. Like, it just does not make sense. Yeah, Columbus is really dumb. So do you guys think we should upgrade our defensive core, or should we just leave it based on how some of these other teams' defensive cores look like? I feel like our defensive core is actually not that bad. Because some teams like Boston have a good defensive core, looks like. But other teams are really not that built that well. Like, Columbus's is definitely the worst. Calgary's having a good season, I think it said, but they don't have also that good of a defensive core. Like, I honestly don't think we really need to upgrade it if we are playing against teams like this. But, I don't know. We could still upgrade it if we want to. Because maybe that addition of Cox on our fourth line is going to make us a better defensive team. Because we were at 3.33 goals against per game. And now what are we at in terms of goals against? We're at 3.08. So we improved our goals against by quite a big margin in that last little bit. I don't know if we're the best defensive team anymore. I don't really see anyone you could get rid of, get that would be worth trading for. Yeah, I don't see any really either. And now in terms of the goals against per game, where are we in terms of the entire league? We're almost getting back up there to being one of the best defensive teams in the NHL. So, I don't know if it's going to improve much more because of the way we started the season, but it's definitely improving. So I don't think there's any use for making any trades. Calgary's the best defensive team in the NHL. And Montreal's the worst defensive team, even worse than Columbus, which I don't know how they are. Let's take a look at what their defensive cores look like, because maybe that will help us determine if our defensive core is actually that good. So if Calgary's the best defensive team and their defensive core looks like this, then we definitely stand a chance to be a good like playoff team. If Montreal's the worst defensive team and they look like this, which is almost in a sense better than Calgary's, then yeah, we stand a chance. So yeah, I don't think there's anything worth trading for. So I think we're probably just going to bypass the trade deadline completely, just because I don't think it's necessary to go into the actual thing. I'd like to try and get multiple seasons done to this franchise mode, and I don't know how long I've been streaming for already. How long have I been streaming for already? Oh, it's already 3 o'clock. Okay, so I've already been streaming for like an hour. So, yeah, let's just bypass this trade deadline. And we'll take a look and see if Shelley ends up getting dealt at the deadline by Anaheim. And then we'll simulate the rest of the regular season and get into the fun times, which are going to be the playoffs. Hopefully we could go pretty far this year. And maybe win ourselves a Stanley Cup. So did Shelley get dealt at the deadline by Anaheim? Let's see if he did. We're looking for Anaheim. Looks like he didn't. Nope, he did not get dealt. Yeah, there was nothing really for this team to improve upon anyways. But looks like a lot of blockbuster trades. Looks like Winnipeg's loading up on defense. Ottawa's getting some good players as well. So there's the trades at the deadline. Let's get the rest of the regular season done with and see how Agostino and Michkov end the season. And then we'll get into the playoffs, which is going to be exciting to see what this team could do. Hopefully we can get a Stanley Cup win this season, because we've been a really good team in the playoffs in the past, but we've, like, the last few years we've kind of struggled. So I don't think we need to claim a goalie on waivers, considering we do have Galiev down there in the minors at the moment. So don't really need a 4th-string goaltender unless we were going to get slammed with goalie injuries. But yeah, this seems like a really similar simulation in terms of how we're doing as the last time I recorded this season, because I think we did start off the season off on a little bit of a rocky foot. But it looks like we're going to potentially hit like 50 wins this season, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Are we going to hit 50 wins? Yes, we are. Okay. 50, 29-3. Pretty good season, guys. Pretty good season, all things considered. And, oh, you got to be joking me. Really, Agostino and Michkov both slowed down in the second half, and Keg Rodov ends up leading the team in points with 97 points, though, through 82 games. So no 100-point players on our roster this year, but we do finish tied for first in our division with the exact same record, so I guess it came down to goal differential, but the Dallas Stars are going to win our division, which is kind of a surprise because I think they've only made the playoffs like one time in this franchise mode. Interesting. Let's take a look at the team stats, and then we'll take a look at our player stats, because I am curious on how good of a season Agostino and stuff had, but they kind of struggled, it looks like, in the last 21 games. So entire league-wise, we finished 6th best in the NHL, and we had a little bit less ROW than the Dallas Stars. That's why Dallas ended up winning our division. And then Philadelphia was above us, New Jersey was above us, San Jose was above us, and Calgary had 64 wins. I was going to say Dallas has been terrible in this franchise mode. Yeah, they've been like really bad. Like when we acquired Michkov, they didn't make the playoffs at all at that one point. So yeah, that's kind of crazy that they end up winning the division. But yeah, Calgary had a really good season. Goals for per game wise, we were the 6th. Yep, number 6 in terms of goals for per game. So our offense was really good. Goals against per game wise, we were at 3 goals against per game, which is top like 15. So definitely our goals against really improved in the second half of the season, because it was at 3.33 before. Calgary Eagles first round exit. Yeah, pretty much. When you have a season like that, you know they're going to be a first round exit. Power play percentage, our power play kind of dropped off a bit, but it does finish top 5. So that's also pretty good. And our penalty kill stayed right around the same at 83.1%, which is top 10. So we're actually pretty decent in terms of everything, which is kind of weird considering last time we looked at this, we weren't really that great at everything. 4 shorthanded goals, 26, 14, and 1 on home ice, and 24, 15, and 2 on the road. Holy crap, Calgary, you got to take a look at their stats. Yeah, I'll take a look at their stats for sure. Take a look at who was doing good on their roster. I'm pretty sure they have, what's his name? They have Yip still, I'm pretty sure it was a guy that we played against in the playoffs a few years ago. Don't remember who else. We'll definitely take a look at their roster after we take a look at our player stats. So let's see who did what on this team. So Geeky, 70 points and a plus 33. For 35 years of age, you can't really complain with that. It's a really good season from Connor Geeky. Considering he's been able to pick up 70 points in each of his last few seasons, that's pretty good for his age. And if he ends up retiring this year, at least we won't have to like re-sign him to a ridiculous contract. So hopefully he has a good playoffs ahead of him, and hopefully he doesn't drop off too much. But yeah, he's probably going to be close to retirement here. Armsden, 64 points, only a +1, but 64 points is pretty good for him. Still kind of glad I brought this guy in. He's been actually pretty decent. Like his contract is pretty reasonable for the points he picks up. So yeah, not too bad from Sean Armsden. Spalling, 41 points this year. That's actually pretty decent. That's a career high for our 4th liner. Not too bad. A lot of short-handed points always in his career, it seems like, as well. 2 short-handed goals, 2 short-handed points. Pretty solid from Spalling. Raleigh had 37 points. Voloshenko didn't really play much after the trade for Cox, but 15 points in 46 games, minus 15. McElhinney had 6 points in 17 games as a depth option. That's decent enough too. Agostino hit 97 points this year, so he kind of struggled in the second half, but he almost hits 100 points again. He had 30 power play points this year, which I believe is a career high. Only 3 game-winning goals as well, only 18 goals. So he's starting to score less, but he is still picking up a lot of points. 20 less points than last year, only a +1 this year, which is odd for him. But look at that, exactly 1,000 assists in his NHL career. He has hit 1,000 assists. Unreal. And he's got 505 goals. That's a pretty illustrious career to have 1,000 assists in. I don't know who else has got 1,000 assists in their NHL career, but wow. Wasn't expecting 1,000 assists at the end of this year for Agostino. It's pretty crazy to see 1,000 assists because I don't think I've ever had a player with 1,000 assists before. Shishkinov had 33 points in 55 games, but he was a bit injury prone. Still pretty decent. Cox, 32 points, 79 games between us and Detroit. He had 23 points with us, and it was a +10. So yeah, he was actually a really good player to bring in. Brought in a lot more offense than I expected from a third/fourth line guy. He only had 12 shots on goal as well, and was averaging only 11 minutes on ice. But he was almost like 0.5 points per game. Yeah, he was 0.5 points per game. That's pretty good for like a bottom 6 option. I'll definitely take that. And then Kagarodov had 97 points this year, 53 goals to lead the team. Unreal season from Kagarodov. He's got now 2 50-goal seasons. He's almost at 300 career goals as well. He's been a very good player for this team, and he's definitely going to take over the reins from Michkov once Michkov retires at some point. Michkov, 49 goals and 82 points in 82 games. Slowed down a bit this year for Michkov, but another almost 50-goal season. Pretty solid. Cox equals Chris Draper. Yeah, pretty much in a sense. Chris Draper, I don't think ever really had the offensive prowess till his later parts of his career, but yeah, in a sense, I guess so. But then also we didn't trade $1 to get Cox into to the roster, so well, I mean, I guess in a sense we did 2 4th-round picks. Is probably worth not a lot. But wow, okay, Yoshimura had a really good season. 78 points for Yoshimura. That's a pretty good breakout year for him. A lot of the guys breaking out this season, which is nice. Yeah, Yoshimura is going to be a good piece to get into that top 6 as well once Michkov decides to call it quits. Lynch had 41 points. That's a great rookie season for him. Thomas had 27 points. Pretty solid. Yeah, I like the point production. A bit of an off year for the big stars. Hopefully they can bounce back next year. Yeah, hopefully. As long as they don't retire, because Michkov and Agostino are both probably 35 now. No, Agostino's a little bit younger, but still. Roberts had 31 points on the defensive core. Burkov had 26 points plus 24. Sasaki 17 points. Bilesma 16. Fairchild 10. Graham only 5. Armsden 1. So the defensive core a little bit quiet offensively, considering we don't have that one kind of offensive defenseman to run our power play. Like Roberts is not really much of anything, but I mean he was a solid pickup for the asking price that he wanted. So it's not bad. 2 4th-round picks is in the last episode of the series is essentially $1. Yeah, pretty much. And then goaltending wise, Donovan went 40, 27, and 3. He had 4 shouts and 904 save percentage and 3.01. So he definitely improved in the second half of the season. Is it great numbers? Not really. Korea definitely had much better numbers. He went 10 and 3, 2 shouts and 917 and a 2.55. So arguably Korea should probably be starting in the playoffs, but I'm not too sure if we want to go that route and just see what Donovan does instead. Bilesma and Fairchild really turned it around plus minus wise after a very slow start. Oh yeah, that's true, because yeah, Bilesma was like a minus 20 something, wasn't he? Or minus 15, or at least, I don't even know. But anyways, there's our player stats. So some pretty good solid depth scoring. Not a lot of minus players on the roster, mostly guys in the bottom 6, I'd say. Michkov, and actually also our top line in terms of plus minus, but all in all, a pretty good season, I'd say. Let's take a look at the entire league for player stats as well. See who did what. Okay, you can see why the Flames were a good team. Yep, Victor Yip. That's what I thought. This is the guy I was just mentioning. 113 points this year in 81 games. And also John Desjardins in San Jose had 113 points. What a surprise. The starting goalie in my franchise and my Wisconsin expansion franchise mode is named Stefan Robida, and he is a beast. That's pretty awesome because the Stefan Robida, that was the NHL defenseman, he was, if I remember right, a really good shot blocker. So to have a goaltender named that, it's kind of funny because it actually would make sense. So there is that. Oh yeah, Calgary also has Connor Bedard. I forgot about that. So Calgary's got Bedard. They also have Yip. They also have Drieger. They have 3 guys with 100 plus points, 110 plus points. That's crazy. And then Fiddler was up there, Gallia for New Jersey, and Conley for New Jersey. So 3 New Jersey Devils and 3 Calgary Flames in the top 10 in points. And then there was 1 San Jose Shark. And then Kagarodov was just outside there, same with Agostino. So that's really interesting to see that. We'll definitely take a look still at the Calgary Flames player stats as well after we take a look at all this stuff, but that's kind of crazy. And Galiev only had 9 goals this year, but he had 97 assists, so almost at 100 assist season. It's kind of crazy. Let's see, goals. Fiddler had 59 to lead the league. Boyce had 55. Yip had 55. Halpern 54. Kagarodov was up there. Only 6 goals back of Fiddler. That's not bad. What else do we want to check? Defensive stats. Best defenseman for points this year was Fedorov in San Jose. And Cons had a good season again in St. Louis after leaving us. 71 points. Pietrangelo had 70 points. Salamonson 69. Interesting. Best goaltender this season for wins was obviously the Calgary Flames goaltender. He had 58 wins this season. Yo, that's an NHL record right there. 58 wins. The next closest had 45 wins. Jeez. Almost a 60-win season for that goaltender. Talk about crazy team. He had 11 shutouts as well. What the heck? Yeah, wow, okay. So we know to watch out for the Calgary Flames. Hopefully we don't have to play them early in the playoffs. Best save percentage by a starter was Somers as well in those 58 games. And he also led the league in goals against. So he's definitely going to win the Vezina, and he's also going to end up being like Martin Brodeur, where he was playing in front of a very good defensive team and winning a Vezina trophy because of that. So he's technically like the Martin Brodeur of this franchise mode right there. No offense to Martin Brodeur fans, but that's the way it is. 5 assists for Stone. No goalie goals. And that's pretty much that. Best rookie this year for points. Pickard in Winnipeg with 69. Nice. 49 goals in his rookie season. Damn. Some pretty impressive players this year. Calgary goalie is falling apart in LMFL. Bro played 74 games. Yeah, he might get too tired. That's the only thing about playing a goalie that often. So there is all that. Let's take a look at the Calgary Flames player stats because we are curious on that. And then we will simulate up to the first round and see who we're playing. So here's Calgary's roster in terms of points. So you saw the 3 guys that had 100 plus points. Nolan had 93 points, so they had 4 guys with 90 plus points. They had Eakin, who had 78 points, Vlasic, who had 69, and Borodziak had 66. Most of their forward core broke a lot of points. Gordon played a lot, but pretty much everybody on the roster was like around 30 points plus. Ashton was the only one that didn't, and he was probably, I would assume, getting like 4 flying minutes, but it says he got power play points as well. That's hilarious because it's exactly what Calgary did to Markstrom last year in a row. They ran him into the ground and he shit the bed come playoff time. Yeah, that's pretty much the case with that. So maybe Calgary's going to do what they did in real life here. But yeah, that's a lot of points from the Calgary Flames right there. Defensively, let's take a look at this too. What the heck? Wes Millman was a plus 71. Jeez. That defensive core didn't even look that great when we looked at it. But Wes Millman a plus 71 in a season. Last year he was only a plus 17. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen a plus minus that high. The highest plus minus I ever had in a season from a player was like plus 65. But to be a plus 71, that's unreal. This guy was a plus 29. That guy was a plus 43. This is like the opposite of a drafted glory team where they're just all really good plus minus wise. And then, yeah, Somers was really good. Sanderson was not that good at all, but he managed to win games because the team was good in front of him. That is a very interesting team. And more than likely, they're going to be a first-round exit because of that. Yeah, Landry was the only minus guy, but he played 5 games. Yeah, that's a kind of a filthy team there. Okay, guys, now we got to get to see who we're playing in the first round of the playoffs. Who is it going to be, and are we going to have a chance to beat them and go for another Stanley Cup? It's going to be the Winnipeg Jets, okay. So Winnipeg, that should be interesting since Arizona used to be the Winnipeg Jets. Let's take a look at what their roster looks like. I don't remember if it was the last season before this or what that we played them in the playoffs. I'm pretty sure we did play them in the playoffs before. But let's take a look at that Winnipeg Jets roster. First line of Jesse Mah, Ian Pickard, who's in his rookie season and had 49 goals. He's already getting top line ice time on this Jets team. And Stan Stafford, that's a pretty good top line. Second line of Andrew Vesey, Amrit Mira, and Leonard Wotherspoon. Pretty solid second line as well. Good third line here too with Luke Koshrain, Michael Wilson, and Daniel Gibbons. And a fourth line of Vyacheslav Mironov, Dwayne Cummins, and Terrence Gite. Yeah, that's a pretty good forward core. I guess you had to make the playoffs. Kind of concerned about that because they definitely have better center depth than us. We definitely have the better winger depth, I'd say, in a sense, because Gibbons and Mironov are definitely weaker than the ones we have on the right side. But, yeah, it's a really good forward core for that Jets team. Defensively, they got Evan Maw and Tony Mackey, who they brought in from Winnipeg. Or not from Winnipeg, from Minnesota. Why did I say Winnipeg? Yeah, he's a pretty good player as well, or was at one point. Second pairing of Abraham Sophilis and Garrett Nightingale. And a top 6 pairing of Maxime Kennins and Aldrich Prindis. So their defensive core is not as good, but it's still solid enough behind that offense that makes them a good team, I'd say. And then goaltending wise, they do have the good goaltender in Gage Ling, who is an 89 overall. Yikes. And they also have Cesar Brisebois as a solid backup. Yikes. Depth-wise, they have Nesbitt, Phillips, and Keith, who aren't the best depth options, but that's actually a really good team that we're going to be going up against in the first round. Like, I'm kind of scared. What do you guys think we should do? Do you think we should make any line adjustments going into the first game? Like, do we start Korea? Do we start Donovan? Or do you guys think we just play with our roster we had during the regular season and see if we could get a win? Because I'm kind of scared that we might end up losing in this first round, to be honest. Because this is actually a much better roster than I thought. Like, let's actually take a look at how they simulated in the regular season by comparison to us. See if their goals for and stuff was all up there. So they finished behind us by 7 points. They're much worse offensively. They're worse defensively, worse on the power play, and worse on the penalty kill. But who knows what's going to happen in the playoffs. Keep the lines as they are. Okay, yeah, I probably will do that. If Donovan starts crapping the bed, though, we're definitely going to turn to Korea, because Korea had the better of the 2 seasons. Cox will clutch up, don't worry about it. Man. Yeah, true. Yeah, so, like, if Donovan plays bad, though, we could always turn to Korea. Or if both goalies play bad, we do still have Galiev, who's down there in the minors, who had a really solid season again down there, so we could always call him up if we really need to put in a new goalie. But hopefully Agostino and Michkov could carry us, and also Kagorodov too, because Kagorodov had the 50-goal season. So let's get into this first game of the playoffs and see if this team could continue winning in the playoffs. And not since we didn't win the President's Trophy this year, maybe we could go further, because we've won 3 straight President's Trophies and we haven't been able to win a Stanley Cup during those times. So since we didn't win a President's Trophy this year, hopefully we can win a Stanley Cup. Let's get into game one. We got home ice advantage. Let's see if we could do this. Come on, boys. Let's see what happens. First period of game one. And that's not a great start for Donovan at all. We're down 3-0 after the first 20 minutes. That's not a great way to start off the playoffs for this team. So Cummins scores, Mackey scores, and Koshrain scores. That's 3 goals on 11 shots. So I feel like Donovan's probably been yanked at this stage already, which means Korea's probably in it now. But yeah, that's not exactly what I had planned for this team. Bad offensive start for our team, bad defensive start. Definitely need to find a way to get back in this in the second. Like, we need to find somebody to get some goals, like Agostino or Michkov need to definitely score. Maybe Kagorodov, I don't really know. Second period. Well, okay, never mind. Well, there's a very good offensive second period. This is a really weird simulation. So Roberts scores to make it 3-1, and VC made it 4-1, but Fairchild scores, Armsden scores, and Armsden scores again, and we're now tied at 4 going into the third period. What is this game happening in this game? We're outshooting them 20-19, 4-4 game. This is probably one of the best playoff games I've seen in a simulation in terms of goal scoring early on. Armsden's on the hat-trick watch, and 2 of our defensemen have scored as well, which is kind of weird, but nowhere is Michkov, Kagorodov, or Agostino, so hopefully those guys could start scoring some goals too. Like, I know Armsden's technically in our top 6, but we need Michkov and Kagorodov to score goals like they're paid to do pretty much. Let's see what happens in this third period. See if anybody can come through for us. Hey, Shishkinov scores. Let's go. And then Stafford answers right back for them. And then Burkov answers right back for us. This is a really crazy game. And Cummins ties it up for them. It's a 6-6 game right now. Penalty kill. Nicely done, boys. This is one of the best playoff games in terms of goal scoring probably I've ever seen. And we are going to overtime. Are we going to watch overtime like we did with my Houston live stream, guys? Are we going to watch an overtime? This is a 6-6 game. The shots are really close as well. It's in only game 1, but it would be cool to watch this one. I don't know. Since we haven't watched any Arizona games yet, do you guys want to watch the OT? We could watch through that, see who ends up scoring the game-winning goal. Hopefully it's not against us. Like, it's only game 1. It's not like it's game 7 yet, but if you guys want to watch it, we could jump in and see what happens. Brendan wants to watch it. Okay, let's get into it. Let's watch it, see what happens. Hopefully we can get some crazy goal in OT or whatever. Yeah, we'll definitely watch this because I haven't seen much of my Yotes play any games, because the only Yotes stuff I've seen this so far is when we go on to win the Stanley Cup pretty much. So yeah, let's watch this and see what happens in game 1. This has been a very offensive game. Who is going to score the goal? I'd say wait to watch OT until clinching games or cup finals. Yeah, I might have to do that after this, though. I'll do it after this game just because or else this live stream might take up 9 hours again. So I'll do it for this first game, but afterwards we'll kind of take it a little bit easy in terms of watching overtimes. Oh, yikes. That was dangerous. Is Korea in net now? I think he is. Burkov up to Armsden. Armsden's already got 2 goals. Armsden, Michkov. Oh, come on. Michkov with it again. Wow, Michkov is so fast. Agostino whiffs on that. At least this is only game 1, but still. Oh, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have watched overtime. Moss scores in overtime. Well, that's not a great way to lose the first game of the series. We lose 7-6 in overtime. I was going to say I can't watch another 9 hours. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to talk probably for another 9 hours considering I'm still sick. Oh, that sucks. So we lose game 1. Oh, Donovan wasn't dead still. Damn. Yeah, Michkov is still blazing fast for a 35-year-old. But, yeah, that really sucks. Why was Donovan still in net? Was like Donovan in net for all those goals? No, he wasn't. What the heck? Oh, they must have changed back over to Donovan in overtime for some reason, the AI. Because it does seem like he was yanked, and then that Korea played the rest of the game up until overtime. So we just got screwed out of it because the AI decided to change over to Donovan. Like a 556 save percentage, I think Korea needs to start next game for sure. Play Korea next game? Yeah, I think Korea is definitely going to start next game. That was not what we expected from Donovan. Seems like whenever you pay a goaltender more than a specific amount of money, they always do really terribly. So we'll see what Korea could do. Hopefully he could get our team back in this series now that we're trailing. Still a pretty good offensive first game of the playoffs, but very bad defensive play, which is something that we were actually good on in the regular season, so, or decent at. So definitely need to find a way to be better at that. And yeah, we'll leave the rest of the lines the same. We'll just try running with Korea instead and see if Korea could play better and get us back into a series. Because Korea has been good in the playoffs before in the past. He also has been terrible in some stages too, so let's get into game number 2 and see if we could tie the series up at 1. Because if we don't, then we're going to be down 0-2 going to Winnipeg, which is not great. So first period of game 2. And we're up 1-0. That's a good start defensively. They scored 7 goals against us last game. They have nothing in the first period, but they did outshoot us 12-7. As our only goal is Michkov on the power play. So that's good to see Michkov getting going because we definitely need that top 6 scoring a lot of goals if we can. Let's see if we can contain that good defensive play and also get some more offense going in the second period. They tie it up at 1. That's not great. Pickard, not a surprise for the Rookie of the Year. Ties it up at 1. Shots are 20-16 in favor of the Jets. We got to find a way to get that lead back if we can in the third period. And we also got to play some good defensive hockey like we've been doing throughout the first 40 minutes of this game. See what happens. Come on, boys. Let's get that next goal. Agostino hasn't scored any goals yet, so he's got to be scoring some goals soon. Then again, he only had 18 in the regular season, which is kind of lower than normal for him. Come on, boys. Final 5 minutes. And it looks like we are going to another overtime period. So back-to-back games with an overtime. Do you guys want to watch this one, or should I just, like what I said, just like kind of keep it easy and not go through as much overtimes? Like I feel like if we go into too much overtimes, we're just going to lose a lot of them because maybe we won't have that same luck we did with Houston. And I'd like to try and get at least a couple more seasons done of this in this live stream, so I don't think we should watch another overtime just because, or else it's just going to be too much OTs and stuff. Shots are 27-26. It's 1-1, so it's very similar to last game in terms of like shots on goal and going to another overtime. Real-time sim, no watch. Yeah, we're just going to do the clinching games, so let's see what happens here in overtime. Come on, boys, please. Yes, let's go. Agostino. See, I knew he had a goal in him. I knew it. The captain comes through with a big goal. We win 2-1. We have tied the series at 1. Shots were 28 apiece in that one, and we win 2-1. That is a pretty solid game number 2. Good defensive effort. Not the best offensive effort, but Agostino and Michkov scoring that game. That is huge. So Michkov from Roberts and Geeky, and an Agostino from Michkov and Armsden. Let's go. Captain Agostino had to come through with that big goal. Nice. And yeah, good game from Korea. So I think Korea should probably get the start in game 3 as well. Yeah, he was really good in that game. Michkov gets second start and Agostino the third. So yeah, I think we're going to definitely go back to Korea again. Even though Donovan's technically paid more, I think we are definitely going to go back to him. Or we're not going to go back to Donovan unless for some reason Korea has like a couple bad games in a row, I guess. Because Donovan's making how much money? 3.975. Korea is still only making 1.9. So yeah, we're going to go back to Korea and keep the rest of the roster the same since that team seems to be doing a lot better defensively with Korea in net. Okay, so we have a tie series headed to Winnipeg. Let's see if we could take it 2-1 series lead here and continue playing some good defensive hockey. And also, will this be the first game not to go to overtime of this first round? Let's see what happens. Come on, boys. First period. 2-0 us. Let's go. That's a good way to start it off. Another power play goal to start the game, too. Because last time around it was Mishkov on the power play. This time around it's Kegorodov. And then Spalling scores also. So 2 goals. We are outshooting them 15-8 as well. So it's a pretty good way to start it off. Can't ask for much more. Good defensive play, good offense. Just got to continue doing that for the next 40 minutes. And hopefully we'll have a 2-1 series lead by the end of that second period. 4-0. Let's go. Now we're finding our game. That's great. Sasaki scores and Fairchild scores. So it's good that we're getting goals from our blue line as well, because normally our blue line is more of a defensive blue line. So to see them scoring here in the playoffs is good. Shots are 30-15 in favor of us, and we're up by 4 goals. We're pretty much dictating the flow of this game. Let's just lock this down and take a 2-1 series lead here. We've been playing good offensively in this game, and our defensive play seems to be doing good as well. So everything's doing pretty decent so far. Pickard makes it 4-1 as he breaks Korea's shutout, unfortunately, but at least it's only 1 goal against. And Graham scores. That's another defenseman. Don't know where all these defensive goals are coming from. 5-1, and that will pretty much do it. So Phyllis odds another one to make it a 5-2 game final, but we have taken a 2-1 series lead with a win on Winnipeg. No better time to find your game than on the road. Yeah, pretty much. Shots were 38-25 at the end of that game, so very good game there from our boys. A lot of shots, good defensive play. A couple late goals against, but that's nothing huge. So Kegorodov from Agostino and Geeky, Spalling from Kegorodov and Cox, Sasaki from Shishkinov and Raleigh, Fairchild from Shishkinov and Raleigh, and Graham from Mishkov and Roberts. And another solid game from Korea, I'm pretty sure, in that one. Shishkinov the first start, Kegorodov the second, and Sasaki the third. And yeah, solid game again from Korea. So I think Korea is definitely going to start again. Sorry to Donovan for being benched after playing a lot of games in the regular season, but he does not seem like the goaltender for these playoffs right now. So we got to go back and put him in again, I guess. But not off to we started off the playoffs with a bit of a rocky start with that 7-6 OT loss, but since then we're playing good defensively and we're continuing to play good offensively. So that's good. Oh, I need to drink some more water. We're almost at like 2 hours into the stream already. Well, like an hour and 44. That's crazy. Then again, I waited around for like a few minutes before I actually started it up, but okay, let's see if we could take a 3-1 series lead. Might be time to trade Donovan at the end of the season. Yeah, I think you might be right, because I think his RFA expiry contract thing is almost like close to being over, so probably we'll have to trade him away and we could just keep Korea. We could honestly keep Galiev as well as our backup goalie if we want to, who's down there in the minors. But yeah, Donovan has just not been the best goaltender for this club, it seems like. Okay, let's see if we can take a 3-1 series lead. See if we can get another win in Winnipeg. Come on, boys. Let's do this. Let's do this. First period. And it is scoreless. Okay, I'll take that. Good defensive effort. No offense, but I'll definitely take that. As Tucson got eliminated from the AHL playoffs, so that's not great for the AHL team, but oh well. Shots are 13-10 in favor of the Jets, and it is 0-0. Second period. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. That's probably the worst period Korea's had in these playoffs. Feces scores, Gibbons scores, and Pickard score to make it 3-0, but then Raleigh breaks Ling's shutout. We're down by 2 goals going into the third now. Shots are 25-16 in favor of the Jets. Got to find a way to rally back into this game. Like, maybe Raleigh is the way to rally us back into the game, you know? That's kind of funny. I don't know if that's why I just said that or not, but let's see what happens in the third period. See if that could get us back into this game. Come on, boys. Or are we just going to end up losing this game and having a tie series headed home? Raleigh scores again. Raleigh's rallying the team behind him. That's kind of funny. He's got 2 goals now. Can we tie this game up? Come on, boys. Yes, we can. Robert scores. Okay. Let's go. We've come back from a 3-0 deficit, and it looks like we are going to another overtime game with the Jets. The third one of this first round, which is kind of crazy. But Raleigh literally rallied the troops to get us to this overtime situation. We're being outshot 39-26 now, so Despite giving up goals in that second period, Korea's been really good. I'd say 36 saves, and he's getting this game to an overtime situation. So I wonder who's going to become the OT hero here. If Agostino has another overtime winner in him, or Michkov, or Kagorodov, or whatnot in him. Let's see what happens. Who wants to be that hero for us? Come on, boys. Come on, rally those troops. Get that OT winner too. Power play opportunity. We do not convert. Oh, and the Jets are going to win in overtime on a goal from Mironov. That sucks. Donovan was in net now. So maybe, I guess, Korea got yanked in the second period? Or maybe Korea got injured. I don't know. But Donovan allows another OT winner. And unfortunately, we are going to have a tie series headed home, which is not great. Raleigh almost got us a win, but not enough. Rally from Lynch and Shishkinov, Rally from Thomas and Fairchild, and Roberts from Michkov and Agostino. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Korea played most of the game, and then Donovan came in. So Donovan was actually really good that game. I don't know why Korea would get yanked still after 3 goals on 20 shots. Interesting. Raleigh got first star of the game still in that loss too. This is definitely a tough series to have with these Winnipeg Jets. They're a pretty good roster. Do you guys think there's any line changes we should make? Should we keep the roster the same? Should we start Korea again? Or should we go back to Donovan? And if there's any other roster changes we should make, like should we put Volchenko into the lineup instead of somebody like, I don't know, Spalling or Thomas? Like maybe we want to make a couple changes. Because if we make some adjustments, that would be maybe a good thing. Even though that third line just got a couple goals. Like Raleigh's over point per game so far this playoff run. So maybe we don't need to really make any changes. Because like Donovan has been, pretty terrible. Korea's been really good, so we should probably start Korea again, but Donovan was good in that last bit of that last game, so. My top pitching prospect in MLB to show just had a head fracture out for over 6 months. Yikes. That guy get it like a baseball right to the head, I guess. God damn. Yeah, I don't know if there's any changes we should really do in terms of the forward core. Yeah, I think I might honestly just keep it the same, or I might actually try something random. I know it's actually, maybe I shouldn't try it yet, because we could always try something drastic at some point, like moving Agostino to center, because Agostino can win faceoffs, and then we can move either Yoshimura or Kagorodov up. So at some point we could honestly try that if we run into really bad troubles, like if we lose the next game, something like that. I don't know, but yeah, let's start Korea again for this game, I think. And then we'll go with Donovan if Korea loses this game or something like that. Let's see what happens. See if we could get a win on home ice. This is when home ice matters, because if we win this game, then we have a chance to knock out the Jets in Winnipeg. So let's see what happens. Come on, boys. Hopefully we can win this game here. First period. Ooh. It's a very bad defensive period in the opening period again. I don't like our defensive play at all in this first round. I'm going to be honest. Like, it has been good at some stages, but Korea off to a really bad start again. Gibbons scores, then Spalling and Geeky scores, so we had the lead at one point. But then Wilson scores and Moss score. That's 3 goals on 12 shots. We only have 2 goals on 10 shots. I don't know how I'm feeling about this first round. I feel like we could get knocked out because the defensive play has not been there. Let's see if we could get back into this game in the second, like if we could tie it up or something at least. Second period. Oh. Yikes. Guys, this is not looking good. 6-2. Wilson, Pickard, and Stafford score. Korea is still in net. 6 goals against now with 31 shots. Well, it looks like we're going to be down in the series 3-2, unfortunately. But, yeah, we're definitely going to Donovan next game. Even though Donovan's been a bad goaltender, Korea's kind of struggling here. Armsden makes it 6-3, which is okay, but it's not enough because we are definitely not scoring 3 goals in 5 minutes. Yeah, this is definitely a rough series. Sucks that we got matched up with a good Jets team. And yep, we lose 6-3. Yikes. We literally had the lead at one point, and then we just fell completely apart. But like I said, their forward core was actually really good, so kind of makes sense for them to score a lot of goals. Brent Cox first line playtime. I don't know. Like I could always do that if I moved Agostino to the center. I think I'm gonna do the drastic change I was mentioning. So Agostino is center, Armsden down to here, Raleigh down to here. Cox can fit there. Oh, Yoshimura actually works really good on that top line though. Let's put Cox on the second line there, Brendan. We'll try that and see if that works. And yeah, we'll go with that. So there's our drastic change, moving Agostino to center, giving Yoshimura some more playing time, Cox more playing time. And then defensively, let's go back to Bilesma with Fairchild. And let's take Graham out and try Armsden instead. Yeah, we'll try something like that. And then we're going to go back to Donovan as the starting goaltender. What do you guys think about that as our lineups now? We have to go with something drastic if we want to win 2 games against the Jets in a row. Yeah, Yoshimura's a pretty good fit, I think. Yeah, mostly for the second line, but he does work well with this top line as well in terms of chemistry at least. Maybe it's because of the X factors, I don't know, but gotta try some grit. I was joking about the Hattie, honestly. You never know. I'm gonna put him onto the second line and see what he could do, because maybe he could knock out their star players or something like that, and that'll help us out. But yeah, there's our rework team for Game 6, and hopefully that gets us a win. And if it does, then we will also keep it there for Game 7 if we actually get there. And hopefully Donovan can kind of rebound, since he hasn't really started the game since Game 1. So let's see if Donovan can get us to win. Let's do a real-time simulation, just because this is a game that we could get eliminated in. So let's see what happens. Come on, boys. Let's stay alive and keep the season going. This has been a very tough first round. Pickard makes it 1-0 early on, and Pickard makes it 2-0. This Rookie of the Year guy is really tough. He's got like 6 goals against us in this first round, but Ngiki makes it 2-1 for them only, so we're back in this game, which is good. But I still don't like how we've been playing. Like, we're really bad defensively. Mirror makes it 3-1. That's 3 goals against on 9 shots. Literally, our defensive play has been abysmal in this first round. Like, it's been like one of the worst I think I've seen. Like, I don't know why our goaltending has been bad. It started off like really bad in Game 1. It was good for a couple games. Just drafted a 95 potential 18-year-old starting pitcher, 72 overall. That makes up the head fracture. That's my top prospect going to year. Jesus, that Pickard guy is good. Yeah, Pickard has been probably the catalyst for most of their offense, because he had 49 goals in his rookie season, and now he's carrying his Jets team to a second round appearance, it seems like, unless our Arizona team could get back in the second period, but not looking too likely. Let's see what happens in the second, see if we could get a goal back at least. And we had a long power play, but we do not convert on that. Penalty kill, and Pickard scores again. Pickard's got a hat trick against us. And Pickard scores again. 4 goals against us halfway through the game. Well, this series is over, guys. Unfortunately, we're going to lose in the first round of the Jets, and then hopefully we can bounce back from this next season. God damn, Pickard with 4 goals in the first 30 minutes of the game. And we're now down 5-1 going into the third, and the shots are only 18-17. So Donovan has been trash. We definitely need to sign a big-name free agent defenseman this year. Yeah, I think there was a couple big-name defensemen in this year's offseason, so we might be able to pick somebody up to help out this defensive core. It used to be a really good defensive core, but it fell apart because of cap reasons. But, wow. Yeah, this Pickard guy is definitely a pain in the ass. Let's just get this out of the way because we know that we're going to lose this. But yeah, Pickard 4 goals in a Game 6 to knock us out of the playoffs. That's definitely going to sting quite a bit. Yeah, Donovan is not doing too well. And there we go. We lose 5-1 in Game 6, and we're out in the first round, which means it's going to be a long off season for us. Our only goal coming from our top line of Geeky, Agostino, Michkov, our top power play unit. And yeah, Pickard had a 4-goal game. Unreal. Donovan, most of your defensive core needs to be launched into the sun. Yeah, pretty much. I think Sasaki's getting a bit too old to be on our defensive core as well. I don't know if it's time to change up that completely or what. Because Sasaki's been here for a number of years. Let's take a look at our player stats in that first round, even though I don't really want to take a look at that. We'll also take a look at the Jets stats because I'm curious on how much goals Pickard scored against us. But good offensive round for our team, but very bad defensively. Raleigh outperformed our top 2 centers, which is not great. Spalling was tragic defensively. Shishkinov only had 1 goal, but he's more of a playmaker. 8 points is pretty good. Agostino was pretty good, but only 1 goal. You need more from your captain. Cox only had 1 assist. Right wing wise, Michkov was good, only 1 goal though once again. And Kagorodov only 1 goal. So our 3 best players only had a combined 3 goals, but they also had a lot of assists. So they needed to score more goals if we wanted to win that. Lynch had no goals but 2 assists. Thomas didn't really have anything. Yoshimura only had 1 assist. So our top guys really underperformed. And in our defensive core, we had points from every one of our goals from every one of our defenders in that first round, except for Armsden, who only played the 1 game, and Bilesma. So that's kind of interesting. But I don't know why they really didn't play that good defensively. And then goalie-wise, both goalies were terrible. Donovan might have been the worst goalie I've ever seen. An .827 save percentage in 3 games. And a 5.2 goals against. 10 goals against on 58 shots. That's absolutely terrible. And then Korea was just below a 900 save percentage. He was much better. I was wrong about Cox. He was good in the regular season. I'd keep him around though if you could get him back for cheap. Yeah, I hopefully could get him back for cheap. Odd is that your defenders weren't more Bally minus. Yeah, I thought they would be a lot worse. Maybe a lot of the goals against were on the power play. Maybe our penalty kill just struggled. We'll take a look at that stuff as well. But let's take a look at the Jets. I want to curiously see how good Pickard did against us. Pickard had 8 goals in 6 games. That's crazy. A bunch of guys also had 1 goal in that series against us for their team. But 8 goals in 6 games for Pickard. And looks like they only scored 3 power play goals in that first round. So never mind. Maybe we weren't that bad on the penalty kill. But 8 goals from Pickard alone. That's crazy. Yeah, this guy's a good goal scorer. Let me go to the team stats. What did we really struggle in that first round? Goals against was really terrible. Power play percentage was good. Penalty kill was not great. Yeah, actually, 3 for 12. Or 9 for 12, I should say, technically, on the penalty kill. Yeah, not great. Yeah, we definitely need to find a way to upgrade that defensive core and stuff like that in the off season. So let's advance to the awards and see who ends up winning the Stanley Cup this year. Let's go best lines in the AHL. But yeah, I think we're definitely going to have to change around that defensive core quite a bit. And also the goaltending might get changed up a bit, but we'll definitely try and make a few changes this off season to try and give this team a better chance. And of course, we end up losing to the best team in the NHL. The Winnipeg Jets have won the Stanley Cup, and Bakersfield wins the AHL. So, I mean, at least we lose to the Stanley Cup champions, but that's crazy. Awesome Series Snipe. I'm doing the same thing this weekend. Awesome Ghost. That's pretty cool, and I really appreciate that. This series has probably been one of my favorite series I've ever done on this channel. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I've been running this literally since the start of NHL 22, but yeah, I really appreciate that, man. So yeah, the Jets win a Stanley Cup, which means Pickard. Do you guys think Pickard's gonna win the Conn Smythe? I think Pickard's got to win the Conn Smythe. That's my guess. Considering he had 8 goals against us in the first round, how much goals did he finish the playoffs off with? I'm gonna guess 20 something. I'm gonna guess 20 goals at least from in the playoffs. Considering he seems like he's gonna score every single game, and he probably carried the Jets. That's my guess, is he's gonna win that. Let's take a look at their stats first before we take a look at those awards. Gotta put a hit out on that Picker guy. He's too good. He'll cost too many cups. Yeah. He definitely had a really good rookie season in order to win a Stanley Cup in his rookie year. And no, he didn't lead the team in points, but he had 17 goals. So their top line of Pickard, Ma, and Stafford was really good. Stafford's more than likely going to be your winner for the Conn Smythe with the 34 points, but yeah, they got really good depth scoring in that playoff run, and their goaltending wasn't really that good either. So they're just a really good offensive team. Mostly ran by that top line though. Let's take a look at those awards. Just got back from Tim Hortons. They have new hockey cards. Yeah, I saw that. I saw like a few videos of people opening that. I might have to get some sometime soon. I haven't got any Tim Hortons cards in a while though, because like normally I get them for like Christmas. Like sometimes I get them given to me by my parents, and then I just open like 40 packs in one time. But normally I don't go to Tim Hortons that often. So the Jets win the Stanley Cup for the 2040 season. Calgary won the President's Trophy. They were probably out in the first round. We didn't actually take a look at that. I'll take a look at that after. And it was Winnipeg and the Philadelphia Flyers in the Stanley Cup. Interesting. And the Art Ross went to Yip this season. Desjardins is going to win the Hart. Fedorov wins the Norris. Only 17 goals seems low. Winnipeg is like the Avalanche last year. Offense carried the team. Past mediocre goaltending. Yeah, that's pretty much that case, I guess. Yeah. Connor Bedard wins the Lady Byng. Pickard won the Calder, not a surprise. Stafford won the Conn Smythe. Somers the Vezina. And Jennings. Kunitz wins the Masterton. Bennett won the Jack Adams. Walters the Selke. Desjardins the Lindsay. Fiddler won the Richard. Any awards for our AHL affiliate? No. Let's take a look at that Calgary team, how they did in the playoffs, because I am curious on that now. Yep, they were out in second round actually, so they actually managed to get past the first round, but then they lost to the Oilers again, but in 7 games. Of course they lose to the Oilers. That's actually kind of funny. As much as I like Calgary and the Oilers and all that stuff, that's just funny as whatnot. Dallas got to the second round as well, which is kind of surprising. Calgary. It's funny. Let's take a look at their player stats in the playoffs as well, because I'm curious if their goaltender was not that good after having 58 wins in the regular season. Now, it looks like they were still a good team in the playoffs. They were scoring a lot of goals, but something went wrong. That was what went wrong. Somers did get lit up. After having a really good season, he had an 886 save percentage in the playoffs. That is funny. Well, Calgary, you need to find yourself a better goaltender for the playoffs, not just for regular season. Okay, so that's the awards and all that. Let's get to the off-season first, which means retirements. Which means, is Shelley going to retire? Actually, we should take a look at Shelley's stats before we get to the retirements, just to see what he did in Anaheim this season. Let's see. He should be still here. Dropped down to an 81. He had 32 goals this year. Pretty good. 50 points. Didn't make the playoffs, but a pretty good season from Shelley, all things considered. Maybe we'll bring him back if he's a cheap option as like a depth forward or something. I don't know. I was right about the Calgary goalie. Dude's knees probably gave out. Yeah, pretty much. Carried too much workload for the team. Let's see who ends up retiring this year. Will Geeky end up retiring like he did in the last time we simulated the 2040 season? Columbus has the first overall pick this year, followed by Tampa, Montreal, Detroit, and Los Angeles. So there you go. Let's see who is going to retire this year. Let's go by each position. So starting off with the centers, looks like Geeky didn't retire this time around. Yeah, because he would have been already up there. So Shane Wright retires in Detroit. So there you go, Brendan. You got Shane Wright at some point. Matthew Savoy also retires. Robertson, Gauthier, Bolduc. Gordon Bentley retires. There's a guy that used to play with us at one point. I don't know if you guys remember him. He was instrumental, I think, on our third line in a couple of the cup wins, yeah. Solid offensive player at some stages. Had a 73-point year, didn't want too much money, so we got rid of him, and then he signed in Montreal, where he was nowhere near the same player. He was getting paid a decent amount of money. What else we got here? Anybody else that played with us? Lou Wolf seems familiar. I recognize the name. Oh, we did have him. I thought so. I didn't really recognize this guy too much, but he played only like 34 games with us. Interesting. Played 12 games in the playoffs with us as well at one point. Literally forgot about that guy. Lars Naslund, a 34-year-old. Isaac Rosen retires. Dylan Genther retires. Our former player, obviously, back in like the early years of this franchise mode. He was in Seattle in his last season. Won a Stanley Cup in Pittsburgh against us, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right. Skylar McCann. Victor Varlamov, another former one of our draft picks, retired. He actually had an okay like series and stuff like that. Almost 400 points. Yeah, that's pretty decent considering the fact that when we let him go, we didn't really think he was going to be an NHL type of player, but he almost had 400 points. Vyacheslav Anisimov is another one of these guys that was undrafted. No, he was drafted, but we signed him as like a free agent. He was an okay player as well, but more of a bottom six option that didn't pick up a lot of points. What else we got here? Any other former players? Lucas Raymond retires. Mikko Filppula. Victor Sadikov retires. Okay. So Sadikov retires at 36 with almost 350 goals. He was a pretty solid player also after leaving us. I believe he was part of a big trade we made with Los Angeles. Or did he just sign with Los Angeles? I don't remember. But yeah, he was a good goal scorer. Scored 40 goals in his rookie season. Wasn't really the same player after that, but still solid enough in terms of goal scoring. What else we got here? Dumais, I don't think was with us at one point. I think it was somebody else. Defensively, Wahoo. Asplund, recognized that name. Goldman was with us at one point, but not really that long. But it looks like we didn't lose anybody to retirement, which is good. But I mean, hopefully Geeky doesn't want too much money. Shogard, Clancy, Wallstead. Jesper Wallstead, that's the one. We gave him an opportunity to play in the NHL, I think, at one point. Yeah, we did, and he wasn't that great, wasn't he? Yeah, we gave him a little bit of NHL opportunities, like in 2026, 2027. He was mostly an AHL goalie for us. Pretty sure you had Dumais for a season or two. Maybe I did. I'll take a look and see if I did. I can't remember if I did or not, because I know I had a Halifax guy, but I don't remember who it was. Oh yeah, I did 19 games only. Oh yeah, it was that small trade I made with Pittsburgh at the deadline that one year to try and upgrade our forward core. He had 16 points in 19 games. Then he played 7 games in the playoffs and only had 1 assist, and then I let him go because he was not worth the type of money he was asking for. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, that guy definitely wasn't worth the trade that we got him for, but oh well. So there's the retirements. Shane Wright leading that with over a point per game in his career. And we don't lose a single player, which is good. So no coach retirements either, which is also good. Which means we're going to get up to this draft with no retirements and all that stuff. So first, before we actually get into the draft, let's take a look at the draft class and see what this draft class is looking like. So I honestly have no idea what it looks like. Let's see. So we're going to be late in the first round-ish. We don't know too much about this draft so far. Looks like a lot of unknown players. Guaranteed medium top 4 defenseman, 3 years out. Another guaranteed one. A gem of one, 3 years out. Yeah, this draft class doesn't look the greatest either. But I'm going to show you guys also our contract situation. But do you guys think there is trades that we should be making? Because all these guys are expiring. A lot of our defensive core. Fairchild's expiring. Bilesma's expiring. Cox, who we've just brought in, is expiring. Geeky is expiring. Lynch is an RFA, so that's fine. Thomas, Shishkinov, Spalling, Rally. Like, there's a lot of guys up for renewal. Schutz is technically almost an NHL defenseman. And then goalie-wise, Donovan is still an RFA, but we could trade away his rights if we wanted to upgrade our defensive core. Or we could sign as somebody else in free agency for that. It's going to be interesting when we get to the re-sign stage. Because I would like to keep Bilesma and Fairchild in a sense, but I don't know. Both of them might ask for a lot of money. Like, Bilesma's trying to get over $7 million at this stage. That's what the type of money you'd pay to like top 4 defensemen now. Let's just get into this draft and see what we could do. If you guys think there's any trades we should be making in terms of this draft, let me know before we actually sim up to my pick. Because that way we could see if we can move up in the draft. Like, there's teams moving, willing to move their pick. Like Vancouver's willing to move a top 10 pick. Bring back Korea and Galiev as your NHL tandem. I didn't realize they were both still under 30. Yeah, Galiev was really young when he made it, and then yeah, Korea we signed to long term pretty early on. So we could trade away Donovan's rights somewhere. Like Vancouver has the 9th overall pick on the block. I'd say your main priorities are retooling the defensive core and getting rid of Donovan for sure. He was an absolute dog shit in the playoffs. Yeah. So the only like early pick that's willing to be dealt is the Canucks at 9. So I don't know if you guys think we should trade for that or not. Based on the draft class quality, we don't know if it's even going to be an elite player at 9. Hans Schotten, that's kind of an interesting name. If there's an elite demon in the top 10, it might be worth trading up. Yeah, I don't know if there is. These guys are probably like top 4, like Lars Axelsson. Like it's probably okay. This guy's kind of intriguing though. This guy's a guaranteed top 4, and he's 2 years out. And he's an OFD or no? He's a two-way defenseman. Perhaps moving into the top 10 with a Vancouver pick, Donovan might have value, and you could also use Valashenko. Yeah, this guy's kind of intriguing, even though he's not supposed to go till 16. Like we could try and trade for like 16 instead. Because I don't really know anything about the rest of these guys. Walton definitely looks like the best option of the bunch of these guys. At least that I could see. Unless some of these other guys are really good. So Loviov's 1 year out for a forward though. He's guaranteed to be 1 year out. So Solovyov also would be a good option. If we decided to move to 9, we could get Solovyov as a center. He's a two-way forward as well, which means he would be a good penalty killer to have probably for the future, with like good offensive instincts and stuff. So we could go for Vyacheslav Solovyov if we are to move up into the top 10. Too bad nobody wants to. No one around 16 wants to trade their picks. I wouldn't take Walton at 9, but he won't be available at 22. Yeah. What do you guys think about Solovyov? Because I think he might be the best option. That's funny. There's a guy named Vincent Marchand, and he's playing literally for the same junior team that Brad Marchand played for, I'm pretty sure. Walton is a good pick. Solovyov is really good looking. Hammerle goes first overall. Yeah, let's try and make a trade with Vancouver. And then drop that two-way forward. Like, even though we technically don't need forwards, it gives us a good forward prospect. And we should be able to easily get this trade done, I would say. So I'll give Donovan's rights. And we'd also probably have to give up... They don't want our first rounder for this year. That's a bit weird. Huh. Does Voloshenko have value? Because it would probably force Voloshenko up out of the lineup. Okay, so we might be able to do like Donovan and Voloshenko straight up for 9. Might be close. If not, we could always do our first round pick instead. He's only slightly taller than Brad Marchand too. That's funny. Yeah, that's kind of weird. It's like it's his son or something. Yeah, let's try Donovan and Voloshenko for 9th overall. If that's like not going to work, then we could obviously move our own pick in the first round. But let's see if this goes through. So Donovan and Voloshenko for 9th overall. That is rejected. Let me take Voloshenko out of this. And let's give in our first rounder at 23rd. Because that should get it done. Because they're getting like literally a starting goaltender and a late first round pick of this year. So let's see if this goes through. And that is rejected. Even though the value is close to fair. Wow. I'm surprised that they're rejecting. Do you have a second round pick? I'd try and hold on to it if you can. Yeah, I don't have a second rounder this year. They won't take a first in Donovan to get 9th overall, so I have to give up more. So I could give up like our 3rd round pick for next year in this deal. Actually, maybe I shouldn't give a 3rd. If it's close to fair, I could honestly just throw in a 7th rounder from this year. Probably. What do you guys think about this? Donovan, a 1st and a 7th. I'm going to try that. Because I know we shouldn't really necessarily give up our 1st, but we're moving up a lot of spots. So let's try this and see if this works. Still rejected. Okay, so we have to give up like a 6th or a 5th. We have 2 6th rounders, so let's give up the later of the 2. The Florida Panthers pick. And of course, DA makes a draft pick, and now I have to go back and make that trade again. I hate when that happens. Why does EA have it set like that? So annoying. Okay, let's try this again. So Donovan. We'll have to make this trade faster if we can. Draft pick 1st rounder, and we will try our 6th rounder from there. Add a 4th. Yeah, I'll add a 4th, but I want to try and skim them as much as I can, so I will try a 5th rounder as well if this doesn't work. Let's try the 6th, and that's accepted. Okay. So there you go, guys. We have managed to move up to the 9th overall pick. We just had to give in a 6th rounder instead of all the way up to a 4th. But now we have the 9th overall pick, which will give us that centerman more than likely, unless the Washington Capitals want to be a douche and take him before us. So, anyways, the top 2 picks in this draft: Hammerlick to Columbus, DeVoe to Tampa Bay. Both of them do not have X factors. No, Hammerlick does. Montreal at number 3 is going to take Morrissey. Dean Morrissey, not David Morrissey. I was thinking of the governor from The Walking Dead, but that's funny. Detroit at number 4 takes Marchand. So there's Brad Marchand's son going over to Detroit. So there you go, Brendan. He's a playmaker apparently, no, not a grinder. But he does have okay physical attributes for a playmaker. Like good body checking and durability. Not the best strength. So he's not fully like Brad Marchand, but still kind of funny about that one. Los Angeles is going to take Robinson, who's a top 6 at number 5. Let's him to our pick at number 9 and see if we get that guy. And yes, we can. Okay, perfect. Look at this, guys. Toronto just took a McCabe. Gordon McCabe going to the Leafs. Something's happened more than once. They used to have Brian McCabe, and now they got Gordon McCabe. And this guy's probably going to get ragged down by Leaf fans for scoring goals on his own net. Gordon McCabe. It's funny. Okay, let's take that guy now, Solovyov. Even though Shotten is still there, which I don't know how good Shotten is, but we're going to take Solovyov here since he's 1 year out. Hopefully he's elite, because that would be nice. Welcome aboard, Solovyov. He is a top 6. 73 overall, so a little bit of a bummer there. 73 top 6, two-way forward. Not necessarily the best pick for 9th overall, but I mean, he will probably be an NHL player soon. Like, we can honestly sign him to his ELC right away, and he can play in the AHL. But still, McCabe in Toronto is funny. I was hoping for a little bit of a better overall, because I feel like that guy could honestly just be a bust randomly, not grow at all. But we'll see what happens. How good was Schotten in Pittsburgh? He was a 78. Maybe we should have went with Schotten, guys. He has no X factors, though. He's a playmaker, and he's a really small guy at 5'9", 166. Huh. So that guy goes to Pittsburgh. He's got all right start stats. Give him, yeah, that's true. Yeah, if we give him some good AHL time, he should do good. He does got good passing, apparently. That might not have been worth what you gave up. Oh yeah, but I don't care as long as we got rid of Donovan, because now we at least could go back to a good goaltending duo instead. Let's sim to our pick at number 87. Maybe we'll find the next Sidney Crosby or something like that, since it's pick 87. Probably not. We're probably end up getting like a medium top 9. This guy's got a weakness in character, so no thank you. Emil Lautner, 4 years out, no weakness. Engaged physically. That's the first time I think I've seen that as a strength. Shot in the net, yeah, pretty much. This guy's apparently a really good physical player. So yeah, he's definitely a guaranteed power forward. So maybe we just go with Lautner, just since he's a power forward. I think we got to go with him, and maybe he'll pick up a lot of goals. What about the D-man at the top? Palapuz? He actually looks okay. We could go with Palapuz. What do you guys think about Palapuz? He's got actually some decent offensive capabilities, like shooting and puck skills. His physical and his defensive play isn't the greatest, though. But he could definitely be like a kind of guy to be like on a power play unit, I think, if he develops well enough. So it's either Palapuz or it'd be probably the Lautner. That's my guess. So what do you guys think, the defenseman or the forward? Because we could probably use more defensemen in the system, but it's up to you guys. Palapuz for the win, says Brendan. What about the rest of you guys? Good leadership ability and can play in AHL right away. Yeah, that's true. Since he is an American. Yeah, I guess we'll go with Angelo Palapuz. That's a cool name, Angelo. Welcome aboard, Angelo. We'll draft you. Offensive defenseman, 60 overall. That's actually pretty solid. Oh, ghosted Hackett, but oh well. We'll see how good Hackett was. So here's Palapuz. He's actually solid around all built in terms of stuff, but yeah, that offensive awareness needs to get higher. 5'11", 183. Should be interesting to see what that guy could do in the AHL if we sign him right away. And Hackett was a 59, so there you go. Ghost, he goes to San Jose. Has decent shooting, but he is a sniper, so it kind of makes sense. And we'll see. Keatley goes to Chicago. No offense, Hawks fan, but no wonder he goes to Chicago when he has his weakness, his character. Sorry I had to say that. Tampa goes. Where's that other guy going? Was there another guy we were looking at potentially? Oh, Lautner. There you go. 59. Power forward going to the New Jersey Devils. Okay, let's sim to our pick at 151 in the 5th round. Yeah, this draft is getting worse and worse. Honestly, I might just auto sim the rest of it. Another player with weakness in character, and he's a Russian player. God damn. Yeah, this is a really bad draft class. Because now we're in the bottom 6. We're in the bottom 6 stages, and yeah, this is not looking good. Should we just auto sim the rest of the draft, guys? As there's medium 7s and medium bottom 6s going now. Like, I don't think there's any low elite steals. Yeah, there's not even a guaranteed low elite. This guy's got no weakness, though, which is kind of intriguing. But, yeah, this draft class is probably one of the worst ones we've seen in this franchise mode. What do you guys think? Just auto-sim the rest? Weakness and character with the last name Yakupov. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that also makes sense, too, because Yak did have a little bit of character issues, as from what I heard. Yeah, we're going to auto-sim this, because this is just one of the worst draft classes I've seen. Yeah, there was bottom sixes going all throughout the 7th round. So we got Solovyov at least, Palapuz, and then afterwards we get Tikkanen, Kolimainen, and they also drafted us a guy with the last name Plekhanov, which a lot of you guys probably won't know this, but I did have a player with the last name Plekhanov back in NHL 19 with the Ottawa Senators, and he was one of my best players of all time. So, okay, so that is that. Let's get to the re-sign stage. We got to re-sign our AHL head coach, I guess, if we can afford him. We'll see if he'll accept that. I think that's too much money, but oh well. And let's get our scouts back. Because we need to have those ones. Wow, that's the first time I've seen that name. Ekaterina. It's a really interesting name. Ola Anderson as well. And let's see, Wesley DeBoer. There you go. Yeah, Plekhanov is a channel legend. Okay, so re-sign stage-wise, this is where we're going to get very important players back. So let's start off with the RFA players. Let's just qualify them all for now, but then we might come back to them and offer some of the contracts already. But I am going to just qualify them all for now. Make it a little bit easier on us. Since we know all these guys are going to be coming back mostly for the AHL, but some of them are NHL players as well. And that's all we have for RFAs. UFAs, let's go to the bottom of this and release the players that we aren't going to sign. Actually, we'll take a look at that a little bit afterwards. But let's start off with the goaltenders, because Korea and Galiev both have their contracts up for renewal. Now that we let go of Donovan, obviously Korea is our #1 guy, and he really does not want a lot of money. Oh yeah, I guess I shouldn't have qualified Voloshenko, but oh well. We can always trade away his rights while we have him qualified, can't we? But yeah, Korea is still really cheap. So how long should we sign Korea for, guys? Should we give him the 2 years, or should we sign him for longer? Because he wants under $2 million, which I think is a steal for an 83. Because that's the type of goaltender you want to win a Stanley Cup with. Because if you have a goaltender that's above 85, you don't really win Stanley Cups. You just lose in the first round, right? So, what do you guys think for Korea? How many years? And then we'll also get to Galiev back, which should be less than $1 million, considering he's been almost on like 2-way contracts the last few years. Yeah, both of them are 28 and 29 only. Galiev actually wants over $1 million as well, but both of them are really cheap goaltenders. 4 to 5 years on Korea. Yeah, because then it'll be at least a movable contract. Like if we go... Ghost is 2 years. Why don't we go like... I feel if we get up to this point, then it's a bit expensive. Let's go 3 years, and let's go 2 million. Yeah, 3 by 2 I think is good. It's not too long term, because that'll take him till he's 31. Just in case he starts to drop off. Yeah, 2 to 3 years I'd say would probably be good, yeah. Yeah, let's do 3 years at 2 million. I think that's a good contract. And then Galiev will also give him a 2-year deal and just give him what he wants. That way we have both of our goalies locked up for the next 2 years. And then defensively, this is where it's going to be interesting. So we'll leave that till the end portion. In terms of our forwards, who do we let go of? Geeky is on the decline because of his age. But he wants like $6 million bucks. I would love to keep him around, but that's a bit expensive. But he is a pretty good player if you keep him on the top 6, but he is going to start to drop off. My goalies are 79 and 80 overall. Draft glory, never had any luck. Yeah, well, sometimes if you get like just the right sweet spot of an overall of a goalie, it seems like they win. So, But what do you guys think about these guys in terms of the forwards? Like Geeky and Shishkinov, both of them have been here long term, but they both want over $6 million, and both of them are dropping off. I have to head out for a bit. I might catch that. And sounds good, Hawks fan. Have a good rest of your day if you don't show back up, but appreciate you stopping by, man. Very movable contracts for both goalies if need be, but do you have any prospects in the system? Oh yes, let's take a look at what we got in the system in terms of goalies. Yeah, in terms of goalies, we have Raffle. We do have Stanton, who we drafted, the high elite goaltender, I guess a few years ago. We'll see if he develops in anything. He's only a 53 at 19 though. There's also Geisberger, who's a fringe starter. So there is some goaltenders in the system, but I don't know how fast they'll develop. Like, we could sign Stanton to an AHL contract already if we want to. Might be the time to cut losses with Geeky. Maybe look for a younger replacement. Yeah, it might be, honestly. Even though, like, I don't want to let him go, we might have to. Just because of the asking price. Like, Geeky and Shishkinov both have been here for a very long time, but both of them want a lot of money. Cox, who we just brought in via trade, is also probably going to drop off, but what is he asking for? Around the same much he was making last season. Weird that high elite hasn't grown more. Yeah, I agree. Maybe he needs a contract and play in the AHL or something. So out of these like forwards, what do you guys think for who we should be bringing back and who we shouldn't be? Spalling wants over $3 million, which is a bit expensive for a fourth liner, but he could also produce. Rallies around the same. A lot of the rest of these guys are like AHL bound, and some of them are unsigned guys, or at the moment. I am going to let go of a couple of these guys already because they don't look like they're going to pan out. Bobic I'll sign since you're 68. That's not bad. Canzanella I'll sign as well for the AHL. I get rid of Shishkinov too just because it's lower all in the demand. Yeah, and then also the fact that he's a bit injury prone since last season he missed a lot of games. He is kind of getting a bit more injury prone as he gets older, it seems like. I'm going to let go of a couple AHL guys just to make room for those guys that I just gave contracts to. There you go. That should be good, that front. So what do you guys think about the rest of those dudes? Like, I would love to keep Geeky and Shishkinov around, but I think they're just going to keep on declining more and more, and we're going to need to find some replacements for them. In terms of Cox and Thomas, we signed Thomas last offseason, and Cox, yeah, I don't really know. Cox is who we traded for, so looks like a slight off-season retool is going to need to happen here, which makes sense given not winning a Stanley Cup lately and coming off a first-round exit. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I could re-sign a lot of these guys. Like, McElhaney doesn't want a lot, so I'm only just going to give him a contract, even though that's a lot for kind of a depth option. Just give him a contract. The defensive ones are going to be probably the most expensive, so I'll let you guys think about what you guys want me to do in terms of those forwards. How about defensively? Who out of these guys do we bring back? Because we don't have a whole lot of cap space, and both these defensemen want over $7 million to top the two guys. And then Roberts wants a lot of money because he had a lot of points this season, or more than he's used to. Armsten's still really cheap as a depth option. Graham wants a lot as well, which is kind of weird. And then we will sign Lowe for the AHL. I will let go of Leslie just to make over a space. But yeah, what should we do in terms of these big guys? Because our defensive core, like Fairchild and Bilesma, are important because they're big overall players, but like, we're not going to be finding much cheaper players out there in free agency for defenders, I don't think. Especially at that specific overall rating. $4 million for 79 overall, no thanks. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so Roberts, I think, is gone. We're going to release Roberts. What do you guys think about the rest of these guys? I think Armsden I'm going to bring back because he's cheap enough, and he can play on the top six if we want to. But Bilesma, Fairchild, and Graham. Graham's probably too expensive, I'd say. Like, if we go to 1 year, he only wants just under $2 million, but for 77. I mean, he was a plus 12 this year, which is pretty solid, but he's more of a DFD. Hasn't played a lot in the NHL. I don't think he's really worth that much amount of money. And then Bylsma and Fairchild, I probably will have to give them those contracts if we want to keep them around. This is a tough re-sign phase. Holy, I'd let Roberts go. Maybe sign back both the defensemen, asking $7 million, and then flip one of them for cheaper young guys. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Fairchild's been a really good DFD for us for the most part since his time here. Like over the last 5 years, he's been a really good plus minus. So maybe he'll have enough cap space to make a splash for big name defensemen. Yeah, it's true. We could take a look at who's pending in terms of free agents. But let's come back to this point with the forwards. Who out of these guys do you guys think we should be letting go of? Do you guys think Shishkinov for sure is gone? I just want a confirmation from a couple of you guys at the same time just to say if Shishkinov is gone. His production's gone down. He's dropping off quite a bit. He's had a good career, but I think he's probably gone. If I'm being honest. He was our best player in the playoffs this year almost. Which is kind of weird. What do you guys think? Shishkinov gone? Just to save us some cap space because he's wanting like $6 million. Because I think he and Geeky both might have to be gone because of that. Shishkinov doesn't want to resign, let him go. Oh yeah, he doesn't want to even resign either. What do you think, Saturn? And Ghost, if you're still here as well. Blast off Shishkinov, okay. So Marcus Shishkinov, best of luck in free agency, man. You have missed a lot of games over the last 2 seasons, but one of the best players probably on this roster in the last, like... He was an undrafted player, wasn't he? Yeah. Yeah, he was undrafted, and he had, like, 86 points in 1 season. So, very solid player, but he is gone. So, best of luck, Shishkinov, in free agency. Okay. What do you guys think about Cox and Thomas? Do you guys think those guys stay? The guys that we brought in via free agency and trading wise. Should we bring any of them back? They're both in their 30s. Or do we try and find younger options out there? Because they're decent players like Thomas. 16 goals this year, 27 points. Didn't really do anything in the playoffs. And then Cox was really good when we brought him in from Detroit. But didn't really do anything in the playoffs either. So, what do you guys think about those two? Because we'll make joint decisions on all these players. Cox is worth bringing back if he's cheaper for 1 year. I'd resign Cox for 1 year since he wants to come back. Okay. So since that's at least 2 of the 3 of you guys. Keep for trade bait. Yeah, we'll do Cox on... he was good in the stretch run for you and just not great in the playoffs. Yeah, that's true. Let's do 1 year for him. And what about Thomas? Since you guys wanted to bring Cox back, do you guys want me to bring back Thomas? Because Ghost said keep them for trade bait. Like, we could keep Thomas for trade bait, but I don't really know if he's going to fetch as much since he was a former 6th round pick, so he's not really that highly regarded of a player. I think he actually had some pretty solid seasons before. Thomas doesn't want to come back. I just let him go. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, he's not really much of a huge point producer. I'm 50-50 on Thomas because he doesn't want to re-sign. Then let's skip on Thomas for now. What about Spalling and Raleigh? Spalling has been here for the last number of years. We drafted him ourselves as well. He had just a career season. And yeah, he's a decent bottom 6 option. I'll give him that. Had a really good playoffs 1 year as well with 12 points, so. And you have a good amount of money, so I might as well bring back Geeky for another year instead. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think Thomas is gone. For now, I'm going to let him go, but we could always bring him back. What do you guys think, though, about Spalling and Raleigh? And then we'll get to Geeky, because Geeky's kind of a channel legend in a sense. He's kind of an underrated player in a sense with this team, so it's kind of hard to make a decision with him right away. Keep Spalling for the bottom 6, okay. So we'll give him 1 year, and we'll give him like 3.2. See if he'll accept that. What about Raleigh? Because Raleigh had 37 points with us this season, was a +1. Was point per game in the playoffs, which is pretty good. So at least he does show up in terms of that. He does have good offensive awareness, good defensive awareness as well. Raleigh had a decent playoffs, bring him back for a year. Yeah, 1 year should be okay. Both of them are a little bit expensive, but should be decent enough, I'd say. Yeah, there you go. 1 year for both those guys. And what about Geeky? This is the most crucial one. He wants 1 year at 6.15. Oh yeah, he did try to rally the troops. That's right. So what about Geeky, guys? Do we keep Geeky around for probably the last year of his career? Or do we let him walk and find a new team in free agency? Because he wants a lot of money, but he does produce when he's with like the top guys. Like he's had 3 straight 70-point seasons, or 4 straight, I should say. And yeah, almost at 900 points in his career. He's played all over 1,200 games with us. Give it a few more days and see how much money you have left for Geeky. Yeah, it's true. I just, it's hard to part with someone like Geeky because he's been with us for so long. But it could. And then defensively, we still got to look about Fairchild and Bilesma. I think I'm going to let go of Graham as well just for now, that defenseman, just because he wanted a decent amount of money. But yeah, Fairchild and Bilesma. And we also have all our RFAs that we gave contracts to. Lynch is one of them, same with Voloshenko. Or is this the last day? No, this is still the first day. Yeah, we haven't even advanced a day yet. He had a decent playoffs aside from the -5. Yeah, what was his point production in the playoffs? Because I didn't see. Oh, yeah, 5 points in 6 games. Let's advance a day and see if we get all the guys that we already offered contracts to. Just because we have 3 guys that are big guys that are still holding out, so. Could you get Geeky back at under 6 million? I could try. I'll try that after we advance a day and see if we get the guys we already offered contracts to. So let's advance. And we can't get back our HL head coach, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Let's see if we got any of those guys back. So Armsden, Spalling, Galiev is back. Some of those ELC guys are in. Cox is re-signed. Raleigh's rejected. Korea's rejected as well. McElhaney is going to reject as well. So Raleigh rejected. That's not great. Geeky wants to come back, so maybe he's willing to sign for a little less. Yeah, that's true. But Raleigh rejected, and same with McElhaney, huh? Because that means McElhaney thinks he's worth like $2 million. So I don't know if that's a lot for a depth forward. I mean, he's a solid depth option. 18 points in his 44 games in the NHL. But he doesn't really play much. So. Raleigh. Yeah, if Raleigh's rejecting that, he's going to try and want like $4 million almost, my guess. And who was the other ones that rejected? Armsden rejected, so we could give Armsden a little bit more than 875. I'm fine with that. Because he's at least cheap. And then Korea rejecting is kind of not great. But we will try and talk him up a little bit. Do 3 years. Let's give him 2.1. Or let's go 2.2 instead. Let's do that. See if he'll accept that. So these are the big guys that we still have left to sign. Fairchild, Bilesma, and Geeky. And then Raleigh as well, if you guys want me to still bring back Raleigh. And then McElhaney, I don't really know. We could probably afford him. Yeah, we could probably afford him if we want to give him $2 million. McElhaney is mad because he didn't play much, but it's weird because it says that he wants an extension. Yeah. Yeah, his morale is kind of down because of ice time, mostly. But he still wants an extension, so. What do you guys think? We should bring back McElhaney as a depth forward still, or should we just let him walk? Because we could probably find another depth forward in replacement for him. Maybe one that won't complain as much. Because we could always bring him back. And then we'll still try and bring back Raleigh and such like that, because even though it's a little bit expensive, let's give him 3.6 for 1 year, so he'll accept that. And then it comes down to the big three and McElhaney. Do you guys think we should let him go? Probably cheaper options in free agency than McElhaney. Yeah, I agree. Like, they're not going to be as young, but you may be able to get McElhaney back in free agency if you really wanted. Otherwise, you could probably find a similar overall for less money. Yeah, that's true. Let's let McElhaney walk for now, since he's not an important option. And now we got to get into these big three. So let's advance a day again, see if we get Raleigh, Armsden, and Korea back. And then we'll see how much money we have exactly left for those three. Raleigh's still rejected, and Korea has accepted. So Raleigh does not want 1 year at 3.6, which makes me feel like he wants $4 million. Is Raleigh worth $4 million to you guys? Because that would drop us down to $37 million, and then we would still have to get back Fairchild, Bilesma, Geeky, and then also sign free agents. Because these two are combined for $14 million around, at least, and then Geeky would make it around $20 million. So we might have still like $17 million going into the free agency with all our RFAs and all that. So, do you guys think Raleigh is worth like $4 million offer? I don't know about $4 million for Raleigh. Yeah, I don't know if he's worth $4 million either. 37 points is not bad, but yeah. I think I'm gonna let Raleigh walk for now. See if he drops his asking price, but it's more because we need to get Geeky, Bilesman, and Fairchild back, like their priority, I'd say, over Raleigh. So let's let Raleigh walk, which is a little bit weird. And let's get Geeky back, maybe for 1 year. You guys said just under $6 million, so we'll see if we can get him for like 5.9. See if he'll accept that. And then what do you guys think is fair offers for Fairchild and for Bilesma? Because Bilesma wants a 6-year deal, which is a bit long term. It would take him till he's 33. Or we could go 1 year, but he wants 6 years, so he definitely wants the term, it seems like. And then Fairchild wants how many years? 3 years, because he's already 31. So what do you guys think about these two? What should we offer them in terms of term and money? Because they're getting over $7 million regardless. It's just about how long, really. Because these guys are kind of crucial for our defensive core. And then we'll have to find ourselves a big name defenseman in free agency if we can. If we have the money to afford it. Because we want to make sure this defensive core is a lot better than last season. Especially playoff-wise. I think Bilesma would be the more important one. Give the older guy less term. 5.9 is exactly what I've offered to Geeky. I'd say Bilesma is worth it for that price and term. Yeah, true. Okay, now let's give Bilesma what he wants. And he should accept that. And then we'll give Fairchild. See if he'll take a 1 to 2 year deal. Yeah, we'll try and give him a 2 year deal. And we'll give him a little bit more than he wants. Just, yeah, a little bit more than he wants. 7.2 for 2 years. For the two of those guys. And then that will eat up a lot of our cap space. But then Lynch will have to get re-signed. Voloshenko, I don't think we'll want a lot. Or we could trade away his rights still this offseason. And then there's all these other RFAs still. So let's advance today, see if we get all these important guys back. Bilesma has accepted exactly what we offered him, which is great. Same with Fairchild and same with Geeky. Wow, okay, that was a lot easier than I expected from those guys. So we got $24.69 million in cap space. And Lynch is probably not going to cost a lot when he gets down there in price, which is good. Same with Voloshenko. So we should have a lot of free, money for free agency, hypothetically, which is good. Do we have a lot of contract room? I don't know about that. Let me go to the RFAs here. All the ones that want two-way deals, I'm already going to offer contracts to, just to get them out of the way. Just because it'll make it a little bit easier for me to figure out how much contracts I actually have on this roster. Yeah, very fair deals indeed. It's good that we got those guys back. Glad that they all accepted. And I'm going to just give all these AHL RFAs contracts just because that way we get them out of the way. And we know exactly how much players we could sign free agency wise. Let's advance today. We should be able to get all those guys in. Perfect. Okay, so 24.25 million in cap space. With 2 RFAs, we got 34 contracts, so we got a lot of contract room as well, which is good. Let's go to our unsigned guys. Is there any players from our unsigned batch that you guys want me to sign? Do you want me to sign Solovyov to his ELC already, so he can play in the AHL? We also got Julian Blum, who we drafted in the 2nd round last year, who looks like he could be a decent player, but he's 63 only right now. Is there anybody that you want me to sign to their ELC for the AHL? Solovyov's probably the most notable one there, considering it was our 1st rounder, 9th overall. If you want to throw him into the AHL right away, because we could try and give him like top line time and power play time or penalty kill time, whatever. Get Solovyov that AHL ice time. Solovyov in the AHL now. Yep. Okay, let's get AHL contract for Solovyov. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, if we put him next to somebody that could shoot the puck, he should do decently. Don't sign Blum now. Yeah, I won't sign Blum. We'll wait another year, and if he's like above 70, then that should be good. Yeah, the only guys I usually sign right away are like guys that are like NHL ready, obviously, and then if they get I usually wait till like players are 70 plus overall before I sign him to an ELC. So yeah, wait a year on Palapuz, and then goaltending wise, do you guys think it's worth it to sign the high elite goaltender already for the AHL? Like, he's not developing that well while he's unsigned. And also, we don't really have an AHL backup goaltender. So do we sign the high elite goaltender already? Just to give him a backup opportunity and see if that helps him get some development fast. Because he needs that development, I think. So maybe a year in the AHL would do good for him, even though he's a low overall. Because I think... I don't know if he'll do necessarily great down there. Sign the high elite. Wait a year on Stanton too. His overall is really low. Yeah, but also, like, if we wait a year, he might not develop even that much. Like, I feel like he's almost at that make or break point. Because if he's 20 years old and he's still like a 55, then I don't think he's going to make the NHL. But if he gets to play right now in the AHL, I feel like he could jump up to like a 60 something and then maybe be reasonable to make the NHL by the time he's like 24 or 23. Maybe dangle the goaltender prospect as a trade chip. He doesn't look like he's going to develop. I don't know. I mean, he was a former 3rd rounder, so you would think he would grow. Might as well give him the time in the AHL at least to try and get him to develop. Yeah. Yeah, let's sign him and see what happens. See if he gets some development that way, getting to play in the AHL. Even though Geisberger is technically the better of the 2 goalies overall-wise, we'll see what Stanton could do in the AHL level as a very low overall goaltender. He's going to have a good team in front of him too, so that might actually help him in terms of his stats. Like, maybe he'll get some good stat growth that way. Okay, so let's get those guys out of the way. There you go. And what do we have in terms of our rosters for the season? And then we'll get to free agency. Like, what do we have already? So, center-wise... Wait, my Stefan Robida developed really fast and was only a medium starter potential. That's interesting. Sometimes I find it doesn't really matter about potential. Some goalies just shoot out of the cannon really quickly, which is interesting. So, in terms of our centers, I definitely think we could use a centerman if we wanted to. I'm going to just write that down on a piece of paper in case. But Geeky is not really a top-line center anymore, I would say. Armsden's also kind of dropping off, which is kind of questionable. He is signed for 1 more season. Spalling's more of like a bottom sixer. Appleby's a depth guy. And look who we have on the cusp of the NHL. Laurent Devereaux. This guy was a 1st-round pick a couple years ago. He honestly may make the NHL team this season, to be honest. So we might get him in on some games this season because he should do decently. But our center depth is looking a little bit barren, in my opinion. Left wing wise, we got Agostino, we got Cox. Right wing wise, we got Mishkov, Kagorodov, Yoshimura, Lynch. So we got 4 good right wingers. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, our bottom 6 is going to be a little bit weak, so we probably need to sign a couple like bottom 6 forwards at least. Yeah, Devereaux could honestly replace McElhinney, yeah, but with that low lead potential, I hope I would be able to play him in the lineup. So we definitely need like at least 2 to 3 bottom 6 forwards / depth forwards for this roster, I'd say. And then defensively, we got our top 3 for sure. Burkov is definitely going to be playing. Ferenc, who's that enforcer we drafted a few years ago, if you guys remember him. He's almost NHL ready, which is really interesting considering he's only a top 6 defenseman. He had 90 PIMs in the AHL last year. Interesting. So he might get a chance to play in the NHL in the next few years. So Armsden would probably be a depth defenseman, which means we could still look at upgrading our defensive core at least. So we could use maybe another 2 defensemen. And then goaltending wise, our goaltending situation is good. So I think we need a couple defensemen, a couple forwards pretty much, and that's probably all we need. Let's see what's available in free agency this year. See if there's anything that's going to make us a good team. Because we want to be a better defensive team. Get Ferenc some time in the preseason. We'll see what he does. Yeah, I could do that. We could let him play a couple preseason games. Why not? You could probably get a depth forward instead of a bottom 6 / top 9 for under $1 million in free agency. Yeah, and we just got to find some guys with some good shooting categories and whatnot and slot them in. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. We have the money for this, but I don't think we need this. This would just be overkill because John Desjardins, that San Jose Sharks player that's had all these 100-point seasons, he's over 100, like over point per game by 130 points almost. He's a free agent this year. San Jose could not re-sign him. Wow. This guy's won a couple Art Rosses and whatnot. He's got 863 points in 738 games, 78 points in 58 playoff games. 45 of them are goals. All in Desjardins, we got to win the cup. Oh, yeah, I wish. He only had 2 points in 4 playoff games last year, after having 28 before, 34 another year. This guy is a crazy player. Like, I know we need defense, but man, that guy would be insane. 3 teams are interested in him. Like, imagine him playing with Michkov and Agostino. Like, I know he's a sniper, so he'd probably take away a lot of goals from Michkov. Desjardins would be amazing, but you'd probably have to offer like 18 to 19 million. It says he wants 16.4 though. So I don't know how much I would have to offer them to get him. Like, who is interested in Montreal, Edmonton, and Detroit? It's an interesting combination. Of course, Montreal's there because French-Canadian guys. There is some really good players in this free agent pool. Phaneuf as well. Let's just go UFAs so we're not looking at RFAs. Phaneuf's also a really good player, but I'm not signing a guy for that. Especially when Desjardins there. Hartnell, the D-man, looks nice, but wholly expensive. Oh yeah, Hartnell was the guy that we were looking at potentially. Then I saw him in the trading thing before. Yeah, there's a lot of the drop-off after Desjardins, but we're gonna be able to find some bottom 6 players for sure, but see how Colborne fits because there's no other teams interested in. Let's see, Colborne. He does not fit the team at all. No, Colborne does not fit the team at all. That sucks. But yeah, he's also kind of expensive. I think he only wants a lot of money because he was just playing... Oh, and actually not in Calgary. I thought he was in Calgary. Maybe I'm just thinking of Joe Colborne, the former NHL player. Huh. So, I don't know if you guys think we should just go for a big fish like Desjardins randomly. Or if we should just randomly, or just sign some cheap options for our bottom 6. Because I feel like Desjardins would make our team really good, obviously. But then you got to think, if Michkov doesn't retire in the next few years, he's probably gone. Agostino's contract's up somewhat soon as well, I think. Or both of them will be retiring soon, so at least we'll have money that way, but... It's food for thought. There is some cheap bottom 6 options out there like Krstanovich, former 7th rounder that does fit into our top 6 apparently. He's an 81, only wants 2.275. Yeah, I do need defensive help first. Let's look at defenseman first. So Hartman wants $10 million. He's a right-handed defenseman, DFD. And then there's also Hartnell, who wants a lot of money, as was mentioned before. He doesn't really put up a lot of points, but he probably would pick up a lot of points with us since we are more of an offensive team than the Canucks. There's also Beta, but he wants a lot. McEachern. Yeah, there's some defensemen out there if we want to upgrade our defensive core for sure, but which guys do we want to bring in? A lot of these guys are kind of expensive. Like, we should probably bring in at least one of these guys, I'd say, that are 81 plus. Because we already have, Bilesma, Sasaki, and Fairchild that are 83 plus. So we just need technically one more top 4 defenseman. And then we should be probably good. Maybe find one more depth defenseman as well. Oh, Wes Millman is there. The guy that was a plus 71 last year is a free agent. Should we bring in him? Wes Millman actually might be intriguing. Just because of that plus minus from last year. Like, watch, he'll be a minus 32 with us or something. Beta is cheaper than Hartnell, a year younger, and has more room to get better. It's true. Let's see, McEachern might be decent. Yeah, we'll look at McEachern in a second. Here's Beta's stat line. Picks up around 30 points a season. Has nothing in 4 playoff games before this. There's his individual attributes. Pretty good offensive awareness passing, too. So he actually could be a good player to put on the power play, potentially. He also does fit all of our pairings. So Beta might be intriguing for sure. McEachern, a little bit more defensively minded, or actually he didn't play a lot of games this season, but he also picks up almost 40 points a season, so that's pretty good. So solid offensive numbers for McEachern. And there's his attributes. Not as good offensive awareness-wise and passing-wise. And we don't know if he fits any of our system. So that's a bit interesting. Millman is too old. Yeah, that's true. He's 33. So who do you guys think we should bring in, Beta or McEachern on the defensive core? Because I feel like Hartman and Hartnell are too much. I'd sign Beta. He looks like he's going to fit into that top 4 seamlessly. Yeah, I agree with that in a sense because of the fact that he also does fit the coach's system. So yeah, Austin Beta might be the boy to bring in. He's only 25 as well, so Beta has better overalls. Definitely sign him, yeah. What should we give him, guys? How many years and how much term? Because there's also 3 other teams in on him. That's Anaheim, who didn't make the playoffs last year. Pittsburgh, who I don't know if they did. And Buffalo. And I'm not sure if they did as well. So I don't know if our contending status is going to come into this. But how much term should we give him and how much money? Because if we lose out on him, then we're probably not going to get ourselves a top defender. So we got to play our money carefully here. And then we probably don't need to sign a big name free agent in terms of forwards. So we could probably, be a little bit spend worthy here on defense. See what he wants for 4 to 5 years. So 5 years he wants 9.475. 4 years he wants 9 million on the dot. So if we're going up to like 5 million, we're probably giving him like a lot more. 4 years we're probably giving him like 9.3 at least or something. 4 by 925. That would probably get it done. What do you think about that one, Brendan, too? 4 by 925. Lock up ourselves the top 4 defensemen for a few years. Might be worth it for sure. Sucks that he's not a right-handed defenseman because I don't have a lot of those, but because I think Fairchild's one of our only right-handed defenders. But we probably should just give Beta this, to be honest, because it should be able to lock him up a decent amount. Since Anaheim, Pittsburgh, and Buffalo are also trying to get him, hopefully we can get him. Go for a 4.925 or slightly bit more to ensure he signs. Let's give it up to 9.3 just to play a little bit safe here. Let's give him that. So there you go. There's a contract sent to Beta, 4 years by 9.3, which would drop us down all the way to like What is it? 13 million in cap space, or not 13 million? My math is off. 15 million. Yeah, 15 million. Okay. So now that that defender is signed, or hopefully signed, I think we could still use a depth defenseman. So let's just go and see if we can find somebody cheap for the depth defenders. Somebody that wants like $1 million or less. Like, should we just sign Glebov as a depth defenseman because he wants a very cheap contract? He has 86 defensive awareness. He was a free agent last year. I don't know if he signed anywhere over the last year. No, he hasn't played in 3 years. So this guy might be a little bit rusty, but do you guys think I should just sign him as a depth defenseman? Just to give us a little bit more depth on the back end. Because him or Armsden could play depth. And being a right-handed defenseman, that's actually pretty good because we don't have a whole lot of those, like I said. Like, he would be our replacement for Graham, I guess. He's a little bit older than Graham, but he's cheaper. So I think we could probably sign Glebov. And then we'd have to look for some forwards for the bottom six that are cheap. But, like, we could advance a few days in first and see if there's anybody out there then. Glebov, a cheap deal. Okay. Yeah, let's give him a... I don't know if I should give him a multi-year deal. No, let's give him a 1-year deal just because of his age. And, yeah, we should be able to even talk him down in price since he hasn't played in a few years. At least I'm hoping. So there you go. There's Glebov. And let's go to forwards for this bottom six. So what do you guys think we should sign for the bottom six? Like, we need to find some cheap options here. Like, let's see. Ling, for example. This guy's 28. He only wants 1.1. Rudy Ling. He's a playmaker that's got good passing. This guy actually might be decent. Has he played in a few years? He has not played in 2 years. What do you guys think about this 28-year-old? Randomly just bringing Ling. We don't know if he matches their system, but he's a really cheap kind of bottom six option. Like, for an 80 overall to give him 1.1, I think that's not a bad offer. And there's also Kane, who wants 1.4. Tyson Kane. He's only 26. Bring back Quinton Byfield. Oh, Quinton Byfield's still playing? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, he was an interesting player when he was with us. What do you guys think, though? Ling... because, well, Byfield wants 2.5, and that's a bit expensive. But he would be a replacement for Raleigh. Did just come off a good season, but he is 37 years of age. So I don't think he's really worth it. I don't know. So we could bring back Ling. We could bring in Kane. Kane looks good. Like, he has good physical attributes. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, really good physical attributes, actually. Yeah, let's give Kane a contract as one of our bottom six options, potentially. And what about Ling? What do you guys think about Ling, or should we keep on looking down here? Because we should probably find, like, a centerman. Like, Palapuz. 25 UFA. 2.2 million, though. Good goal scorer, looks like it. This guy had 62 points a few years ago. On the power play of the unit as well. Huh. How much is he wanting? 2.275. This guy's kind of intriguing. If he does good on the power play, he's got good face-off numbers. This guy would be good to sign up and then probably play on our second line power play. Behind the, like, Armsden or something. Like, it's a little bit more expensive, but I mean, to score 36 goals and then he also played power play time. Didn't really do much in the playoffs, but still, it seems like an underrated player. Palapuz seems like a good spark plug on the power play. Yeah, I agree. He could help out that second unit. And I mean, it's relatively cheap. And he's only 25, so he could still grow like a tiny little bit more. I mean, some of that growth might be statistical based, but what do you guys think? How many years for Palapuz? Because I think we definitely should sign him. It's the same no matter how much years we go for 2 years. If we go 7 years, he wants 2.4, which is kind of funny. Bring him in. So we could honestly give him a 7-year deal if we really wanted to, but I don't want to do a 7 by 2.4. That would just be the weirdest contract ever. That'd be like a Colton Sissons contract. How much term do we give him? 2 years? Because I feel like if he has a really good season, he's going to jump up in overall a lot, and then he's going to want a lot of money in terms of next offseason, and we'll probably end up losing him. So it's probably good to give him multiple years, my guess. But I just don't know how much term we should give him. Because like 2 to 3 years, like we could honestly give this guy a multi-year deal. But we'd hope that he kind of fits with our system well, which I don't know if he does. The 7-year deal is pretty funny, but that's some cool assistant shit like you said. Yeah. It'd be kind of a weird thing to give him like a 7-year deal at less than like $3 million. 3 to 4 years. Yeah, let's give him a 4-year deal. I trust that this guy's gonna fit well. 4 years at 2.35 like he wants. We should be able to get him in. And that would give us 2 more forwards. So let me take a look at what we got and what we gave contracts to. So we gave contracts to 2 forwards. We already had a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And there's still these guys that are RFAs. So we might be good in terms of forwards. We might need to find 1 depth forward. Or maybe 2 depth forwards, actually. Yeah, let's sign 2 depth forwards as well. Because those 2 guys that we just gave contracts to are probably roster players. Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't want that much either. So let's assign ourselves some 2 depth forwards, like 1 depth center, 1 depth winger that have good statistics. And yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Michkov wants another extension. That's interesting. Yeah, we'll probably give him it as soon as possible, but I hope that he doesn't randomly just retire. What do we want for depth, guys? 875k, but you're 33. No, thank you. McElhaney's still all the way down here. Mature to find players with roles as depth forwards. Yeah, instead of 4th liners so they don't complain. Frank's 27. Stanley Frank. Yeah, he might be okay. How good is his face-off numbers? He had 47 points one season. That's actually pretty good. Not great face-off numbers. Not great face-offs numbers either. Or ratings. 875k for Santuvari. Not good face-off numbers either. But how is his stats? He's never played in the NHL. But this guy's a 78. So this guy got drafted and didn't play in the entire NHL yet. Or AHL. Do we take a chance on this random guy that's never played an NHL game? I don't know. It seems kind of intriguing. Like, he played with the Pelicans, but he never got the chance to play even in Stockton. Or wherever Calgary's AHL team is. Abbotsford now, I guess, but Stockton before then. What do you guys think about Santuvari? He's definitely the cheapest option out there for depth forwards. Wants 875k. Probably a 2-way contract as well. He's 33 and hasn't made his debut yet. Yeah, he wants a 2-way contract. So I think we should just give it to him, and then if not, he could play in the AHL. And then help out the younger guys down there. So yeah, let's give a chance with Santuvari. He's going to make his NHL debut potentially at 33 years old, which is kind of funny. So pretty old rookie, but we'll see what happens. And then we will sign ourselves a depth winger. See if there's any good depth wingers out there that could maybe do something for us that are cheap. There is Sexsmith, who is 31. Had good numbers in the AHL last season. Yeah, this guy's a really good AHL player. Pretty solid AHL player, at least. Daniel Sexsmith. Another guy that has not played in the NHL, and he's 31. Let's give a chance to these old guys and see if they'll come through. This guy's got okay shooting as well. And this guy wants 875k, the same type of contract, and a 2-way deal. Let's give it to them. 2-way contracts, sign me up any day. Sign me up any day. So that should be good, right, guys? Because we got 2 depth forwards potentially signed. We got 2 roster forwards, and we also offered contracts to 1 defenseman only, right? And that was Beta. Wait, let's go to approached. Oh, and Glebov. Yeah, that's right. So now we've approached in a total of 6 players. Is there anything else we should approach other than these guys? Because we got our 2 depth forwards, we got our 2 roster forwards, we got a depth defenseman potentially, and hopefully we got ourselves a top 4 defenseman. Because I don't think we really need much else. That will definitely help us out in terms of making us a little bit better of a team. Good shot and decent skating. Yeah, that's true. We'll see what Sexsmith could do if he signs, which he more than likely will. But yeah, I don't think we really need to sign much else. Those are all pretty cheap contracts except for Beta, but hopefully Beta fits well with our top 4, which he probably should. Yeah, I think we'll probably yeah, I think that's probably all we'll sign. And we just got to hope that Beta accepts. Because if he does not accept, then we're going to have to try and find ourselves a top 4 defenseman, probably via trade or something instead. But hopefully he accepts that, because that's a pretty nice offer. Trying to get him in for 4 years. So let's see what happens in these 5 days of free agency. See if we get Beta in, and hopefully our defensive core is a lot better than it was last year. Let's see what happens. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Come on, please, Beta. 4 days. Santuvari has accepted. Not a surprise. Glebov is rejected, so I got to give him a little bit more. Sexsmith has accepted. Kane is accepted. Palapuz is accepted, which means Beta is waiting a little bit extra, which is kind of scary. He's taking his time. Let me go back and get Glebov. Oh, there's 5 teams in on Beta now. That's kind of scary. Let's get Glebov, though. Actually, let's sort by his overall. I'm surprised Glebov rejected. Maybe I just gave him too little. Oh, there he is. Yeah, let's give him a little bit more for 1 year. Let's give him 1.2. Be a nice, generous donor there. But 5 years. Or not 5 years. 5 teams interested in him now. Who's the 5th team that just randomly came in? I can't even check. Oh, I'm kind of scared that he might end up getting picked up by whoever that just jumped into the race for him. Like, it sucks that I can't just like take out my offer and send him a new offer or whatever. Because if we lose on Beta, I am not going to like that at all. Let's see if Beta accepts. Advance a date. And he accepts. Let's go. Beta has accepted. That's huge. That is huge. Austin Beta, welcome to Arizona. And now I think our team is pretty much set in stone. We just got to wait on those RFAs, obviously. But Beta has accepted. And look at that defensive core. It looks much better. Because now we're running Beta, Fairchild, Biles, Masaki, Burkov, Armsden. And in the system, Ferentz is down there. It looks much better. We could probably use a depth defenseman. Actually, no, Glebov. Wait. Oh, yeah, we have to wait on Glebov still. Once Glebov accepts him, we'll have another depth defenseman. But we got Beta. Our forward core is definitely looking a lot better, too. I think we don't really need to make any more free agent signings. Just got to wait on Glebov to accept. Hopefully this Austin can also lead you to a cup. Yeah, hopefully. Oh, yeah, because Austin Matthews. I forgot I had Austin Matthews in the series at one point. There you go. Glebov accepts. So there's our depth defenseman. And then we'll have to wait a little bit and get those RFAs back on cheap deals. We could still trade away Voloshenko if you guys want me to, but he could honestly be a depth option for this team if we really want to. Let's see. Let's go to the end of August and we'll give those contracts to the RFAs. Almost. Oh, Voloshenko already accepts. Okay. Didn't expect him to accept halfway through the RFA status season, but that's good. Lauren Devereaux lost morale because of that signing, though, which is weird. I don't like that. because I wouldn't mind getting Devereaux into the lineup. I tried to hire Austin Matthews as the head coach of my team, but he didn't like the size of my market. Yeah, he probably likes the Detroit market a lot more. Okay, Lynch is accepted, or not accepted yet, so we had to give him his contract. And then our roster is going to be pretty good, I think, this season. We should have some good playoff aspirations upon us. It's just all about how Beta's going to fit on with that defensive core, and hopefully that defensive core could get us a Stanley Cup. Okay, there you go. Lynch is accepted, and our team is ready to go. No, thank you. We're going to edit our lines. Is Voloshenko a locker room cancer? Let me check that out first before we go to edit our lines. Morale. Let's see. Where is Voloshenko? Is he sent down to the AHL? Yeah, they put him in the AHL to start off with. Maybe it's actually good for him to be in the AHL for another year. Yeah, it might be okay to keep him in the AHL, so that way he doesn't complain, because at least he's getting playing time that way. Okay, so NHL-wise, Agostino, top line, Geeky, Michkov. Oh, no. No, guys. Agostino has dropped down to an exact top 6 from his exact elite status. That means he's probably a year or two away from dropping off completely and retiring. That is not good. That is not good. He's a channel legend, and he's our captain. He's only signed for one more season after this as well, but he could be retiring soon. Geeky's also obviously close. He's an exact bottom 6 now. Mishkov is exact elite, so he's dropping off as well. So that entire top line dropping off in potential. I don't like that, really. Don't like that at all. Okay, so second line center Armsden's also dropping off a lot. He's an exact bottom 6 now. What the heck? Why is everybody dropping in potential? Come on, guys. You guys got to show your potential here. Let's go with this maybe. Actually, maybe that instead. Okay, so that's going to be our forward lines, I think. Sandovari's depth is okay. Same with Armsden's depth. We need to call up a depth forward. But yeah, our defensive core, Beta, Fairchild, Sasaki, Bilesman, Burkov, Glebov right now. But Glebov, I don't know if I should play Glebov or Armsden. And we'll put Armsden for now, I think, since he's the vet. Yeah, we'll call up one depth forward. But yeah, it really sucks that everybody's dropping off. You can only have one on your team. Agostino or Jaskelin, and who do you choose? You know, that's like choosing between like two of the best players of all time, in a sense. It's like choosing like Gretzky or Lemieux for me. Because those guys holy. So we managed to get Beta, Brendan, and what is it? Yeah, basically a lot of our top guys that are old and whatnot, they're dropping in potentials, so it's kind of bad. Devereaux is listed as a depth forward. I'd like to get him into the NHL if possible, considering he's 22, but I don't know where I could slot him in. Schutz is also listed as a depth defenseman. He's good offensive awareness and stuff. He's almost at his make or break point. Do we try Schutz this year and send like Armsden down to the AHL or something? Because Schutz could be that offensive defenseman we need on the power play. Because I forgot about this guy. I drafted him like in the 5th round. But his offensive stats are going up a lot. He's had some good AHL seasons. Does Beta have better chemistry with Sasaki? I'll check in a bit. This might be the year to go all in and get a big chip at the deadline. Yeah, Devereaux might use another year in the AHL. That's true. Oh yeah, I forgot about this guy too. Davis Clark. We have this offensive defenseman we drafted as well, who was a low leap. We drafted him, I think, the year after we won the Stanley Cup, or not won the Stanley Cup, after we were out in or did we get him in the Stanley Cup? I don't even remember. He's 25th overall anyways. This guy's also an offensive defenseman, but he's not an NHL defender yet. Ferentz is also developing quite well. Let's call up Schutz, and we'll give him an opportunity to play at the NHL level. Who do I send down, though? Glebov or Armsden? I think it's got to be Armsden. maybe. Actually, no, it's got to be probably Glebov because both of them are right-handed. And Glebov is the older one. We did just sign him to a contract, but I think that's what we'll probably do, and we'll put Schutz in instead of Armsden. Just to give our power play a little bit more oomph, potentially, if Schutz actually could fit that. Hopefully he does. Best line's down there in the minors. Oh, yeah, I like that top line. Devereaux being down there in the minors, though, with Solovyov, who we just drafted, and Voloshenko, who's going to get a chance to play at least down there. That looks decent. AHL lines are actually looking pretty stacked. Yeah, that looks actually really good. And Clark is on the first power play too. That's great. Okay, let's put Schutz on instead of Armsden. Let's see how he fits there. That's decent. And you guys were saying Beto Sasaki doesn't work at all, apparently. So we'll probably just run with this. And we'll put Schutz onto the power play because I want to give Schutz a chance instead of Burkov. Yeah, Schutz has all the offensive capabilities to be something decent. Let's try Agostino as our top line power play center instead. And Michkov will run the point. Kagrodov could be down there. Geeky on the second unit. Palapu's there. Armsden as well. Cox is off the power play, I think. And we'll put Schutz on the top unit. Because if we put Schutz onto the top unit, I feel like he'll produce really well. So we'll try that. Awesome Hawks fan, good year back because we are almost getting ready to start up a new season. Our team is looking pretty good because we made some good free agent signings. So hopefully the team could do good this year. Yeah, we could try Lynch and Cox up there. I don't really care too much about that second unit as much. Yeah, this team should do pretty good hypothetically. As long as everything clicks well. Yeah, I don't think there's any other line changes I need to make. Oh, I did need to call up one more depth forward. That's what I was trying to do before I called up Schutz. So we do need to call up an AHL forward. So I'll call up Eddie Appleby, since he is the older vet now in the AHL, and I don't want to be calling up Devereaux. Yeah, Hawks fan, a lot of the big name guys dropped off a lot, so it's kind of concerning. Like, they dropped off in potential. Like, Agostino has dropped down to top 6 potential. Geeky has dropped down to bottom 6 potential. And Michkov has dropped down to exact elite potential. So these 3 guys might end up retiring in the next few seasons. But at least we still have, like, Yoshimura, who's young and whatnot, to kind of take over some of these roles. But it's still kind of concerning. So you guys think there's any changes we should make to this forward core before we start simulating the season? But I think this team should do pretty good. Like, I'm excited to see what Schutz could do on the power play. Because I think with that 91 passing, that 88 offensive awareness, and then putting him with all those guys like Michkov, Agostino, Kagrodov, and stuff like that, I think he's going to produce really well. Like, he could win the Calder this year if he produces well enough. So I think having him in is a little bit of a wild card, but I think it could do really well. This season might be the last dance. Yeah, who knows? Because a lot of these guys might start to drop off and we might not ever be the same team again. Looks like it might be the beginning of the end. Yeah, pretty much. Even though this is only the second season we're doing on the stream, might end up being. Yeah, I think we're ready to start up the season. Let's see what this team could do, and if we need to, we might have to trade away somebody like Geeky in order to upgrade that center core to make it a contending team. We have still 12.835 in cap space, so we do have the cap space to go after like a top line center if we really want to. So before we actually start up with the season simulation now, let's see where Desjardins signed, because I am kind of curious about that. Because Hawks fan, also, since you didn't see free agency, Desjardins, that guy that was in San Jose, that was picking up a lot of points and all that, he became a free agent, and he wanted like $60 million bucks. But we didn't bring him in because we needed to address defense. So John Desjardins signed with the New York Islanders. If Lou Lamoriello is still alive in 2040, he just won the free agency. 7 years, that's $17 million. For Jean Desjardins. That's a pretty good contract, I'd say, for a guy that picks up as much points as he does. Then again, I don't know how good the Islanders forward core is. Sending positive energy and money for the season. Thanks again, Saturn. I appreciate that, and hopefully we get a Stanley Cup win for that as well. But Desjardins a New York Islander, guys. That is an interesting one. How do you guys think he's going to do with the Islanders? Is he going to put up the same numbers as he did when he was in San Jose? Like, let's take a look at what he is working with on the forward core for the Islanders. Like, I don't know how it compares. He's playing with some good players. Raphael Belanger and Malik Jocelyn. That's actually a pretty good top six. Wow. Yeah, Desjardins might end up getting a chance to win some Stanley Cups. Really good center depth on that team. And Sylvain Lambert, who was one of our picks that I traded away, is now playing with the Islanders, and he might end up having a chance to break out this year too. Wow. Yeah, the Islanders team is maybe a cup contender this year just because of that free agent signing right there. Okay, let's get to the preseason and see how we do in the preseason, and then we'll see how this team simulates the season. We'll probably sim right away up to January the 1st and see how we're up at that point. But we should be a playoff team regardless this year unless this team suffers a major disappointment with the free agent acquisitions we made. So let's see how we do in the preseason. But it should be guaranteed that we make the playoffs this year, again, as per usual. At least it's not like Houston where we end up, it's up in the air if we make the playoffs or not. Wasn't Ladipov second pairing 1 year as well? Yeah, I think he was. I think he, like I traded him to the Flyers in order to get, who was it? There was some person that I got from the Flyers a number of years ago. I think he was a part of that trade. We had a terrible preseason. We went 1-3-3. But that means we're going to have a really good season ahead because normally when you have a bad preseason, it means the regular season is going to be a really good one, at least in my opinion. So that's an interesting preseason there. And there we go. Regular season. Our first game of the season is against the Islanders as well. Oh, man. So, of course, he signs with the team we have to play in the first game of the season. So do you guys want me to simulate this game though, like in terms of the real-time simulation thing, just so we can see how Desjardins does against us in his Islanders debut, even though we don't really care about Desjardins, because I'm just kind of curious on that game. It sucks that his first game with the Islanders is literally against us, though. Like, we could just go through the periods as quick as possible in that, but I'm just curious if he'll actually pick up a lot of goals against us. Do a real-time sim in that game. Let's do it. Let's just see how Desjardins does, just because why not? This guy's probably going to be one of the best players in this franchise mode anyways, so we'll see if he could light us up or if we're going to be able to keep him scoreless in his first game. Let's see what happens. First period, 2-1 us. Keeler scores for them. Palapuz scores his first goal with us, and look, it's a power play goal. So it's good we put him on the power play because he scored 30 goals or whatever with Pittsburgh a couple years ago. So that's good to see. And Michkov scores his first of the season. Second period, still 2-1 us. Okay, that's good. We're keeping Desjardins off the score sheet so far. He might have an assist, though. But we are up 2-1. Let's just see what happens in this third period of this first game of the season. Surprised we've managed to keep Desjardins off the goal scoring sheet yet. Can't speak too soon, though. Spalling scores and we're up 3-1. And there's Fritz with a goal for them. It's now 3-2. Final few minutes of the first game of the season, and Connor ties it up for them. Are we literally going to blow this game in the first game of the season? No, we're not. Agostino scores with 47 seconds left, and we win the first game of the season in a close game against maybe a cup contender. So, no points in that game from Desjardins. And let's see, Palapuz's first was from Lynch and Armsden. Michkov got one from Agostino and Beta. Spalling got one from Beta and Cox. And an Agostino from Sexsmith and Geeky. So Beta had a couple of assists in his debut with us, so that's nice to see. Didn't necessarily bring him in for the offense, but he had 2 points and it was a +3 in his debut. So there you go. 3 stars. Agostino, Beta, and Spalling. So no points for Desjardins in his debut, but he's probably going to still pick up 100 and something plus points. So let's sim all the way up to January the 1st. Unless our team just randomly falls off. But let's see how this team does. Voloshenko's been injured in the AHL, of course. Let's just go replace player. Wow, 7-3 against the Canucks in our second game of the season. We're off to a really good start this season, which is a great way to start it off because last year we didn't start off too hot. So I definitely will take that. Let's get those guys in. Perfect. We're scoring a lot of goals here early on in the season. A lot of 5-goal games. Jeez. Our offense is top notch. And now Geeky has been injured with a pulled groin out till November the 16th. That's not great. That means our top line center is out with an injury. But our offense has been really good so far. So can't complain. Sasaki has lacerated his arm. Well, guys, we just upgraded our defense core free agency wise, but now we're without one of our top 4 defenders till February the 11th. He lacerated his arm. I don't know what happened. Maybe he got cut by a skate blade or something, but man, this game likes to screw me over. That's a big loss to the defensive core. Let's just go replace player on that, even though that might screw up with our lines, but we might need to find ourselves another top 4 defenseman if Sasaki's going to go down with a lacerated arm. Let's go replace player. Our offense has still been really good here early on in the season. And Geeky is back. That's good news. Because Santuvari, the 33-year-old, got to play in his NHL debut. He had 3 assists in 5 games. So that's pretty good. And Geeky has dropped down to an 82 now, which is kind of scary. It's not great, but yeah, that's a big blow, that Sasaki injury, but we're still winning games without him, so hopefully we can continue to do that once he returns. That's a rough injury. Watch Glebov go point per game until Sasaki comes back. I think Glebov's in the AHL. Yeah, I think Glebov is in the AHL because we didn't send down Armsden, so maybe we'll change the 2 of them around if Armsden isn't performing or something like that, because we could always call up Glebov at any point. We're doing really well here. We're losing in some games, but when we win games, we're scoring a lot of goals, which I'm really liking. We almost have 20 wins on the season already. Are you kidding me? And now Yoshimura has separated his shoulder, but he's out only till January the 1st, so for a couple weeks. But that is a big loss as well. At least it's not too long term, though. But we're getting slapped with the injury bug here early on. We don't even have injuries set that high up. But we'll just keep on throwing in our depth for now, because we're still winning games without our top guys, so that's always a good thing. Yeah, we're still getting points and winning games, but kind of struggling with all these injuries as well. Yeah, we're kind of struggling a bit here. Yoshimura is back. That's good news. Now, where are you? Yoshimura, there you are. Perfect. And that last game is a win as well. So 24-12-2 at January the 1st. Pretty good. +3 chemistry with Santuvari on that first line is pretty impressive. Yeah, I agree. Maybe it's just because of the player types. Oh, holy crap, guys. Michkov, even though he's 36 and dropping off, he has 36 goals in 38 games. That is kind of crazy. He might be on pace for 80-something goals this season. I don't know if he's going to hit over 70 goals. He has never done that before, but looks like the top line is doing pretty good, all things considered, with all of them being pretty old. And we are in a pretty good spot in terms of the playoffs. We're up 6 points on the Avalanche, who are in the third. We're up 12 points on the wildcard team in the Blues. So there's probably not much we have to actually do to keep this team contending in the playoffs. And the Devils are 34-2. Weren't the Devils really good a few years ago? I remember them being really good a few years ago in this sim, I'm pretty sure. 34-2, that's an insane record. Wow. You just beat the Islanders again. Holy man, Michkov is on the Ovechkin arc. Overall, OVR is just a number. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, the Devils are off to a really good start this year. Same with the Flames. Holy smokes, Michkov, he's actually scored 50 goals in 50 games for me in my franchise mode once. That's crazy. I don't even remember where I got my ratings from for Michkov. I think maybe I just gave him on my own or something like that. Team seems to be persevering through all these injuries. Michkov is going nuts. I think you should look for a dynamic player at the deadline to push you over the top. Sometimes, though, I feel like if you have too good of a roster, though, it almost makes you a worse team in the playoffs. But, I mean, if we are going to upgrade this team at all, it would probably be the center core. Unless we wanted to flip-flop it around. But Geeky's going to continue to drop off. And then he's probably not going to do much in the playoffs. He's got 28 points so far this season, so he's been really good. But we could probably look at another top-line center. And then I don't know who would get scratched out of the bunch of these guys, but we could always upgrade the center core a bit. Hey, what's up, AJ? How are you doing today, man? So, center core definitely could use some work in terms of overalls, but I mean, Geeky's been great. Armsden has only got 1 goal in 38 games, but he's got 23 assists. So Armsden's not scoring. Palapuz has been really good since bringing him 16 goals in 38 games. And Spalling's been pretty solid as well. I was thinking of first line forward if there was one available. Yeah, I'll look and see what there is available. Was out job hunting today and was checking out a hobby shop. They had a Horvat Young Gun PSA 8 for under 150 bucks. I think next weekend I'm gonna go buy it. Nice. Yeah, PSA 8s aren't as desirable as like PSA 9 and 10s, but for under 150 bucks, that's pretty good. And also it adds to your collection with your like Demko stuff, and yeah, that would be pretty cool. And your, I think you had an Elias, if I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it was an Elias you had as well. You had a couple Canucks Young Guns, I know that. How's our defensive core doing plus minus wise? Looking pretty strong. Couple guys that are low plus minus. Schutz isn't really doing as much offense as I was hoping he would, so that's a bit of a bummer. Considering he's getting top line power play time. Goaltending has been not great from Gallia, but good from Korea. That's interesting. Yeah, I see ungraded for 150, so I gotta go for it, I think. Yeah, for sure, AJ. So what do you guys think we should do? Probably look at the center, see if there's any centers out there that are elite to bring in. Like, technically, if Desjardins was on the block, I'd definitely go all out over him, but I don't know. Let's see whether he's on the block, see if there's anything that could help us out in terms of offense a bit, even though we are doing really good. Just to see if there's anything that could push us over the top, like Brendan was saying. Okay, all those guys are signed for way too much. No, thank you. Nothing there really in Boston. There's got to be a centerman available. Shishkinov, 2 years. And he's a grinder, though. It's not our former Shishkinov. This guy's got 35 points in 36 games. Really good defensive player. But signed for 2 years. I don't know. I don't know about that. Still a good top line center, though, at least. If I'm seeing one on eBay ungraded for 150 with no case, PSA 8 for the same price as a deal. Yeah, for sure. If I didn't realize they were going that high. Like, I remember back in like 2015, I think it was. Yeah, 2015, Horvat Young Guns were going for $25 each. Like, they weren't worth a lot way back in the day. Like, there was a time when I could have chose between a Horvat Young Gun and a Draisaitl Young Gun. I chose a Horvat Young Gun, and I didn't keep on to it. And I got a Horvat Young Gun, and I could have had a Draisaitl Young Gun, and Draisaitl Young Guns obviously are worth a lot more than $150. They're worth like hundreds of dollars, so kind of sucks that I didn't get that Draisaitl. That guy in Chicago might be interesting. We'll have to sacrifice some cap to get him, though. Yeah, that's the only thing. 2 years left, though, as well as kind of eh. There's also Schusterm on 1 year left. He's 7.495, but this guy is not great. Dembski, no. Like, none of those guys aren't top line centers. Like, we want to find a good top line center if we're going to bring one in. Otherwise, it's not going to be a huge upgrade. I'd say keep on looking for an out, but Shishkinov is a good backup option if you need cap filler. Yeah, that's true. Let's see, is there anybody that could be a good top line center? Somebody that's like 84, 85, somewhere around that. The Islanders are offloading players, which is kind of weird. But they have these guys signed to big contracts, which is kind of weird as well, because they're 82 overall. What else we got here? Jensen probably can't win faceoffs because he's a winger. Nothing there either. Not really seeing a whole lot for centers, to be honest. Redmond signed for... Oh, that's our former player, Emiliano Redmond. Thomas is in Toronto now, too. Oh, there's Donovan. Donovan was thrown on the block by the Canucks. They signed him to a contract for $8.205. We traded him there as an RFA, remember? And they signed him to a 2-year contract at $8.205. And they immediately throw him on the block because he's being pretty terrible there. But then the Canucks aren't that good in this right now. That's actually kind of funny. They're trying to trade away both their goalies. Hammerlick, no thank you. Tyrell. Viverios, probably not worth it since he's only an 80. And wow, Ling was thrown on the block. That's kind of surprising. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot for center other than Shishkinov in Chicago. But I don't think he's really worth the $11 million. 11.285, I don't even know. Like right now, we do have the cap space to bring him in, but in order to get him, we have to have a lot of trade value, which means probably giving up some draft picks and prospects. Because we do have some good prospects we could move out in order to get him. Like, we could honestly give up, like, we'd have to give up somebody like Ferentz or Clark or whatnot in order to get him. Snipe, since you're doing 1980, if you had to pick between these years to begin the 90s and 2000s in NBA style ranges, what years would you pick? If you had to pick the years begin the 90s and 2000s in an NBA style era, retro thing. What years would I pick in begin the 90s into 2000? For 90s, I don't know if I would just go to 1996 just because of the year I was born. 2000s wise, I'd probably be partial to doing like 2004 just because of the fact that 2004 obviously was like the first year fully that I got into the NHL, or 2005-06 probably. Just because 2005-06 is the first season I actually remember watching playoff games in and stuff, so probably either 2003-04 or 2005-06, and then probably just 95-96 because of being born that year. Check pending free agents. I think you could justify trading for a good pending free agent on a bad team. Yeah, it's true. I wouldn't do a trade with Chicago because they're a contender. Yeah, let's take a look and see if there's any pending free agents on a bad team. And if there's not, then we'll probably just continue assimilating closer to the deadline. Check again and see if there's anything out there. I didn't want to go to free agents right now. But if there's nothing out there for us, then we might just have to run with this team. So senders that are pending free agent wise, there's Nolan in Calgary. Obviously Calgary's a good team. Bedard's there, but he's in Calgary as well. I would say peak Penguins for the 90s, 03, 04 for 2000s for Crosby and Ovi drafts. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Boys is in Carolina. I think Carolina's doing good. And let's change this to UFA to make it a little bit easier on us. Brad Lambert is in Minnesota. It looks like he's not on a good team because he's a -12. Brad Lambert was always simulating good in this franchise mode. He had seasons over 100 points for multiple straight years. And he's almost point per game on a team that's he's -12 on. We'll look at Brad Lambert. Even though he's 37, we might as well look and see if Minnesota's not doing good. Because if they aren't, Brad Lambert might be a good option. And he is making a bit of an expensive contract, though. That's the only thing. Yeah, I'll check out Carolina's record as well. Or maybe start have the 90s for the Yager rookie year. Yeah, that's true. That would be true. It'd be cool to see a rookie Yager. So yeah, we'll look into Carolina and Minnesota. Yeah, let's look into Carolina and Minnesota, see how they're doing standings-wise. So the Minnesota Wild are not in the playoffs. and they probably won't make the playoffs. Carolina is where? Carolina's not in the playoffs either. Carolina's actually far out of it. Carolina is not in the playoff spot. Interesting. And Minnesota is not. So if we go back to UFA's pending here, this Boyce guy is also in Carolina, and he's 34. He's only signed for 1 year, but 10.3. But he's a good player, but we'd have to give up a lot to get this guy. I believe, yeah, he played in Detroit. We won the Stanley Cup against this guy at one point. I'm pretty sure we won against him. Yeah, back here in 2031-32, we won the Stanley Cup against this guy. If you can't beat them, join them, you know? But I don't know how much we'd have to give up to get him, because he's on an expiring deal. He's 34 as well. But he's a good player. Definitely dropping off a little bit point production-wise. Mishkov IRL is interesting because he's locked up in the KHL till 25-26. Damn, I didn't realize that. That sucks considering he's going to be probably a really good goal scorer when he comes over, if he does end up coming over. Probably going to slide in the draft because of that, I would assume. So Boyce, Lambert's an option. And then there was also, wasn't there another Canes player? Don't remember who the other Canes player was on 1 year left. And maybe there wasn't another one. So Boyce or Lambert is the question. Let's take a look and see what we'd have to give up to get Boyce. Because Boyce would definitely be a great option. It's just we'd have to probably be a little bit conservative on the cap space. And they have two guys with the last name Boyce. That's actually kind of funny. Both are good players too. They're probably brothers. You got Elliot Boyce and Hunter Boyce. No extension yet for Boyce as well, which is good. So he's definitely going to head free agency, I think. Now you take him too regardless because he's he has generational upside. True. True that. Bedard is the better pick because he has Crosby, McDavid upside and can play immediately. That's true. What would they want for Boyce, Carolina? Because they're not making the playoffs. So we'd probably have to give up our first guaranteed to start it off with, I'd say, even though they don't want it. And then we'd have to probably, like, they're trying to contend, but they're not going to make the playoffs. So we'd probably have to give up some of our top prospects in order to get them. But Lambert would probably be cheaper to get us from. Like, we'd probably have to give up, like, one of these low elites, like, probably Blum, who's unsigned. We could probably throw in somebody like Carter, who's not going to pan out, probably. Like, we have abundance of low elites that we could give up. Like, I don't know if something like this would go through. Do you guys think this would be worth it for a guy on 1 year left, like giving up a first-round pick and two low elites? Because Blum, like, Blum is definitely the wild card here. He could still make it easily. But Carter being a 71 at 22, I don't think he makes it. Like, he's a grinder and all too. He's had some okay seasons, but he's probably going to just grow to, like, being something similar to, like, Ustorf, who he used to have. Like a 79, bottom six kind of guy. So do you guys think I should throw this offer at Carolina? Like, do you think a first rounder Blum and Carter is worth it? Because we could always throw something else into this trade if they want to, but I don't see Carolina as a contender right now. But let's get rid of this trade for a second. I'll let you guys think on that. I'll look at Minnesota and see what Minnesota wants for Brad Lambert. Because Brad Lambert's probably going to be a cheaper option. If we can't reason... Yeah, Brad Lambert's probably going to be much cheaper, but he does actually have around the same value. Probably it's because of his point production, so... Boyce's overall was an 89. But he's dropped down to a guaranteed top 6 because of his age. So... Like, I'll go back to the trade again. It was a first, I was saying. And we were going to give up Blum and Carter. And here's Boyce's production over the last few years, in case you didn't see this as well. He had 92 points his first year in Carolina, 55 goals. This year so far, off to a little bit of a slow start. but probably getting less ice time, I guess. Actually the exact same amount of ice time. Interesting. He had also some rough seasons in Detroit near the end of his career as well, but had some really good upside in his earlier years. Like, he had a lot of 100-point seasons before, so he definitely has the offensive capabilities to pick up points. I think Boyce would be worth it then. If this doesn't work out, revisit both those guys closer to the deadline. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, I feel like we have enough prospects that we could get a deal done easily. Like, I would love to keep Devereaux on this team, but if for some reason we needed to, Devereaux would probably be the one we deal away. But there's also, like, Solovyov. We have Clark. I'm not going to move Clark for sure, though. But, like, Antonovich is another guy that could not pan out, probably. We could also give up Ferentz, but he doesn't really have a lot of value. So, let's see if this goes through, though. A first-rounder, Blum and Carter for Boyce. And it is rejected. Okay. I think Carolina just thinks that that they're not gonna make the playoffs still, even with that record, which is kind of weird. Let me throw in. Maybe I'll throw in another pick into this deal, because I think we can honestly get something done. They do want my third rounder for next year. Might be really worth it to sacrifice Devereaux to go all in. That's true. Let me try giving up my third rounder for next year, because I don't really care about third round picks that often. It's just more about the first and second that matter. So first, a third for next year, and then 2 Lolites. This should get it done. Nope, apparently not. What if I do a second round pick for this year? Yeah, I don't really care about my second round pick this year either. We're trying to win a Stanley Cup here, and I don't care about the draft too much. A first, a second, and 2 Lolites. That one of them could pan out. The other one's probably not going to be much of anything. So, let's see what happens. Boyce, rejected. Why is this still rejected? Come on. I don't know why Carolina's being stubborn. Devereaux might be the thing that sets us over the top, though. Like, we have to get rid of Carter and put in Devereaux instead, probably. Is it worth sacrificing Devereaux here, guys? Devereaux is a 79 playmaker. He's got great offensive passing. Doesn't have great offensive awareness, though. But he's been really good in the AHL level. He's over point per game so far this season. It's really tough to part with somebody like him, because he should be in the NHL almost at this point. I don't know if I really want to sacrifice Devereaux here or not. I mean, we might have to in order to win, like, a first rounder and Devereaux. That might not even get it done. Reevaluate the situation in Minnesota and Carolina closer to the deadline, I'd say. Yeah, let's take a closer look at the deadline, because maybe Carolina will be better by then, and maybe that will make sense that they didn't trade him away. So let's simulate another, like, up to the day before the deadline. And we'll see if Carolina's willing to part with Boyce then. Because if they're willing to part with Boyce then we'll bring in him, I think, for sure. And yeah, Devereaux is definitely probably the piece that gets it done. But I would like to not part with him, but it might end up having to be the case at some point. So let's see how we do in January. And then, like I said, we'll go to a day before the deadline. But Sasaki should be back soon, I believe, from his injury. So that's good news to make us a bit better of a defensive team. Armsden was never injured. We're still winning games and playing great offensively, which is nice. So, but then we lost 9-1 to Calgary, which is kind of crazy considering they're one of the best teams in the league, but goddamn, 9-1 loss. Armsden's been injured. That's the defenseman. We'll replace him. Sasaki should be back shortly. I think you need a piece to get you over the top, though. Go for Lambert. If you can't get Boyce, you can get a trade done for Lambert easier, I'd say. Yeah, I agree. Probably because of his age. Multiple players are eligible addressed, which means Sasaki is back from injury. That is good news. That will definitely give us a defensive boost, because Sasaki is a top 4 defenseman for us, and that is good. Perfect. And we will decline that trade offer. And let's continue to a day before the deadline. Funny how the Coyotes actually drafted Geeky IRL. Yeah, when I saw that in real life once, like I was watching a draft and stuff, and I saw that Geeky went to Arizona, like I was right away, I had to get a picture of my thumbnail because it was just kind of funny that he went to the actual team that he played for in this series. So, because I drafted him as well, but I think it was like 7th overall or something like that. I don't remember. Wherever the default that EA had him at. So, let's go to the 5th, a day before the deadline. Vegas has fired their coach. Armsden is not going to play because he's a depth defenseman. And, wow. Kind of having a little bit of a bad stretch here, but that's okay because we don't want to be too good because there else would be a first-round exit. Yeah, we're losing a lot of games before this deadline, which is kind of weird, but oh well. We just got thrown a crazy trade offer, though, which I'm not going to be doing. Stanton, Solovyov, so 2 of our best prospects, a 2nd and a 3rd for top 6 forward and a goalie, and a 4th and 5th. No, thank you. And there's a couple wins, okay. 37, 21, and 5. That's pretty good. How did Farinacci pan out for you? He was kind of like a second-line center. Like, I think he got up to like an 84, 85, and then we ended up trading him away to Los Angeles. I think it was actually in the trade for Quinton Byfield. Yeah, I think I traded him away and some other guys to get Byfield in, I'm pretty sure, something like that. If I'm not mistaken. And, guys, I didn't even take a look at the goal scoring. Look at Michkov. 53 goals in 63 games. He's already got a 50-goal season. He's definitely hitting 60 this year. Is he hitting 70? Because at this rate, I think he could hit 70. And the fact that he's at 88 points is pretty ridiculous. If I'm not mistaken. God damn. But let's take a look. If we can make an offer with Carolina. Is Carolina in a playoff spot now? No, they're at the bottom of the Metropolitan Division, so they should be willing to part ways with Boyce now. And if they're not, then I do not know what the heck is going through their head. But let's try and make that trade with Carolina now, because they now should be able to willing to accept anything for Boyce. Cinchers. Oh, no, he got injured? What? Yo. This game is so rigged. Boyce going down with an injury. I could still trade for him, I think, even if he's injured. But that's kind of weird. I don't know how long he's injured for. I think Michkov might get 70 if he stays hot. Yeah, I hope he does. Definitely worth trying to get Boyce now. Caroline needs to blow it up. But Boyce is injured. We got to take a look at how long he's injured for. But because if he's injured out long term, then Brad Lambert might be the better option. Let's see. Boyce is out pending evaluation. So he literally just got injured a day before the deadline. What a guy. Literally gets injured before the deadline because he knows that I'm trying to trade for him or something. That's the game, like, giving me a big middle finger to the face. Still, do we trade for him even though we don't know how long he's injured for? Because it'd be nice to, like, bring in a top line center, obviously. Let's see. Proposed trade. Maybe go for Lambert now. Yeah. Oh shit, this is a gamble now. Lambert is a safer pick, but Boyce will always be the better option. Yeah, it's a tough call. Let's take a look at Minnesota. Minnesota is now 25, 31, and 7. So probably out of the race. And where's Brad Lambert? There he is. Lower value. How much points has he got? Brad Lambert has got 50 points this year in 63 games. He's had some really good playoffs in the past with St. Louis. 25 points, 24 points. He's over point per game in his career playoffs as well. In order to get him, we would have to give up, well, we'd give up our first rounder because we already know that teams need firsts. We might be able to honestly just do a first rounder straight up for Lambert if we wanted to get the Lambert. So there's that option. And then if we wanted to bring in Boyce, even though he is injured currently, we don't know how long he's out for. Carolina wants our first round pick. And we will be taking Boyce for a first rounder, and we might be able to get most of that done with just a first rounder. So what do you guys think, Lambert or Boyce? Brendan said he liked Lambert, but what do you guys think? Because we could probably just add a little bit to this and get it done. Boyce's playoff stats, let's take a look at those. 60 points in 58 games, so he's over point per game in the playoffs as well. Mainly because that year that we won in the Stanley Cup Finals, he had 31 points in 24 games. So mainly because of that. But, I mean, he's had a couple of playoffs where he's been like right around point per game. So it's tough to call on this one, I'd say. But what do you guys say? Majority of what you guys say will be what we end up doing. Because it's a really tough call. Boyce is 35 as well, and then so he's also really old and close to retirement. And Lambert's 37 and close to retirement, so both of them are probably going to only being here for like a year. Hey, Clean Edits, how are you, man? Hope you're doing good today. Yeah, I'm not sure on what we want to do here. Go for Lambert. It's a tough call. I literally flipped a coin and got Lambert, because that's two people that say Lambert. What about you, Brendan? You say Lambert as well just because he's cheaper? Chaos option, get both. Yeah, let's try and go with Lambert. I mean, Lambert's had more 100-point seasons, so let's base it off that, I think. I don't know. We should be able to get something done easily here. I don't even know if we need to give up our first rounder in this trade. We do want our second. We honestly might be able to just do like 2 second rounders for Lambert. Okay, Lambert as well. Let's try 2 second rounders for Lambert, because this honestly, there's more value going to Minnesota in this trade. So let's try 2 second rounders for Brad Lambert. Okay, that's going to get accepted, guys. So Brad Lambert's a member of our team for 2 second round picks. I'd say that's a good deal. Yeah, Boyce is too risky with his injury for sure. So that means Eddie Appleby's going to get sent down, but we bring in Brad Lambert for 2 second round picks. I think that's a highway robbery of a deal as well, based on how much points he's been picking up. And that means who's going to get scratched on our center core? We could honestly take Sexsmith out of the lineup and then move somebody like Spalling over to the wing instead. So let me just put in a random... Wait. Yeah, let's put in... Yeah, let's put take Sexsmith out. Brought Brad Lambert in. I think Sexsmith is the one that doesn't work that well. And now that makes our center depth actually... I don't want to drop Geeky so far down the lineup though. But Palapuz is going to get dropped down to the 4th line. Yeah, that's what our center core is going to look like, I think, guys. Lambert, Geeky, Armsden, and Palapuz. And I'm going to also have to go to this power play units and rework this a bit. Move Yoshimura over here. Kagerodov is going to get a chance to play on the point. Schutz is going to be off the power play completely. And that's where Brad Lambert's going to come into play. So that way, yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I think that looks good. So, yeah, Brad Lambert gets first line power play time. He also gets first line regular strength time. Yeah, I think that looks good. Now we have a forward core with nobody below an 81. A defensive core with nobody below a 78. Is there any moves you guys would make defensively, or should we just like simulate the rest of the season? Palapuz on line 4 is okay for the stretch run. Keep him on the PP though. Yeah, I will keep on the power play. For sure. What do you guys think though in terms of the defensive core? Do we need to make any upgrades? Because we have a really good top 4. Top 6 is average, but it's good enough. And then I think the forward core is pretty much set in stone. So I think we have a good enough team. The first line is a bunch of filthy old men. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's a bunch of 36, 37, and 35. You could tell that we're having like a last dance opportunity here. Should be interesting to see what they all simulate like together. Brad Lambert was 2nd overall in 2022, Agostino 4th in 2023, and Michkov 2nd in 2023. Hawks fan thinks the team looks good. Yeah, I think this team is set in stone. I don't honestly think we need to upgrade much more. It's going to be interesting to see what Brad Lambert could do with this team, though. Because since he was just playing on a bad team and playing pretty good, I think he could definitely help us out here. Because we have 79 points so far this season, which has us like top 5 in the league. Obviously behind the Devils and the Flames especially. The Islanders, who brought in Desjardins, are also in the playoff spot. Not a surprise. You think the team's ready to go? Okay. So that's the only trades we're going to make. Cup or bust. Yep, pretty much. That is the thing. Let's see what happens with this team. Go all the way to the end of the season, and we'll see also how Brad Lambert does with this team, and hopefully he can get us that Stanley Cup. Let's see what happens. Come on, boys, let's win some games. And Shishkinov got dealt. Wow. Whoa, okay, that's actually a blockbuster trade. That's a big trade. You guys might not realize how big of a trade that is, but Shishkinov, that guy that we were looking at potentially trading for, a 2nd and a 3rd. Chicago gets Trent Thornton, and if you don't know who Trent Thornton is, that guy's a top 4 defenseman that picks up like 60, 70 points sometimes. Like, he's up there for the Norris a lot, and they also get a goaltender out of that. So Chicago gets a really good return on that trade. I don't know how long Thornton signed up for, but that's a really good trade for both teams. That's interesting. Jurgen Keller on waivers. Don't need a depth defenseman for $4 million, so thank you. But yeah, that's a crazy trade. Wow, our first game after the trade, 9-0. It's kind of crazy. We just smoked Seattle after they made a trade. And Geeky's been injured with a sore shoulder, so it's good that we brought in a new center. Well, let's go replace player. And Galibov is injured in AHL, replace player. Yeah, we're having some really good offensive games. Not a surprise, though, with a team like us. Let's go best lines again in the AHL. And Geeky is back. That is good news. Take Santuvari out. Geeky's dropped down to an 80. Hopefully this means Chicago is the first round exit now. Yeah, hopefully. We're losing a bit of games down the stretch, but that's okay because maybe we'll be a better playoff team that way. We're almost going to hit 50 wins again in the season, looks like. Maybe. Yep, we hit 50 wins again this season. And you got to be joking me. Not again. Well, at least we brought in Brad Lambert. But Geeky's been injured with a concussion out till April the 29th. So he's going to miss the first round and maybe some of the second round. But last time we had a season simulation, Geeky got injured right before the end of his career. So that is not good. That is not good. Let's go replace player on that one. But 50, 27, and 5 on the season. Michkov finished with 61 goals, so he really slowed down in the last bit of the season. But 107 points for Michkov this year, which is pretty crazy for his age. But let me go to headlines quickly before taking a look at player stats. So Armzen's definitely going to go up into the top 6. Palapuz is going to go up to the 3rd line. Santuvari down to the 4th line. After run a couple errands, I'll try to listen on in the car. Sounds good, Saturn. Saturn, do you drive a Saturn or? I had to say that. Okay, so that injury though to Geeky really sucks. Yeah, at least we're still gonna be a good team, but it's good that we brought in Brad Lambert as like a fail-safe, especially with that Geeky injury. Let's take a look at the player stats for this season and our team stats. But it's good to have another 50-win season. This will probably be the last season I do, I think, of this franchise mode in this stream almost. I don't know. Because I'm already running at like 4 hours and 15 minutes. Like, I could do another season after this, but my throat is getting a little bit sore. So we'll see. But if I don't do any more, I might still play more offline and then, like, post about it on, like, the community tab or something for you guys. We'll see. But entire league-wise, we finished 5th best in the entire league. behind Florida, Nashville Predators, New Jersey, and Calgary. We are one of 5 teams with 50 wins. That's pretty good. Goals for per game wise. That part of my user ID is indeed a reference to the now defunct car brand. Oh, that's pretty awesome. My dad used to drive a Saturn too, so we were pretty good goals for per game, 3.55. We're up there in probably like the top 10. Goals against per game wise, we were one of the best defensive teams this year, even after getting rid of Donovan. So who needed Donovan when you have a goaltender like Korea, who could win games? Power play percentage wise, our power play was not great. Yeah, our power play needs some work, which is kind of surprising with all the talent on it. 18.7%. And penalty kill, 82.1% is actually pretty good. So we had a good penalty kill, or actually maybe not a good penalty kill, made around mid-table. Special teams could use some work, but otherwise not too bad. I had one in the early 2000s, best car I ever owned. That's pretty awesome. 27, 10, and 4 on home ice. Only one short-handed goal this year. 23, 17, and 1 on the road, so not great on road. 8, 2, and 0 in our last 10 games going into the playoffs. Interesting. Let's take a look at these player stats for the old men on our top 6, because I am curious about that. So, Brad Lambert, who we brought in, finished with 71 points in 82 games. And he had a total of 21 points in 19 games with us, was a +8. So he was a great fit for this team, at least down the stretch. Hopefully he could do good in the playoffs as well. But 21 points in 19 games, can't complain with that from Brandon Lambert. Very successful 19 games with us. And yeah, hopefully he could do what he did with St. Louis a couple years ago for us in the playoffs. Armsden had 53 points, which is pretty solid, I guess. Geeky, 49 points this year, really dropped off a lot. He had a hot start to the season, but obviously the injuries and dropping off in age kind of helped with that. Got over 120,000 kilometers on the original brakes. I missed that little beast. Damn, that's a lot of mileage. Palupo's 42 points, 25 goals this year. I'd say that was definitely a good acquisition, and good I signed him for 4 years, considering he might get some statistical growth from that. Yeah, that's pretty decent. I think Lambert's the real deal. Hopefully the Ed play continues up in the playoffs. Okposo's named the Sabres captain. Really? I didn't think the Sabres would name a new captain, to be honest. But Kyle Okposo is kind of an interesting one. I mean, he's played for shit teams for his entire career, pretty much. So I guess you got to put a C on him for putting up with these bad teams for as long as he has. Spalling 35 points, Santuvari 4 assists in 18 games for the free agent 34-year-old who just made his NHL debut. Agostino 105 points this year. Let's go. He hit over 100 points again in his career for Tyler Agostino. 30 goals and 75 assists, plus 28. And he's dropped down to an 88. That is kind of concerning. But this guy's honestly the best player I've ever had. What a player. Holy crap. Like, best player I've drafted. Didn't expect as much points from him. But since we brought in Michkov, he had 100 points there, 102, 108, 117, 108, 117, and 105 this season. Even this season where he played 57 games, he was on pace for over 100 points. God damn. Oh, my captain, should I say. Brent Cox, only 2 goals in 82 games, but 28 points. Tyson Kane at 27 points, not bad for free agent signings. Right wing wise, Michkov, 61 goals and 107 points. His career has been insane. He's almost at 1,000 goals, 948 goals, 1,727 points. Unreal. Hopefully he could have a good playoffs. Kagurov, only 69 points this year. 36 goals. So after scoring 53 last year, he had a big decline in points, which is kind of concerning. I don't really know why. Considering he's making a lot of money, he should be producing a little bit more than that. Yoshimura, 62 points in 72 games is pretty solid as well. Really liking his play as of late. He is signed for only 2 years as well. Lynch, 42 points. That's actually a pretty good sophomore season for him. Yeah, he's been actually pretty solid out of the gate. Yeah, I like that. Sexsmith had 21 points in 63 games, which is also pretty solid. Defensively, Beta hit 60 points. Wow. I was not expecting him to bring the offense, but he definitely brought the offense and the defense, and he was a plus 31. So our free agency last year was, I'd say, a big success. Because Austin Beta really performed well. 60 points and a plus 31. Considering he was only picking up 30 points and stuff before that, he's almost kind of like what Collins was doing before. Gigarodov might be a trade chip in the future seasons. That contract could become an albatross. Gotta focus on the run for now, though. Yeah, it's a pretty good deal to bring in Beta. Bilesma, 25 points plus 22. Shoots, 22 points plus 11. Not bad. He's only a 77 now, which I don't know why, but not bad. We take him off the power play and he started producing a little bit more. We'll see what he could do in the playoffs. Man, all the pickups throughout the offseason last year and at the deadline really worked up. Yeah, it seems like it. Hopefully it continues like that in the playoffs. Burkov, 16 points plus 3. Fairchild, 14 points but plus 35. Fairchild's always so good plus-minus wise. Like I was mentioning before, like last offseason, since bringing him in, he's been like over a plus 200, I think, almost. I don't know how to do the math. Like a plus 150 around, probably. He's been really good. Sasaki, 13 points plus 14. Armsden, 4 points in 39 games. Goalie-wise, both goalies were not terrible, but they weren't the greatest either. Korea went 35, 17, and 4, 2 shouts, and 903 save percentage in at 2.8 goals against. And then Gallia played 30 games, went 15, 11, and 1 with 1 shutout and 900 save percentage in at 2.99. Interesting. So there is our player stats. Let's take a look at the entire league. Let's go by forwards first. Who is the highest scoring player in the league? It's going to be Desjardins. Jeez. So he goes to the Islanders, and as you guys expected, he would have a great first season with the Islanders. Wow. He didn't pick up any points against us in the first game of the season, but after that, he picked up a shit ton of points. And he's now on a 5 straight years with 100 plus points. And he always scores over 40 goals. Like, imagine if we would have brought this guy in, how good he would have done on the top line. Whew, jeez, he's almost at 1,000 points already. I wonder if the Islanders are going to win the Stanley Cup this year because of him. He's up to a 98 now because of statistical growth too. Victor Yip also had a really good season, 125 points. That might be the first time I've seen 2 120-point players. Pretty crazy. Darling, 115. Fiddler, 114. Pody, 114. Tham, 113. Drieger, 109. And then Michkov and Agostino both up there. A lot of 100-point players in this simulation. All these guys above 100 points. Damn. Most goals this season is going to be Rodrigo Connolly with 65 goals, just beating out Michkov by 4. So Michkov came close to winning another Richard, but it's going to go to Rodrigo Connolly, who's getting close to retirement. He's also another former Dallas Stars pick who ended up not making the playoffs with Dallas, so he decided to leave, which is kind of funny. So there you go in terms of that. The best defenseman for points this year is going to be Fedorov with 83 points. Jeez. This guy was a former Devils player, and he's been really good in San Jose as well, even after the loss of Desjardins. 83 points and plus 46, really good. Collins also had 80 points, plus 23. Thornton, who got dealt to Chicago, played 83 games this year, had 74 points. Wow. 21 assists in 20 games. See what I mean? This guy is a really good player, and then he got dealt in that Shishkinov deal. So, very interesting to see who ends up winning that trade out of Chicago and Seattle. How long is he signed for? Only for 1 more year, so he's a pending free agent, so that's why Seattle gave him up. Because they know that they probably wouldn't be able to afford him. So there is all the defensemen. Beta was up there, though, in points, which is great to see. Best goaltender for wins is going to be Sommers again in Calgary. But this time around, he didn't have as good of a season, but Sommers might win another Vezina. Potentially, maybe not, because of the save percentage and stuff like that. Best save percentage by starters, Bomick with the Rangers with a 921 save percentage through 64 games. So might be Bomick that wins the Vezina. Best goals against average by a starter is going to be Bomick. So yeah, Bomick's going to win the Vezina. And the worst goals against average, as I saw, was this Sven Zibanejad guy, who played one game and gave up 7 goals on 36 shots. Yikes. Some really bad goaltenders. What overall is this guy? 77 medium elite. But he had a terrible game. Best rookie this year for points was Skyler Murphy on Detroit with 66 points. Kang up there as well. And Cadman Hawes. That Marchand guy that Detroit drafted had 46 points. Pretty good rookie season from him. I got to take a look at our AHL team quickly as well, because I want to quickly take a look and see how good those guys that we signed for the AHL did. Wow, Devereaux had 91 points in the AHL, guys. Does this guy deserve a chance to play in the playoffs in the NHL? 91 points, that's crazy. And he also got Sauer up to 86 points. Voloshenko had an 80-point season down there in the minors. Definitely too good to probably be down there. Kreutzer had 73 points. Jeez. Solovyov had a 54-point rookie season in the AHL, and he's up to a 75. Yeah, the AHL team is actually stacked, it looks like, point-wise, but they're probably going to be a first-round exit. Glebov had 49 points in the AHL. Jeez. Clark had 44 points. Wow. Yeah, this AHL team did good. Stanton had an not great season, but he jumped up to a 61, so that's good at least. Okay. So there we go. Who are we going to be playing in the first round of the playoffs, and are we going to get past this first round of the playoffs? Bring Devereaux up for the run. Screw it. I mean, I could, but who do we send down? Do we send down Sexsmith? Because we'll have to send down somebody, right? Geeky is out with an injury, actually, so this would be the perfect opportunity for Devereaux to showcase his talents. So I actually can't call him up without sending anybody down. So, yeah, you know what? Well, screw it. We'll call up Devereaux, and we'll throw him in instead of Santuvari. And, yeah, Devereaux is going to get a chance to prove himself here in the NHL playoffs. Because he'll bring in some offense, at least from that back end. And we'll give Canzanella some top line time in the AHL, or maybe Appleby. Rework this a bit. There you go. But yeah, Santuvari is probably not good enough to play in the NHL playoffs anyways, so we'll give Devereaux. Cox didn't really score a lot at all this season. I'm going to take him off the power play. I'm going to put Lynch still in that spot. Oh, Devereaux actually got thrown right into the power play. I like that, actually. That's good. Is he better at faceoffs than Palapus? No, he's not. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably send down Sexsmith once Geeky comes back. Yeah, there we go. So Laurent Devereaux is going to make his NHL debut in the playoffs. So should be interesting to see what he could do. Let's get to the playoffs and see who we're facing. It is going to be the St. Louis Blues, who actually had a really good season as well, so this is probably going to be a tough matchup. They went 49-27-6. Interesting. Let's take a look at their roster. I know last time I've played them before, I saw that they had a lot of former players of ours still. And let's see, top line of Darling. Oh, Darling and Pody both were up there in points, weren't they? Yeah, Darling, 150 points, really good goal scorer. That's going to be tough. Jack Combs, 89 points in his third season. Isaac Pody, 114 points. So that top line, absolutely filthy. Second line is also pretty solid as well. You have Sergei Arkhipov, Abraham Graham, so 2 hams, and Cristiano Langfeld. So yeah, that's a really good second line. And then it drops off considerably in their bottom 6. Thomas Bemstrom, Byron Weirkosh, and Jalen Avery. Ruslan Chubasov, our former player in Gage Penner, who is still signed for 1 more year at his $6 million cap hit we gave him. So he's down there on that 4th line, as well as Oleg Mikanov. So yeah, that bottom 6 could be a little bit better. but that top 6 is really good. And they also do have Cameron Collins, who was with us a couple seasons ago as well. And yeah, he's a really good player, offensively at least. So Collins, they have Ackerstrom, Samuel Foote, and Nikita Habibulin, and then Jonas Myers and Ross Reed. So that defensive core, pretty good as well, considering they have a really good forward core on that top 6 at least. And goalie-wise, they do have our former goaltender that we drafted in the 7th round, who also won a Stanley Cup with us in Nicholas Hornquist. Yeah, he's a pretty solid goalie at times. And their backup is Robert Sonnenberg. Depth-wise, Serge Colbert, Randy Henderson. Damn, instead of Ricky Henderson, it's Randy Henderson. It's funny. And Pavel Gogolev, who I recognize from Tampa Bay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so that's a pretty interesting roster. I don't know what to make of them because obviously had a really good season. They have a very good forward crew in the top 6 and defensive core, and they have a solid enough goaltender, so they're a good team. Their power play units are pretty gross as well, so we got to contain their power play. They have Pody on the second line power play. That's kind of weird, but I guess they have to have somebody. They want to separate the talent a little bit or something. I don't know. But yeah, this is going to be really tough first round, I think. Again, similar to like when we ran into Winnipeg last year, we just got to make sure we can contain Darling and also Pody. Hopefully they don't end up like Pickard last year. So let's take a look at comparison between the two of our teams. Actually, let's just go to the Western Conference, make it a little bit easier. We finished only with 1 more point in them because they lost in overtime and we won our game, whatever. So we had 3 more ROWs. They had more goals for per game than us by a quite wide margin. We were much better defensively, though. Our power play was worse by theirs by 4%, so they're a good power play team. Penalty kill-wise, we were worse than theirs as well. So, in all, we're technically a worse team. They had 11 shorthanded goals this year. We only had 1, so that's also kind of scary. I think we have our work cut out for us, and they have their work cut out for them as well. It's just all about if our old veterans on that top line and all that could get it done. Like Agostino, who's dropping off. Lambert, who's probably dropping off still. Michkov. And yeah, hopefully Laurent Devereaux could bring a little bit of a spark plug to that bottom 6 as well. With the loss of Geeky. And yeah, we'll definitely go back to Korea for game 1. Okay, I think we're ready to start the playoffs. You guys think we're ready to go, or do we need to make any line changes before we get into the first game? Because I think our team is pretty much set in stone. Nothing we can really do. I mean, it's really interested to see what Devereaux could do, though, since he hasn't gotten a chance to play in the NHL yet, and he was really great in the AHL. Like, 91 points is pretty damn good. And then he was point per game in the playoffs last year, so definitely has the offensive capabilities to help us out. And hopefully give us a little bit of a long run here in the postseason in comparison to last year. So yeah, I think let's get into this first round. See if we could get ourselves some W's, and hopefully we can play a little bit better defensively as well. Just because last year we did not play that great defensively in the first round, so... Here we go, game 1 on home ice. Let's see what we could do here. See if we could get some wins early on here. First period of game 1. And we're down 1-0. Not great, but not terrible either. Abraham Graham scores. We're out shooting them. Not being outshot. 14-12 though. So a solid first period. Good defensive hockey for the most part. We just need a little bit more offense going for our top guns like Michkov and Agostino. And obviously all those old type of veteran players. Can we find a way to tie this game up in the second period? 3-1. That's not good. Palapuz tied the game up, but then Mikanov and Foote score. And it looks like we might end up losing game 1. Shots are 30-24 in favor of us. We're down by 2 goals. Let's see what happens in this third. See if we can find a way to tie this game up. Or are we going to be down 1-0 in the series like we were last year against Winnipeg? Come on, boys. Brad Lambert used to play for St. Louis in this franchise mode as well, if I'm not mistaken, so he should know some of their tendencies. Combs makes it 4-1. That sucks. We are going to lose game 1 for sure. Can't find a way to contain their big guys, unfortunately. And we had 39 shots on goal in that game, but we lose 4-1 despite outshooting them. So their goaltender played good, and unfortunately we lose. Palapuz from Lynch and Kane is our only goal. Hornquist was, really good in that game, our former goaltender. Cons had 2 assists for them, and Mikinov the 3rd star. Oh, that's not a great way to start it off. Not the best defensive game after that first period. And no offense really at all. Like when our third liners are only goal scorer, that's not a great thing. I think I probably should just keep it the same for now. In terms of our lineup. Let's move. Nah, let's keep it the same. Or maybe I'll try and make some changes. I'm going to try Devereaux on the wing. Maybe instead. Actually, let's put Palapuz in the wing since he's a power forward. And we know he's got better face-offs. Let's make a little bit of a change just because I don't like dropping game 1. Let's see if we can rebound from that game in game 2 and tie up the series up, because we don't want to go down 0-2 headed to St. Louis. Let's see if we can win this game. Come on, boys. First period, 1-0 us. Let's go. That's a great way to start it off. Lynch scores, so that's good to see him score, because I think last year in the first round he didn't have any goals, but he had a solid rookie campaign. So shots are 14-12 in favor of us. We're up 1-0. Can we add to this lead in the second and keep playing some good defensive hockey here? Second period, 1-1. I don't like that. Combs ties it up at 1 apiece. Shots are 23-12 in favor of us, but it's a 1-1 game. Not good. Not good. I am kind of scared in the sense that they might end up finding a way to beat us here in this third, but let's see what happens in this third period. See if we could tie this series up. Come on, boys. Oh, no. Combs scores again. Combs is almost acting like Pickard right now. We had a long power play, but we don't tie it up. Come on, guys. Where's the offense? And Darling makes it 3-1. We can't contain that top line of theirs. Our team is crumbling at the worst time possible, and we are going to lose 3-1, and we only have 2 goals for in our first 2 games. Okay, that's not good. Devereaux picked up an assist. That's great to see Devereaux picking up an assist in his second game of the playoffs. But Hornquist has been lights out in those first 2 games. I think we need to make some line adjustments, guys. He has 7 goals against in 2 games, and 2 goals against, or 2 goals for. Not great. Yeah, round 1 is this team's kryptonite right now. Yeah, it seems like it. So what do we want to do in terms of line changes? Like, let's put Kagarot off to the top line, separate Michkov from Agostino and Lambert. Just see if that randomly sparks something. Move Devereaux to play with Michkov. Let the youngster play with one of the best players of all time. See if that helps anything. And, let's go back to Palapuz, like, down there. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll try Devereaux up there on the second line, as weird as it might seem. And then we will separate Bilesma. And, yeah, we'll put Beta down on the second pairing or something. And how's Schutz been? He's a -1. What do we got for depth defenseman again? Oh, Armsen's dropping off. God damn it, Armsen. Now let's try and just flip it around. I don't know. Let's just leave the rest of that the same. Korea's not off to a great start either, so let's turn to Galiev. Might be a little bit weird to turn to Galiev, but we will try it and see if that helps us out. So Devereaux is getting a big opportunity here. Galiev is getting to play a playoff game for the first time in a number of years. Let's see if we could get back into the series and win some games on St. Louis, because if we lose any of these games in St. Louis, we're probably going to get knocked out in the first round otherwise. Come on, boys. It's tough to beat this team. We need to score more goals than 1 goal a game. First period of game 3. And we're down 4-1 after 1. Well, that's not good. I think we're probably going to be swept in this first round at this rate. We allow 3 power play goals against in a span of 3 minutes. I don't know who took all those penalties, but Collins, Langfeld, and Foote score. Agostino scores for us, which is good, but then Gage Penner, our former player, scores, and now we're down 4-1. Shots 12-9 in favor of them. Hopefully he comes back late in the series and helps you push a few games. I don't know. At this rate, it doesn't seem likely. That's not good. Can we get way to chip at this lead a little bit? Like, can we get like 2 goals in the second period maybe and chip away? Because if we could do that, then maybe we could have a chance to win this game. Second period, 5-2. My God, where's the defense and where's the offense? Michkov made it 4-2, but Darling restores the lead and we're now 5-2. Shots are 22-18 in favor of St. Louis. And it looks like we're going to go down 0-3 in the series, because I don't think we're going to come back from 0-3, but we need to reverse sweep St. Louis more than likely in order to move on to the second round, which sucks that we run into another really good team. Yep, we're going to lose this game. I don't know what's with this team. All of a sudden, don't seem like the same team anymore. We might have made them too good. And we lose 5-2 in Game 3, and our offense has only got 4 goals in 3 games, and we've given up so much goals. Agostino from Kig, Rodolph and Lambert, Mishkov from Yoshimura and Devereaux. So good to see Devereaux has got 2 assists in 3 games. But we need the veterans to step up, not just the rookies. Oh, I had to just spit out a bunch of yuck into my throat, goddamn. Okay, let's get into Game 4 maybe, unless we make some drastic line adjustments, which we might have to do considering the offense is not doing anything. Yeah, we need a spark for sure. I just don't know what we could do to get ourselves a win. Like, what does this team need? Nothing that I could really call up in the minors other than Voloshenko. There's not really much I could do. Yeah, there's not really much I could do. Looks like the AHL team must have got knocked out in the first round as well, which is kind of dumb. Yeah, I don't really know what I could do. Agostino's dropped down to an 87. He's dropping a lot faster than I expected this season. I really hope he doesn't retire. We're gonna try some more drastic changes. We're gonna try as much drastic changes as we possibly can here. How's Armsden's face-offs? 80. What do we want to do here? Leave the rest of this the same. Yeah, I guess we'll leave the rest of this the same. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So Agostino is moving back to center. And then defensively, I'm taking Schutz out of the lineup. And we're going to throw in Armsden. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. This team needs to win 4 straight games. Hey, big fan here, first time tuning into the stream. Thanks, Gabriel. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could catch one. I haven't streamed that often, but I have actually streamed, I guess, 2 times now in like the last few months, which is awesome. I'd like to get into more into streaming, but sometimes I don't really get a lot of time to actually get into streaming, so I really appreciate that. Of course, you come at a time, though, when we're down 0-3 in the series in the first round, so more than likely we're going to get knocked out in this first round, but who knows, maybe we could reverse sweep St. Louis for you. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's go to real-time simulation, see if we get swept by St. Louis, or are we going to be able to somehow reverse sweep the St. Louis Blues, because our offense has been nowhere. We've allowed how much goals in these first few games? 12 goals against, and we only have 4 goals against, our goals for. We're getting scored by 3 times the amount, so I don't think there's any way we're reverse sweeping them, but it's okay. I'm your lucky charm. Just watch. Okay, let's see what happens. See if Gabriel is our lucky charm. Let's do a real-time simulation and see if we can stay alive here. Come on, boys, do it for Gabriel. Let's get this win. Oh, Darling scores early. That's not good. Their top line has also been producing really well, so it's nothing we could really do about it. Fairchild scores. Good to see him score because we need to get guys to score goals, even if it's defensemen. And Brad Lambert scores. Okay. Okay. I know it's only one game if we win this one, but still. Happy Bullenden tied it up for them late, which is not great. So 2-2 after one. That's at least a better offensive start for us, but still not great on the defensive end. We need definitely the defensive play to be a little bit better too. Shots are 11-10 in favor of us, and it's a 2-2 game. Let's see if we can grab that lead back in the second period. Come on, boys. Come on. Who wants to be that hero? Power play? Nope. That's not good. Final 10 minutes of the second period. Still a 2-2 game. Come on. We need our big guys to step up like Michkov and Kagorodov, because those guys are our goal scorers. And it's still a 2-2 game. And we're out shooting them actually 21-19, but this is kind of coming down to the wire. Third period, can we survive another day, or are we going to be getting eliminated in 4 games only? Which we probably shouldn't be because we have a good roster. Power play, we don't convert on that power play. Oh, that sucks. I don't know who didn't convert on that power play, but like what power play unit was out there. We had another power play and we didn't convert on that. And we are going to overtime. Do we watch this, guys, even though we are on the brink of elimination? Just in case we end up suffering any retirements, because like I said, Michkov's getting up there in age. A lot of the players on our roster are getting up there in age. So do you guys want to watch this OT just in case any of these guys end up retiring? Or like if we end up winning, then we might still have more games after this. But what do you guys think? Should we just watch the overtime? Since we haven't watched an overtime since last year's playoffs when we lost to Winnipeg. Watch it. Why not? Yeah, let's watch it just and see what happens. Why not? Worst comes to worst, we lose the game, but let's just see what happens. Could be the last time you see some of you guys. Yeah, that is true. Okay. First time I think I've seen the Yotes on the road in this, so let's watch and see if our team could survive another day. Of course, we're going to be going up against their crazy good top line, though, so that's going to be really tough. Agostino at center this time around because we moved him over from left wing, so we'll see what he can do. Bilesma carries it up, finds it over to Michkov. Michkov gets knocked off the puck. He gets interfered with, but no penalty for St. Louis, which is kind of dumb. Here comes Darling carrying it in. Cuts back, throws it over. Combs hits it off the post on the first shot of OT. Yikes. Their top line is dangerous. Kagorodov carries it up now. Kagorodov walks in, shoots it, and Hornquist makes a big save on his former teammate. I guess. Yeah, I think it's his former teammate. Maybe not. Shots are, our face-offs are 46-39 in our favor, so we've been winning more face-offs than them today, which is good. So Agostino's been doing a solid job. Can't win a draw there. Here is Cons, our former defenseman for 1 season. Finds it to Pody. Pody carries it in. Get it away. Jeez. Their top line is scary as heck. Like, it's more lethal than our top line in its prime almost, it seems like. Agostino carries it in, lost it, gets it back. The captain throws it to Kagorodov, and it's blocked. Kagorodov gets lost. Here's Darling. Darling up to Cons. Cons gets smoked. Nice hit. Fairchild over to Yoshimura, who jumps on the ice. Yoshimura shoots, and another glove save by Hornquist. If we win this game, we win the series, calling it now. I hope so. Because we still need to win 3 more after this if we win this one. Lambert at the draw. We brought him in and via the trade deadline pretty much. He wins it to Fairchild. The rookie Lynch, or not rookie, but a shot to the net that stopped. Oh my goodness, Hornquist. Holy crap, that was a good save. I don't know how that didn't get in. Langfeld. Oh my goodness. Well, of course. Of course, Hornquist makes a couple big saves, and then we lose on the next shot afterwards. What is the case of that? That was not even a shot that should have went in. So we're out in the first round again. Is it the last time we see Agostino and all those players? Probably not Agostino, I would guess yet, but... Oh, that really sucks. God damn. Okay, let's make sure this gets through. There you go. But yeah, that save by Hornquist was clutch for St. Louis. Yeah, Hawks fan, that's the perfect emote to use right now. But that save by Hornquist was pretty big. Lambert had a nice shot right there. Probably the last shot of his career. Bounces off the pad, and then a nice chance in tight here for Lynch, but he can't get it to it. It's like loose right there, and it just kicked out right there by Hornquist with the pad to get it out of the way. Like, Hornquist might have assisted on that OT winner. No, maybe no, he didn't. But still, Langfeld just throws a shot to the net. Nothing they could do about it. That sucks. Let's get a look at Agostino and stuff just in case. Just in case those guys end up retiring soon or we don't get to see any more in-game stuff. But there's our captain right now. And our captain for quite a long time. There's Agostino. And where's Michkov? Michkov is not on the ice at that point. I just want to see Michkov as well, quickly. There's Michkov, the assistant captain on the team. And all the old farts didn't show up yet, pretty much. That sucks. Michkov had an assist in that game. Agostino and Kagarodov had assists as well, but we are swept in the first round. Imagine getting beat by a floaty restaurant. Yeah, that was definitely a goal that should have been saved. Let's take a look at those player stats for the playoffs, and then we'll simulate up to the awards and all that stuff. But more than likely, I'm guessing the St. Louis Blues are going to win the Stanley Cup now because of that. There's the bracket in case you guys want to take a look at that. Let's take a look at those player stats. So Palapuz had 2 points. Lambert and Devereaux had 2 points as well. Armsden had no points. I need to get rid of that contract, I think, unless he retires. But yeah, Armsden no points. Spalling no points as well. Agostino only 2 points in 4 games. He's starting to lose that kind of clutch playoff ability a little bit. He's got 199 playoff points in 200 playoff games. Hopefully he doesn't retire because I want him to get 200 playoff points. That would be nice. Kane only had 1 assist. Cox was nowhere. Michkov had only 2 points. Lynch had 2 points. Kagarodov had no goals. Would have done better if Geeky was in the lineup, I think. Yeah, maybe. Yoshimura also had really not much points either. So our top guys did pretty much what they did last year and didn't show up that much. Well, actually, some of them did, but... And in our defensive core, really didn't pick up much points like they did last year. Very quiet offensively. Beta had no points after having 60 points in the regular season. And goalie-wise, goaltending was not really evident. But then again, St. Louis was a pretty good offensive team, so... Yeah, that really sucks. Let's simulate up to those awards and see who wins the Stanley Cup. And hopefully we do not suffer any huge retirements yet. Because I don't know if I'll be ready for that. Geeky is back from injury, of course, and I have to send somebody down. Even though the season is done for us, which makes no sense. Let's go to Armsden. I don't really care since he's... Yeah, let's just go that. Boom. So we're not even playing any games this season anymore. Who is going to win the Stanley Cup? Is it going to be St. Louis after knocking us out? It is going to be the Calgary Flames. Okay, so Calgary gets it done after last year. They won the President's Trophy. Their goalie didn't play that good in the playoffs, and now they win the Stanley Cup this year. So they get some redemption on last year's performance. Iowa wins the AHL for the Minnesota Wild. This is interesting for Calder Cup. Let's take a look at those awards, though. And actually, let's take a look at the playoff bracket as well. So Calgary beat Boston in the Stanley Cup Finals. They knocked out Chicago in the conference finals. And Seattle didn't even make the playoffs after they acquired Shishkinov from Chicago, which is interesting. Maybe Calgary didn't lay into their goaltender out to pasture this season. Yeah, maybe they played him less, and then he was ready to go in the playoffs. So there's the playoff bracket. Let's take a look at those Calgary Flames also playoff stats, just because I'm curious about that. Bedard was crazy good. Yip was good. Yeah, all their players pretty much producing really well, as you'd expect. Yeah, it's still a really good roster. How good was Millman's plus minus this year? Plus 18 only. And Sommers, yeah, had a much better playoffs this year. Yeah, he had a much better playoffs. That's good for him and the Calgary Flames. Let's take a look at those awards. See if we got anything. So Calgary wins the Stanley Cup and the President's Trophy. So they won back-to-back President's Trophies this year, and that's actually the first time I've seen an AI team almost win the President's Trophy and the Cup at the same time. At least in this franchise mode, I think. Calgary and Boston Stanley Cup Finals. Individual awards, Jean Desjardins is going to win the Art Ross in his first year with the New York Islanders, not a surprise. Yip is going to win the Hart with the Calgary Flames. Fedorov wins the Norris with San Jose. Tham wins the Bing in San Jose. Kang wins the Calder in Tampa. Drieger wins the Conn Smythe in Calgary. Bomick wins the Vezina for the Rangers. Different Hornquist in New Jersey wins the Jennings. Cunningham wins the Masterton in Washington. Kaufman for Pittsburgh wins the Jack Adams. Desjardins wins the Selke. That's an interesting one. Don't think he's won that yet. Like, he's a really good offensive player, led the league in points, and he also wins the Selke this year. That's interesting. Yip wins the Lindsay, and Connolly is going to win the Richard. Interesting. And look at the AHL awards. Devereaux wins the John B. Sullenberger. He also wins the Cunningham. So that's good to see. And those are the only awards our AHL team has, but it's still pretty cool. Oh, that sucks. Now we lose in the first round again, goddamn. Now the question is, are we going to suffer any big retirements in the end of the season? Let's see who retires. Like, maybe Shelley's going to retire in Anaheim, who knows. Vegas wins the draft lottery, not a surprise. Minnesota, Columbus, Carolina, and Montreal are your top 5. Let's continue. And retired players. Here comes the point, guys. Who's going to retire this year? Oh my god, oh no. I was not expecting that. I already saw what it was. You guys might have saw it for a quick second. I tried to skip through it as fast as possible. Oh no. Oh no. I tried to skip through it as fast as I could, so I don't know if you guys saw it fast enough. You probably did, because you guys probably have trained eyes like me. I'll get to that in a second, but first, the best centers that retired: Stutzla, Turcotte, Weirkosh, Kote, Turikov. Some pretty good names out there for centers. And then for left wingers, Lafreniere, Galiev. So some more big names. Emil Schulz, our former player. Philip Zadina, our former player, for a little bit. Travis McGillis already retired. Wow, okay, that's kind of surprising. He dropped off a lot faster than I expected, because we only let him go like 6 seasons ago. Damn. Good former fourth liner of ours, won a couple cups. But the big one, if you guys didn't see fast enough, Michkov retires. Matvey Michkov retires in 2041. Agostino is still going strong, but Michkov has retired. That is a massive blow to the goal scoring ability of this team. Now Agostino doesn't have his longtime line mate, which means we need ourselves a good sniper to play with Agostino, but the two of those guys together picked up hundreds of points every single season. So this is a massive, massive blow. God damn. Damn, Lambert stuck around for another year, but Michkov gave up. Yeah, it's kind of surprising about Lambert still around, but after a 61-goal season, Michkov just calls it quits. And he had under 1,000 goals as well, so he stops there too. Wow. Yeah, massive F for Michkov for sure. Like, look at, like, his career was crazy good. Like, in Dallas, he was picking up, like, he picked up 30 goals in his first season, and after that, tons of 40-goal seasons. He had some 50-goal seasons, 60-goal seasons. Comes to us via a massive trade that we made. And massive gamble considering he had only, like, 1 year left, I think. We brought him in, and he picks up tons of 100-point seasons. Helps out Agostino tremendously, I'd say. And then decides to call it quits after how many seasons with us? Exactly 10 seasons. I wish players did not retire when they were still playing well. No way any player would retire when they're still putting up superstar numbers. Yeah, I agree. In 168 playoff points in 151 games for Michkov. He only played in the playoffs with us. He didn't play a single playoff game with Dallas. Wow. He had a couple Conn Smythes as well in some of those cup wins. Like, he was a massive piece to this team. Was not expecting him to retire this year, to be honest. But he dropped off apparently quicker than I thought. Like, he's a 90 overall high elite. Like, he should be able to still play longer, but he's going to call it quits at 36. Also, where does he stand all-time goals? I'll check that after the retirement screen, because I am kind of curious on that. Capo Caco is also up there, but none of these guys even come close to Michkov. Wow. Defensively, the best is Sal Monson, a couple former Detroit Red Wings prospects also up there. Not really anything important defensively to note. At least to me, it doesn't look like there's anything. Best goalie to retire, Spencer Knight retires. We won the Stanley Cup against him back when he was with Florida still. And Sebastian Coase is also up there. But yeah, nobody comes close to Michkov in this. Michkov was the second overall pick in 2023. Finishes with almost 400 more points than Lafreniere, which is nuts. Also, goal scoring wise, it was up by 400 goals as well. 421 goals over the next closest player, which is crazy. I almost don't want to leave the screen at all because, that really sucks. That's a massive blow to our team. We are going to miss you, Matvei Michkov. Just got to find ourselves now a new sniper to play with Agostino. Just don't know who the heck that's going to be. Because, yeah, I don't think anybody's going to come close to Michkov's type of points production with Agostino. Okay, so there is the retirements. I hate leaving screens like that, but it is what it is. Let's see where Michkov is in terms of all-time scoring. I might also finish this stream up kind of soon. I don't know if I'll do another season or not. My voice is getting pretty sore, and I'm also kind of sick still, so don't want to push it too much. Let's take a look at the record book. So in terms of NHL all-time records, let's actually go to Arizona Coyotes records first, so you guys can see an updated look at this. So point-wise, as you can see, Agostino by a large margin. The plus side is if you get a boatload of cap space this offseason. Yeah, that's true. So seasons is also Agostino. Yeah, Agostino was like pretty much sure up there in a lot of things right now. Guillermo Carrillo up there in wins though, which is cool for our team. Also want to take a look at season stuff for our team. Nothing's been broken. Stefan Pettersson had the most wins in a rookie season. Game records, nothing was broken, surprisingly. You think they would have been broken, but no. Let's take a look at the entire league stuff, see where Michkov is in terms of goals and stuff. So Michkov is going to finish third all-time in goals, behind Steven Stamkos and Alex Ovechkin. Stamkos had over 1,000 goals apparently, which I refuse to admit that's actually going to actually happened in this. Ovechkin finishes only with 10 more goals than Stamkos. So I don't know how Stamkos scored a lot of goals in this franchise mode, but apparently he did. So Michkov finishes third. He does pass Gretzky at least, so that's good. And Matthews is fifth all time, which is kind of interesting. So that's where Michkov finished in most goals. What else we got here? Any other guys up there? Damn, Stamkos went insane in this franchise mode. Yeah, apparently. Unless it's a glitch, I don't know. What else we got here? Most 50-goal seasons. Michkov tied Ovechkin with the most 50-goal seasons in NHL history. 11 for Ovechkin, 11 for Michkov, which beats Bossy, Gretzky, and Lafleur. So that's pretty impressive that Michkov at least is up there in 50-goal seasons. Doesn't surprise me, though, with the amount of 50-goal seasons he had. So, in most 100-point seasons, Michkov is 4th with 9 100-point seasons. Only finishes 1 behind Connor McDavid, Mario Lemieux, and Wayne Gretzky for 100-point seasons. That's also pretty impressive. I guess Agostino would be really close to that as well, because Agostino should be almost into that top 5. He should be pretty close. I don't know how much of them he's had. He's probably at like 7. Season record wise, most goals doesn't matter. Yeah, this stuff isn't going to get broken, a lot of this, because it's too hard to break a lot of that. Oh, that Pickard guy was up there most rookie goals in a season. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, those records aren't going to get broken. So there is that. How much points, 100-point seasons does Agostino have? Gotta check a look at that. Let's see, left wing wise, Agostino. How much? He's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he needs one more to tie Marcel Dion for 100-point seasons. But is he gonna get that without Michkov is the question. I don't know. That's interesting. So there is that. I think we got to do at least one more season. What do you guys think? One more season, just because we should try and get through the off season as fast as possible. In the sense, is because I've been streaming for over 5 hours, and I said I wasn't going to stream 9 hours this time around. But do you guys think we should do one more season? Just because this could be Agostino's last year too. Because since we got rid of Michkov's career, may as well finish off Agostino's as well. Like, my voice is kind of getting a bit sore, but I could do one more season if you guys want. Because it is getting kind of late since it's like 7 o'clock here. Agostino needs a new line mate, I'd say, this offseason is to sign at the big fish. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see if what there is available for free agents. Do one more season, this is true. Copper bus here, one more year. Yeah, one more for the road. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, let's should we? Yeah, let's just get right into the draft, and then we'll take a look at the draft class. I don't think it's worth moving up for, because most of these guys aren't going to get into our NHL team right away. But let's see what we got in terms of the draft class. We're probably drafting around the same spot as last year. Probably doesn't matter too much about the draft. But is there any steals in this first round? Wow, there's a couple busts in the first round. You don't see that every day. Huh. Tommy Clancy, huh? Any steals, potentially? This draft class doesn't look that good, honestly, to be... yeah, I don't know if they're going to find anything good in this draft. Ooh, 1 year out. J-Sod. I honestly feel like the draft doesn't even matter if we're only going to do one more season, but I might simulate more of this off video. Low elite two-way defenseman that's supposed to go in the second round. We don't even have our first round pick, do we? No, we do have our first round pick. Do we? I don't even remember if we have our first rounder. Because I don't remember if we even traded it away. Oh, we do have our first rounder. Okay, that's good. But we don't have a second rounder, so we honestly might go with that guy that's supposed to go in the second round with our first round pick. Because I don't know too much about this draft class, so... let's see this top 5 anyways for fun. So Vegas takes Holmstrom, 81 overall medium elite sniper. Minnesota takes Labrie, 2A forward, 80 overall. Columbus takes Andronov, 78 medium elite. Carolina takes Mendoza, 79 medium elite. And Montreal takes Waters, 80 overall, medium elite as well. That's him to our pick at 25. Okay, so yeah, I think we got to go with that guy that's probably NHL ready because the rest of this first round doesn't look too good. So we'll probably end up just going with this low elite guy, right? Emmanuel Bolt, low elite two-way defenseman. I think that makes sense because we need defenders too. So what do you guys think? Bolt, I think he's probably the best option since he's a low elite and he's a defenseman, which is something his team needs for the future a little bit more of. Even though we do have Clark and stuff in the system, that could be wild cards into making our NHL lineup this season. Yeah, I think Bolt should be probably the best of the bunch because we don't know too much about the rest of the draft class. A lot of them look like top 9s, so. 12 goals. Damn, the goal scoring defenseman. Brendan says Bolt. Yeah, I think Bolt's a no-brainer here. Even though he doesn't look like the best, like he looks like he's a good shooting defenseman, but not really great at anything else. Let's just take Bolt here. So Emmanuel Bolt, welcome to the team. 62 overall, two-way defenseman. And yeah, he looks like that. Not bad. At least that gives us a prospect in the system. That's him to 89 now. No, thank you. I'm not trading my picks here. There's a gem. Philip Gilbert, who's 19. Has really good physical attributes. And he's a big guy. 6'1", 216. Might have good speed, too. No weakness, apparently. Do we go with the gem just because he's listed as a gem, guys? Guys, might as well get through this draft as fast as possible since we're not going to see any of these guys play probably anyways. I think Philip Gilbert might be the best option. Gotta take the gem. Yeah. And he also, since he's a big guy, maybe he'd be a good power forward scorer kind of guy. You never really know. He's probably going to only be like a medium top 9 or a low top 9, but might as well take a chance and see how good he is. So let's take him. 67 medium top 6 enforcer. Wow. I wasn't expecting a medium top 6 enforcer. 99 strength. Damn. But he's got 89 deking for an enforcer as well, which is kind of funny. Wasn't expecting an enforcer. Especially only at 6'1". You'd think he would be like 6'4" if he was an enforcer. So there you go. We got ourselves an enforcer. Even though we have an enforcer defenseman in the system, there's another one. 5th round. Probably the rest of this doesn't matter too much. Jimmy Hickett's. I don't really know. I think I'm going to auto-sim the rest of his draft. Because the rest of his draft does not look too good. Yeah, it's bottom 6s. But this guy in the lineup, in desperate times, go for desperate measures. So we need a goon. I don't know. Maybe the enforcer defenseman that we drafted a couple of years ago. Cake playing our lineup. Yeah, let's auto-sim the rest of this draft because this doesn't look too good to me. So I just want to get through this draft as fast as possible. So we got Hickett's, we got Bowie, we got Bolt as well. We got 2 Bolts in the same draft. What the heck? So the AI drafted us a Bolt as well. That's kind of funny. So 2 Bolts. We got Bowie, we got Hickey and Hickett's and Gilbert. Okay. Wasn't expecting the AI to get me a Bolt as well. But we got 2 Bolts. Because apparently 1 Bolt is not enough. So there you go. There's our draft. Let's get to this re-sign stage. Our associate coach. Let's see if we could get him back on a decent contract. Unless he wants to be a head coach now. I don't know if we have that much money to get him back. But we'll try. Let's try and get those scouts back as well. The Bolt brothers will be keep the minor team alive. Yeah, that's if we sign them to their ELCs. And if they actually get played in the AHL. I don't know if any of them played in the WHL or whatnot. Okay. Resign stage wise, let's get this done. So RFA wise, Devereaux wants a cheap 2-way contract. He's easily getting that since he's going to probably play on our NHL roster this year. Oh, I didn't want to give Voloshenko a contract like that already. Oh well. It's not too much money. I'm just trying to get through this offseason as fast as possible because I don't want to be talking here for 9 hours, so hopefully the next season it goes a little bit quicker. And Lynch, 4.725. Do you guys think he's worth that already, or should I just qualify him and give him less? He's had 2 seasons of 40 points. Let's just qualify him and get him for less. Let's just do that. And you're going to want a 2-way deal for raffle. Is there any unsigned guys you want me to sign? Like Coley Minon's a 68. Gilbert that we just drafted at Enforcer is actually really good in terms of overall rating. You know, I'm going to sign this guy for the AHL already. He's got potential. I don't think I'm going to sign anybody else for the AHL. Unless there's some guys we drafted before. Let's get rid of these 7th Demon. Try and get through that a little bit quicker. Low top 6. And maybe Blum as well as a 69 at 20. We'll sign him. I'll let go of a couple of these older guys again, just to make room for the younger guys. And that should be good in terms of the AHL. Appleby, what do you want? 2-way deal as well. Perfect. Shoots, 2-way deal. Whoa, Shoots wants 3.2. What the heck, man? Okay, so now we got to get into the main free agents. So, what do you guys think we should do in terms of these free agents? So, the first big one here is Sasaki. He's 33 at this point. He wants $6.8 million. He's been a pretty big help on our defensive end for multiple years, but I don't know if he's worth it anymore. Shoots has got to go. Yeah, we could probably bring him back on a cheaper deal if he's in free agency still at the start of the season. He just thinks he's worth that much because he played in the NHL. So Shoots is gone. Glebov should be relatively cheap to bring in as a depth option again, so we'll try and get him for 1 year at $1 million. I don't know about Armsden at 1.4. Burkov, I would like to bring him back, but he wants 4.5 for 79. It's not a lot, but he has been a relatively consistent player. He's been with us for a while. He's been with us for a long time. He's already played 736 games, and he's only 26. So does Burkov come back? I think he should probably. So Brendan, let me know about Sasaki, Burkov, and Armsden. And then we also got to... What about Cox and Kane? Both guys we signed last offseason. I don't know what they want for contracts. Cox doesn't want a whole lot. Probably because of his age. Kane, also relatively cheap. And then, I don't know about bringing back Brad Lambert. He wants $5 million. And then Geeky still didn't retire, which is kind of surprising. Wants 3.675. Spalling, we'll give him what he wants, because I need to keep Spalling around. Geeky and Lambert are going to be kind of expensive, but I think we could probably afford the rest of these guys back. I just don't know about paying these guys money. Burkov has been a good player for you. I'd send back Sasaki for 1 to 2 years at most. Yeah, let's do 2 years. Give him a little bit more than he wants. And Burkov, let's just give them what they want, most of these guys, because I think I should be able to have still money for free agency after signing all these guys. So let's sign all these guys on 1 year deals just to get through free agency or re-sign stage wise. And we'll see what there is in terms of finding a replacement for Michkov. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut Lambert loose, to be honest. I think. I mean, he picks up a lot of points, but he's dropping off a lot. Yeah, I'm going to cut Lambert loose. So, all those contracts are offered. Let's advance a day, see if we get all those guys back. And we should have the cap space to sign ourselves a big name free agent, hopefully to replace Michkov. Well, not replace him, but fill in for where he was. So we're still waiting on Sasaki and stuff like that. Gotta give him a little bit more. 2 years at $7 million maybe. You should have plenty of cash for a big free agent. Yeah, I hope so. I'm just trying to make sure I get all these other guys back as well. Because or else this team is not going to win anything without finding a good goal scorer. So hopefully there's a big player out there. Let's get those guys in. Should get them to accept. Still a couple rejections, and of course Sasaki's one of them. Okay, Sasaki, you gotta accept, man. I gave him a 3-year deal, but oh well. I'm just trying to get him signed. Armsen's kind of becoming a little bit expensive. There you go. It's signed. Lynch is the last one there. There we go. And our Armsen's rejecting still. You're a depth defenseman, Armsen. Boom. There you go. Okay, so we still have $26 million. Lynch needs to be signed, but that is it. So we do have a lot of money to sign somebody big in free agency, which is really good. We still got our goaltending. We got a good defensive core still. And our forward core, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Our center depth is really taking a big hit. So, yeah, we probably should find ourselves a big center as well in free agency. Let's zoom over to free agency. And let's see what we got. Who is going to be the big sniper that we bring in? Wow, Thornton, that guy that Chicago traded for. He wants, he just heads to free agency right after that. Chicago could not re-sign the guy. $17.7 million he wants. I mean, he's a good offensive defenseman, but damn, that's a lot of money for a defender. Let's see what we got for forwards that could shoot the puck. Yeah, big center and a big winger. DeFazio is a grinder, does not score goals. Colborn is a playmaker. There's a sniper in Vikingstad. 20 goal scorer, the only, but does have good shooting attributes. Yeah, not as good of a class for sure. So Vikingstad's one of the better snipers out there, at least on the right side. Left wing wise, Estrada is a good goal scorer. He's a left winger though, but he is a good goal scorer. He is also an old guy though, so he's probably going to drop off. I saw Bedard's available. Go after him. Bedard's available? Oh, damn. If only Michkov didn't retire, because then literally we would have literally the top, or 3 of the top 4 players in the draft, I believe, from 2023. Oh yeah, we could bring in Bedard as the top line center next to Agostino. And look who else is there. Boyce is there. Hunter Boyce is in free agency. He also hits the free agent market. Doesn't want a lot. 9.4. Some of these guys we could probably play in the wing. This guy's got really good shooting categories. Surprised he doesn't score more goals than 16. Yeah, let's just give Bedard a contract. He only wants 1 year. And he's coming off the Stanley Cup win in Calgary. Let's do 1 year at $10 million for Bedard. And then Boyce. Should we bring in Boyce as well or no? He's dropping off, but he is a good player for the most part. He actually did make the playoffs. I know he didn't make the playoffs last year. Do we bring in Boyce or do we bring in... There was Vikingstad as a potential sniper. Or there was also Estrada, but Estrada wants 11 million, so he's probably too much expensive now that we're offered Bedard a contract. So what do you guys think, Boyce as well? Since Hawks fan, you're still here too. I know Brendan says to go after Boyce. What do you think, Hawks fan? Stallberg guy with good shooting looks good. Yeah, he could be decent. He wants 6.475, so he's cheaper option as well. And with that good shooting, you think that putting him next to a good goal or passer like Agostino, that maybe this guy would be good. So Sven Stallberg could be a good option. He's not a huge goal scorer in the NHL. Like, he's only been scoring like 20 goals a season, but he's still decent. He had 10 points in 17 playoff games last year. So going after Boyce, and then we'd have still money. So you guys want me to go after Bedard, Boyce, and Stallberg, or Bedard and Boyce, or Bedard and Stallberg? Boyce and Bedard 1-year deals, and Stallberg on 2 to 3. What do you think, Hawks fan? Sign all 3 of those guys? Just go after them all and make this team as good as possible in terms of bringing in good forwards. Because I don't know who we're going to scratch at the start of next season, or who's going to get sent to the minors, but because yeah, that's going to take up like 19 million between the 2 of those guys. And then yeah, it's probably going to eat up pretty much the rest of our cap space. So actually I don't know if that's a good idea, because we're still waiting on that one guy that needs a contract. Let me offer a contract first to Stallberg here. Give him what he wants. We might actually have to free up some cap space, guys, because we do still have, like, that's going to probably eat up a lot of our cap space we have left, but we do have Lynch who needs a contract. And Lynch is a good goal scorer on his own. So we might have to trade away somebody to free up some cap space. Like, if we look at our main roster here, who is making a lot of money? Armsden would probably be the guy on the way out. We could trade away Armsden, and then we'll free up some cap space, and then we'll be able to get all of them. You guys think that's a good move? We try and find a way to trade away Armsden and get rid of his $4.8 million. And then we should be able to sign that other guy too. Because I think that'd probably make the most sense. Because or else we won't have enough money to re-sign our RFA. So I think moving Armsden would make sense, and then it will give a better opportunity to somebody like Devereaux. Okay, let's see what we could get. Let's actually... Armsden actually has a lot of trade value, which I'm kind of surprised about. Let's just go find trade and see what teams are offering us, because I don't really care what I get for him. Let's see. Oh, the Canucks. Oh, guys, this is a joke. They want to give me Donovan in 2/3. I don't want Donovan back. 2 second-rounders, 2 second-rounders. Let's take 2 second-rounders from the Canucks and fleece them out at 2 second-round picks. There you go. Armsden's gone to the Canucks. And now we will go back to free agency. But that's actually funny. Trying to offer me Donovan. No, thank you. And we will go down to Boyce and we'll offer him a 1-year deal as well. Give him a little bit more as well. And we should be able to get all 3 of those guys in, hopefully. They're all older veterans, so this team's going to be pretty old, but at least if we get those 3, our team is going to look probably pretty deep. So let's advance a few days and see if we get those 3 guys. And hopefully that's enough to push us over the top for this final season that we're going to get ahead to us. Stallberg has accepted, which is great. The other 2 are still holding out a little bit longer. Bedard has accepted. That's a huge one. No! Boyce, you dingo. Wow. Boyce decides to go to Buffalo. No. Okay, well, at least we got Bedard and the other dude. But Boyce decides to go to the Buffalo Sabres, which is kind of a salt to the wound, but I think it's not that bad either. We could still find another player too if we want to. But we got Bedard, Stahlberg, Palapuz, Geeky, Spalling, Devereaux, Agostino, Cox, Kane, Kagerodov, Yoshimura, Sexsmith, and a good defensive core. Do we need to make any signings more? Just since we couldn't get in Voice as well. Because I think Connor Bedard should be more than enough, but there is still like Pearson out there, but he's 35. Good offensive awareness. Fits in our bottom 6. Brad Lambert is still available, but team's interested now. Do you guys think we should sign anybody else? Or should we just go with it? Hey, look, Gage Benner's back in free agency. We got to trade for Kagerodov. Nah. I don't really care too much about trading away Kagerodov. If we trade away Kagerodov, we're going to lose our one of our goal scorers, because Kagerodov is likely going to take over that top line spot. Even though he dropped down to an 86, him playing with Agostino should give him more goal scoring. Like, he was always living in the shadow of Michkov, but he had still like 40, 50 goal seasons. So one bad season, I'm not inclined to trade him necessarily right away. So, tried to find a player of equal or better value using the Canucks deal. I could do that at the deadline. I'm going to wait till the deadline to maybe make any more moves. So I think I'm going to keep the team the way it is for the rest of the way. And yeah, let's sim to the next season, because I think we are ready to go. I think our team is pretty good. It's just all about maybe finding a few pieces at the deadline, because we don't need to be over the top good, because if we're over the top good, we're going to be a first round exit. Like, we don't want to be like what Calgary was a few years ago. We want to be what Calgary was just this upcoming season that we just had. So hopefully Bedard, coming off that Stanley Cup win in Calgary, could get us that cup in this last season that we do, because obviously it would be nice to go out with another Stanley Cup, but who knows. And if Agostino doesn't retire, then I don't know when he's going to retire, but I would assume he's going to end up retiring at the end of this year or soon after that. And Shelley hasn't retired yet actually either, which is interesting, because I expected him to retire before Michkov, so don't know where he is. Lynch is still in RFA, so let's give him a contract. Stop offering me trade offers, because I cannot give a contract to my guys if you keep offering me trades. Thank you. Let's see, RFA's Lynch will just give you what you want. There you go. And I'll give us still $12 million in cap space, which is pretty good, I'd say, considering we could still make some moves and stuff to make our team even much better. Lynch is accepted. Perfect. Glebov for a 6th round pick. No, thank you. That's pretty funny. No thanks. Okay. Let's get into editing our lines for the season. See what we got. Wow, Armstead is dropping off a lot. I don't know if it's morale issues or what, but geez. Let's go to roster moves, see if there's anybody that needs to be called up in the minors. Devereaux, Voloshenko honestly could play. Ferentz should technically play this year as well. Same with Clark almost too. We have a lot of decisions to make. Holy AHL guys. Let's keep Glebov as a depth defender. Let's send Armstead down. And we will call up Ferentz as an NHL defender, I think. Get the enforcer in potentially. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Ferentz should play. Devereaux should play. Which means we're probably going to take Sexsmith out of the lineup. Stahlberg. Yikes. We have a lot of good players. Jeez. Geeky's dropped off a lot. Geeky honestly could be a scratch this year. Yeah, honestly, I think Geeky's going to be a scratch. I'm feeling like he's a scratch. Maybe. Yeah, I think he's a scratch this year, honestly. He's got good offensive awareness stuff still, but not great passing anymore. I could try him on that fourth line and see how he does, but yikes. Defensively, that looks good for the most part, but we will give Ferentz an opportunity, the enforcer. Yeah, I think that looks decent already. He can be an injury replacement. Yeah, I think he does come out. Sexsmith could play on that fourth line for now. What do you guys think about those lines? Oh, whoa. Why is Sexsmith up there? We'll put Agostino not at the point. Who's their offensive defenseman again? Or more offensively is Beta. Let's get Cox off this power play. Oh, actually Cox works up there. Rest that looks fine. Yeah, I think that looks good actually. What do you guys think? Any other line adjustments that are Agostino, Bedard, Kegrodov as their top line? Rest of that stays the same. I think these lines are good to start the year. Yeah, I think so too. A lot of those AHL guys could honestly get called up at some point, like Davis Clark. He could bring us some offense from the back end. Kreutzer's getting close too, which is weird because he was a 7th rounder. Voloshenko honestly should be in the NHL too at this point. Solovyov, who we drafted last year, is getting close as well, which is nice to see that. So that's good. Let me just rework these AHL lines a little bit. If I could get rid of these minuses a little bit. That's a bit better. And that enforcer we just drafted is down there on the 4th line. It's interesting. Okay, that's good. Let's start up the season, Sim, and see if we could get a Stanley Cup in this last season, or if Agostino's going to retire in this last season too. Because if he doesn't, I'll probably end up playing this offline, and I'll post about it on Twitter or let you guys know in group chats or wherever. So let's see how we do in this preseason. I'm excited to see what the Sean Ferentz enforcer guy's like, because I didn't expect him to make the NHL with the top 6 potential, but probably since he was a first-round pick, he ended up making it. So hopefully he doesn't take too much penalty minutes, because or else we might have to take him out of the lineup. Okay, looks like we're having a terrible preseason, 2-5, but hopefully that means a good season ahead. Stahlberg led the team in points with 5 points in 7 games. I don't know if I like that. Let's sim to the regular season and hope that Agostino's point production doesn't drop off a cliff without Michkov. Because Agostino was still picking up, I'm pretty sure, like 80-point seasons without Michkov before we traded for him, so maybe he'll have some good seasons still. Let's see what happens. Let's go to January the 1st. Yeah, unless this team randomly has a terrible start, then we'll obviously stop it earlier. Make a community post with the results for those of us who don't use other social media. Yeah, sure, I'll definitely do that. I'll post probably a little bit about that. I don't know how much of the rest of this franchise mode I'll be able to play offline, because like I'd have to simulate 4 seasons, I guess, after this. And obviously NHL 23 comes out early next week, so hopefully an old Bedard makes up for the loss of Michkov. Yeah, hopefully. Comes down to if Bedard fits well with this team. And yeah, hopefully Kegrodov does fill that void, because that's basically what he was always living in the shadow of Michkov, so I feel like this is his chance to like really show that he's worth that money that we paid to him years ago. So yeah, let's go to January 1st, see what happens, see if this team could still score goals without Michkov. Come on, boys. And you gotta be joking me. Our best defenseman goes down with a concussion in like the first 3 games of the season. So that's not great. That is not great at all. So Beta's gone down with an injury. At least it's not too long term. But Glebov is going to get a huge opportunity here to play, I guess, on our defensive core. Yeah, I guess. And we'll give Ferentz some top 4 ice time with that injury. We'll see if our team can actually win games without our top defenseman. 8-7 OT win. What the heck was that? Over Chicago as well. Damn. So it looks like our team is still doing pretty good offensively, all things considered. If Kagorodov doesn't fill the void, you might need to move out the contract at the end of that point, but let's hope it doesn't come to that. Yeah, I agree, but I think he should be able to step up. I know I've seen him score 40 goals before, 50 goals, so I'm not too worried, but you never really know. Let's put Canzanello back in. Oh, it might have been Mestre I actually should have taken out. Oh well. It looks like we're having still some good offensive games. 9-6 win over Buffalo. See, that's what happens to you when you end up leaving to go to Buffalo instead. What was that guy's name now? Boyce. He went to Buffalo, and he ends up getting stomped on by us. You should have signed with us, man. Couple shootout losses, but we're still winning a lot of games here early in the season, which is good. Means those changes that we made maybe actually did help us. So, not Ferentz. I want to take out Glebov. Glebov point per game. Let's go. Was he point per game? 2 points in 13 games. Not really close to point per game, but close enough. There you go. Beta is back. That is huge for the defensive core. Hopefully that makes us play a little bit better defensively, but we are off to a really good start offensively, at least this year. Still scoring like 5 goals a game, even with the loss of Michkov. Dropping a few games lately, which is not great, but as long as we win more games than we're losing. So he's got a lot of extra frame games too, it seems like, this early in the season. And Spalling has strained his hamstring. We'll go replace player. He's not a huge offensive piece, so that's not the biggest injury in the world. Take that, boys. How do you like the Sabres now? Yeah, pretty much. I don't know why he decided to go to the Sabres. Spalling back in. And, okay, 19-9-6 at January 1st. Pretty good. I was kidding about Glebov. No chance he'd ever get a third of a point per game. Yeah, since he's a defensive defenseman. Look who's breaking out this year. Nicholas Lynch. 35 points in 34 games. That's kind of impressive. I didn't expect that from him. I don't know if he's playing on the first line power play, but that's pretty good. I believe he still has RFA rights for 1 more year. But good to see him breaking out. Didn't expect him to be leading the team in points. And we are currently 3rd place in our division. Let's take a look quickly at if there's any declines in overall on our team. Agostino's still an 87. Bedard is dropped down to an 84 though, so he's dropping kind of fast. Probably the last year of his career, I guess, at that rate. Looks like that second line must be doing good. Lynch is playing on his offside with Stahlberg and Yoshimura, so second line might be outperforming the top line. I don't know. Do you guys think we should be making any moves yet? Considering we have 44 points and the next closest team outside of the playoffs are, let's see, 37 and 38 points, so we're pretty much like a good 7 points up on a lot of teams. Ugh. I think I almost need to take another one of my flu pills or something because I'm starting to get sniffles again. Bedard just needs to hold out for the season. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't drop off too fast. I'd say just stand pat until closer to the deadline. Yeah, I agree. Might as well not play with anything too much because Lynch is doing really well. So, what do you think about making a trade for a new goalie? Maybe, but we don't want somebody that's too good overall wise because we know how they don't simulate in the playoffs. But let's take a look at how the goalies are doing first right now. Korea's got a 908 and a 3 goals against. Save percentage is actually not terrible. Goals against a little bit high. And Galiev has not been really suiting well as the backup. Like, how are you 7-2-3, but you have an 893 save percentage and a 348? Like, he's getting bailed out, I think. So goaltending necessarily hasn't been that great. But is there a goaltender that could help us out in terms of the playoffs and stuff like that? Like, let me take a look at the trade block just to see if there's goalies out there, but I don't know if there's going to be a goalie that could really help us out. Like, I don't know what I would do in terms of trades and who I would trade one of the goalies to. Wow, this guy signed for $12 million as an 82 defenseman. What the heck? That's kind of crazy. What do we got for goalies on the block, if there's even any? Because you don't always see a lot of goalies on the block. Some of these contracts are pretty crazy. There's got to be a goalie on the block, maybe, that's decent, I hope. No. Street. This guy's been a good goalie in the past. I'm surprised he's still playing at 35. He's a backup goalie, I guess, now. But this guy has been a really good goalie in the past, but I don't think he's that good anymore. Signed for 2 years as well. We could try and reunite with the guy who launched us into some like 4 hours ago. I don't know about bringing back Donovan. You could maybe use a better backup, someone who could step up in the playoffs if Korea struggles again. See, Ted Street's an interesting one. He's never really played in the playoffs before, but he's had some okay regular season numbers, I think, at some points, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen him up there in wins a lot. Actually, never mind. The save percentage has always been below 908. I thought he was better than that, because I have seen him up there in points for sure. Or not points, in goaltending and stuff. But I guess maybe in the wrong way. Jeez, it feels like my cold's getting worse again. That's not good. Well, nothing there. Nothing there. You can maybe use a better backup, someone who could step in the playoffs if Korea struggles again. I don't know if I read that already, but oh, Shishkinov's in Tampa Bay now, making over $8 million. That's funny. McElhaney was there as well. Sommer's on 2 years left. Oh wait, this is the guy that played in Calgary a few years ago. I remember this dude. That's why I recognize him. Street has better numbers than the current backup. That's true. Somers is a good goaltender as well, or he's had some seasons where he's got a lot of shutouts in at least. Oh, I have this still sorted by like season different things. Let's see. Oh yeah, Somers is the goaltender that literally just came off the 58-win season a couple years ago. He had 44 in there last season. Like, this guy's the guy that's gonna get us wins for sure. But is he the playoff goalie? He just coming off a Stanley Cup win. He's friends with Bedard, we could say. He's a proven playoff goalie. Mike Somers. Only thing is he signed for 2 years is just under $5 million. Gotta look at what Toronto wants for Somers. There's also Wall, who's making under $1 million as an 83. He's a 35-year-old. He's having a good season goals against wise, not necessarily save percentage wise, but actually that's in the AHL. I thought it was in the NHL. Wall's also kind of intriguing, being 83. But yeah, Somers could be decent since he did win the Stanley Cup last year, so we'll definitely look at potentially trading for him. Breezeball on 1 year left. He's an 88. I don't want an 88 overall goalie. I know they're going to lose in the first round. That's funny. It's between a Wall and Somers at this point. Yeah, I'd say it's probably between the two of them, for sure. Somers is a proven NHL guy, yeah. That he is. So, for Somers, what is Toronto looking at? He's got low value as well. 2 4th-round picks. We'd probably change one of those 4th-round picks into Galiev, just to get rid of Galiev's contract as well, because I don't want to send Galiev to the minors when there's already good goalies or AHL prospects. So we'd probably edit this trade, and we'd probably do a 4th rounder, and then just give them Galiev to get rid of Galiev. What do you guys think? 4th rounder and Galiev to get Somers, upgrades their goaltending, and then we have a 1A 1B situation, and we could try and alternate through them in the playoffs if we get there, because that's probably our best option with this. Even though Somers is signed for 2 years, I'd be willing to do this just to get ourselves that other goaltender that we could potentially rely on if Korea's not that good, because Korea has been kind of struggling in the playoffs the last number of years. So due to Summers' deal. Yeah, I think this might be honestly the best option. Like, we know this guy could win a lot of games. That would be a fair value, I think. Yeah, let's just do this. 4th in Galiev for Summers, and that is accepted. So I think they came out ahead just because they got Galiev as well, but I had to get in Galiev as part of that deal because, yeah, I had to do that just because or else I would have had to play them instead of a lot of those prospect guys. So there we go. So Korea and Summers is our 1-2 punch. And AHL wise it's good. Okay, well, I don't know why it's saying it's bad chemistry down there in the AHL right now. I am confused. So I thought it said it was good chemistry before that. I don't even know. Oh well. So there you go. We have brought in ourselves a new goaltender, and hopefully Summers is the answer to being a good playoff goaltender. He played good last year for the Calgary Flames. Can he win a Stanley Cup as well is the question. Let's simulate a little bit closer to the deadline, and if the team's doing good, we probably won't make any trades. If Korea plays worse towards the deadline, give Summers more starts going forward into the playoffs. Yeah, that's probably what the case will be. Or if like whoever has the worst season will end up getting backup time in the playoffs. Losing a couple games here, but then we come back with a couple wins, which is good. We'll just keep going best lines in the AHL. As long as their top prospects are still playing. Having a couple rough games here and there, but at least looks like we're starting to play a little bit better defensively. There's a 6-4 loss though, and Yoshimura has been injured with a concussion. That's a pretty big blow, but at least it's not super long term. Let's just go replace player on that. That's an entire month though still without him, but we should be able to still win games without him too, I hope. No thank you. I'm not trading away any prospects, at least at the moment. 5-2 win, 2-1 win. Yeah, it looks like we're doing pretty good. We should be a guaranteed playoff team at this rate, as long as we don't lose every single game down the stretch. And we're on a 4-game losing streak, but then there's a win. And now Yoshimura is back, which is good. He was getting second line ice time again. You'd love to see that. So there you go. Yoshimura is back in. And okay, 5-1 win there. So 33-19-7 a day before the deadline. And everybody on our team is under point per game. So this is where losing Michkov hurts our team. We're not as good offensively as we were before. Kagorodov's leading the team in points, so he's stepping up at least. But where is Agostino is the question. Like, is he dropping in overall or what? Because he might be dropping off a lot. He's not going to hit 100 points this year, which is unfortunate because or else he would have been top 5 in 100-point seasons. We have 73 points. Yeah, we're looking at like a pretty good spot. I don't really think we need to make any trades. Even though we're not necessarily the best offensive team, it seems like at this rate. I think we just got to keep on rolling with it. Agostino's dropped down to an exact top 9. He's getting close to retirement, boys. It's going to really hurt if it's this year. He's literally dropped down from a 90 exact elite in 2 seasons down to an 86 exact top 9. Oh, that hurts. His point production this year has been pretty good for his age. 51 points in 59 games. But he's dropping off a lot. I don't like that. And Bedard has also been doing really well, but he's also dropping off. Do you think you need to make any trade? Don't think you need to make any trades, but see how your goalies are doing. Yeah, let's take a look at the goaltending situation. So Korea is now playing really well. He's got a .913 save percentage and a 2.8 goals against, so better save percentage than last year. Same goals against. Might be the season to stay put at the deadline. We've made moves in the past 2 years and it hasn't worked, yeah. And save percentage, like I said, is better. Shutouts is a little bit worse. Summers, since bringing him in to Arizona, has been really good. He's 3-3 with a .919. And he's also got a 2.43. So both goaltenders look like they're doing pretty well. Since getting rid of Galiev, seems like Summers is doing a much better job. And then, yeah, it looks like Korea, yeah, like Brendan's saying, got scared for his job, so he decided to start playing a little bit better. Huh. Yeah, I don't think we really need to make any changes. I don't really know how Devereaux was done in his rookie season. I don't want to take a look at all player stats yet. I want to wait till the end of the season, but yeah, I think this is our team going into the playoffs. We just got to keep on rolling with it. Because we do got the guys in the minors that we could call up if we run into problems like Voloshenko. There's even Appleby still, Kreutzer. Solovyov's getting close. We got Armsden down there at Clark. Punovs. So, yeah, I think we should be fine. Looking at the Hawks lineup currently on cap friendly, holy shit, is their forecourt absolutely trash. Only players who are top 6 caliber are Kane, Domi, Taze, and Andreas. That's crazy. Yeah, they're going to be a terrible team this season. Ride or die, let's go. Okay. No moves for this Arizona Coyotes team. Is this the team to get another Stanley Cup? A lot of these guys weren't there, I don't think, during their Stanley Cup wins, since we've changed up the team a lot since then. But is this the team to get her done? Let's simulate the rest of the season and see if we can get it done. Hopefully we can. It'd be nice. Come on, boys. Just don't play too good down the stretch. Play at least decently, and hopefully we could have a far run, because if we play too good, we're not going to do too well. Cox has injured his knee, so we'll replace player, but that's a little bit of a scare there with that injury. There's a couple loss in rows, and Beta's been injured again with a mild concussion. You can no longer argue that Twace is a top 6 forward. That's true. Let's replace Beta for a little bit. At least he's going to be back before the playoffs. But I hate that these injuries happen right at the end of the season. Who was the ones that were injured? Oh yeah, Cox. That's right. Geeky out of the lineup for Cox. And then we're still waiting on Beta to back to full health. We'll wait until he's full health for sure on that. Palapuz has now been injured, okay. And now Beta is back. I don't know why we're getting slapped with injuries right here. So let's put Beta back into the lineup. There you go. Good to see him back at full health. There's a 6-4 win over the aforementioned Chicago Blackhawks. Palapuz is back as well. At least his injuries seem to be a little bit day-to-day, so he didn't miss too much time. Here we go. There's another win. There's another win. Jeez, we're winning a lot of games here now. Hopefully that doesn't mean we're a first-round exit, because we're on a long winning streak here at the end of the season. There's a shootout loss. Another win. Oh, you gotta be joking me. Our top defenseman almost, Gabriel Bilesma, has been injured with injured ribs, and he will be out till April the 27th. So let's go replace player for these last two games. But we finished just shy of 50 wins this year, 49, 25, and 8. And Agostino led the team in points still, 77 points in 82 games, which is pretty good considering his age and his drop-off, and also considering we lost Michkov. But Agostino, pretty good season, all things considered, I'd say. Yeah, the injuries like to hit us right at the wrong time. I guess we'll leave Glebov on that top 6. Or, actually, wait a second. Is this the chance to give Davis Clark an opportunity? Do we give Davis Clark a chance on the top 4? And then Glebov is scratched while we wait for Bilesma to return. Basically, we're doing the same type of thing as what we did with Devereaux last season when Geeky was injured. What do you guys think? Do we give Davis Clark a chance? He's a good offensive defenseman. We can put him on the power play and see what he could do. He picks up a decent amount of points in the AHL. Give the young guy a chance. Yeah, I think it might be honestly the best option. So, gotta always give these young guys an opportunity here late, especially in this franchise mode when we might never see them anyways. So, let's call up Clark since we have an injury. Oh, my throat is starting to be really sore. Whew. Let's go back to this and let's take out Glebov and give Mr. Clark an opportunity. Yeah, that should be interesting to see what Clark could do. Okay, that looks good to me. Yeah, we'll leave the defensive core like that. And Clark should be getting some power play time. Yeah, Clark should get some power play time instead of Burkov. Okay. So there you go. There's our team for the playoffs while we wait for injuries to return. Let's take a look at our player stats for the season, as well as stats around the league. But we finished with 106 points, which is pretty good, considering the drop-off and stuff like that. And scoring looks like we might have been a really good defensive team this year. So in terms of the entire league, we finished 6th best in the NHL behind the Ottawa Senators, the New Jersey Devils, Washington, St. Louis, who we lost to last year, and San Jose. So somehow San Jose still finishes as the best team in the league after they lost Desjardins a few seasons ago. Dever was only the one of the only point producers last postseason. Might as well try the young guy again. That's true. Goals for per game wise, we were not one of the best offensive teams as I expected. Though we were still like top 15, so maybe we just had really good depth scoring or something. I don't know. Goals against per game wise, we were one of the best defensive teams in the NHL. We had San Jose, Detroit, and St. Louis. That's even with, Beta's injury early in the season. So that's pretty impressive. One of the best defensive teams, also with the goalie change up too. In terms of our power play percentage, what do we got here? Our power play was not that great. Could be because Michkov is gone now, because Michkov was our best power play player before that. St. Louis has a really good goalie. Hopefully ours pick up the push over the edge. Yeah, hopefully. Our penalty kill doesn't look like that good either. We had one of the worst penalty kills despite being one of the best defensive teams in the NHL. So special teams need some work apparently. Only one shorthanded goal again this year. 27-12-2 on home ice. 22-13-6 on the road. In 8-1-1 our last 10 going into the playoffs. Interesting. Let's take a look at these player stats for the season. So Connor Bedard hit 70 points with us. Pretty impressive for a 36-year-old. He had a better season this year than he did with Calgary last year when they won the Stanley Cup. PK needs a look before the playoffs. Yeah, sure, I'll take a look at the penalty kill and see what we can do to address it. So a good season from Bedard. Stallberg hit 58 points. I'd say pretty impressive for 83 overall. One of the best years of his career. Hopefully the rookie on the defensive sparks plug for the power play. Yeah, hopefully. Palapuz 45 points, 30 goals this year for Palapuz. I'm really glad we picked up this guy. Like, he's almost had back-to-back 30-goal seasons. Like, as a third liner and a power play guy. I like it. 30 points from Devereaux in his first official NHL season, since he played a little bit last year in the playoffs. Not too bad. No power play time either, so we'll see what he could do with actual power play time if we want to put him on the power play. Spalling 28 points, pretty good. Geeky 10 points in 19 games. Who said Geeky was washed up? Jeez, that's more impressive than I thought. Like, that's really good as a depth option. Like, he was probably playing on the top line as well, but that's pretty impressive as a depth option. Left wing wise, Agostino had 77 points and was a plus 11. Probably the last year of his career, maybe. 560 goals, 1,127 assists, just under 1,700 points. And he's almost a plus career 450. Jeez. Hopefully he has a good playoffs ahead, though, because that's where it matters most. And this Brent Cox guy literally does not score goals. This grinder that we brought in from Detroit, 1 goal and 42 assists. Like, in the last 2 seasons, actually, since we brought him in, he's only scored 6 times for us. That is funny. Like, he's a grinder, but he doesn't take a lot of penalty minutes. But he does just pick up a lot of assists for his team. But he has 94 passing, and his shooting categories for accuracy is really bad, so he actually simulates like he should. So that's actually kind of interesting. So there you go, Cox. Kane had 37 points, 23 goals, not bad. Right wing wise, Lynch had 72 points this year, 39 goals. Him and K. Garodov both had almost the exact same point totals. Well, they did have the same point totals, but same goal totals, assist totals as well. That's one of the most lopsided goal to assist ratios I've ever seen. I think there was a guy in, I'd like to say my Houston sharpshooters here is Lucic or whatever, that played for Edmonton. It wasn't Milan Lucic, but there was a Lucic, I'm pretty sure, that literally had like seasons where he picked up like less than 10 goals and he had like 90 plus assists. It was kind of crazy. So Lynch and Kegarov both pretty good. Really good season again from Yoshimura. Continuing to do what he's been doing the last few seasons. And then Sexsmith, 34 points in 82 games. So in terms of our forward core, kind of an underrated scoring group because nobody hit 40 goals, but we had 3 30-goal scorers. We had 7 20-goal scorers. Bedard just finished under 20 goals, so a lot of good goal-scoring depth, I'd say, on this roster. Defensively, Beta hit 40 points this year, so not as good as last year, but 100 points in his first 2 seasons with us. And he only played 67 games this year. Really good season from him. Bilesma, 25 points before his injury. Sasaki, 21 points. Burkov, 17. Fairchild, 13. Ferentz had 7 assists and was a plus 17. Decently offensive for an enforcer. Don't always see them pick up points, so that's nice to see. And then Glebov, barely anything in 16 games, but a plus 6. That's pretty good. And then goalie-wise, really good stats from our goaltenders. Korea, 33, 16, and 5 with 3 shutouts and 912 save percentage and 278. So here is his stat line. Pretty damn good. And then Somers, 11, 12, and 2 with 2 shutouts and 915 save percentage and a 2.6 combined between us in Toronto. But with us, he had a 915 save percentage and a 2.6 goals against. So who do you guys think is the playoff starter? 915 and a 2.6 to Korea, who had a 912 and a 278. Technically, Somers was the better of the two, but when Somers was playing, he lost a lot more games than he won. Definitely like to see the balanced roster for scoring. Korea has stepped up in the later half of the season. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he really did. Hopefully he could actually do that in the playoffs too if he ends up starting. But I don't know who starts in the playoffs. Let's take a look at the entire league for player stats as well, quickly while we do this. Fiddler led the league in points. Only 3 100-point players this season, so it was kind of a quiet league by comparison to years past. Which is kind of interesting. Start with Korea. This is tough. Give Korea the first starts and turn over to Somers if he doesn't do well after 2 games. Yeah, okay. So only 3 100-point players. A couple of years ago, or maybe last season even, we had like 12 100-point players. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. So Fiddler, Pickard, who literally killed us a few years ago. This guy's literally had a great start to his career. He's already got a Stanley Cup ring as well. Doesn't matter, I've seen a 73 overall goalie win the Vezina. EA gonna EA. True that. True that. So there's the point leaders. Most goals this season is going to be Fiddler with 56. So there's that. Best defenseman for points, Fedorov in San Jose had 91 points this year and was a plus 70. Jeez. This guy and Korpakari are insane for the Sharks. Like, they have 2 really good offensive defenders. Jeez. Okay. Thornton was up there for Detroit, where he signed after getting dealt to Chicago last year. He's making almost $18.6 million in Detroit. So Steve Yzerman spending the big bucks on a guy that literally got dealt to Chicago, was over point per game in the playoffs, but could not win with them, so then he went to free agency and signed in Detroit instead. Pickard doesn't have a great plus minus. Hopefully that doesn't mean he's not hopefully that means he's not in the playoffs. I hope not. I didn't see if the Jets made the playoffs yet. Okay, so there's that. Best goaltender for wins, Nordgren and Hornquist, Florida, New Jersey. So 42 and 42. Most shutouts by a starter. Our former Hornquist had 6. Best save percentage by a starter, Kent Tierney in Vancouver with a 914. I'm kind of surprised Vancouver made it to the playoffs because I'm pretty sure they were not that good a few years ago. Goals against per game, Hornquist, our 7th round goaltender that we drafted before, that's now in St. Louis, is more than likely going to win a Vezina. I think, unless it goes down to wins, but I think he's literally going to win a Vezina as a former 7th round pick, which is something that's never been done before. Too bad you never found yourself a Morgan Griffin for the series. Yeah, it's, yeah. If I had a Morgan Griffin for the series, I would have won more cups, probably. Blue Jays just pulled the Leafs that blew an 8-1 lead. Oh, no. In, like, one inning, no, AJ. Because I watched last game, but I know that they lost, like, 4-0 in that one. Like, what inning is it? Because, like, hopefully the Blue Jays pull off a win still, if they haven't yet. I haven't checked to look at any scores. I don't mind that just because it's Seattle. The Mariners haven't been dying in the playoffs since 2001. Yeah. See, like, I want the Blue Jays to win, but the Mariners are a really good story as well, so it wouldn't hurt to lose to the Mariners, but it's, yeah. Oh, that would suck to lose. So, yeah, especially considering the Blue Jays had a really good season. I'd say final they lost. Oh my, wow. That is not great. What was all those runs scored in, like, what inning? Like, was it all in one inning, or was it in multiple innings that they lost, like, that 8-1 lead in? Because I'm curious on that. As I know that, like, I'm not even on Twitter right now. I haven't been on Twitter in, like, a few hours since before I started streaming. So I bet you Twitter is going crazy right now. Damn. Best rookie this season is going to be Warren Pelly in New York. Holmstrom was also up there. They pulled at Toronto. I guess this season is still is still the trailer. Okay, so there you go. There is the player stats. Now we get into the playoffs for our last dance. And my nose is literally trying to run on me while I'm literally trying to record this or stream this. I hate my friggin' cold right now. I need to probably take another flu pill soon. Oh my goodness, this is annoying. I can always tell when my flu pill is not done yet, and or when it's over. Okay, so who are we playing in round 1? It's going to be the Jets again, guys. We're going to be playing Isaac Pickard again, or whatever the heck his name was. They won the Stanley Cup last time we played them in the first round, and then they missed the playoffs, I think, and now look at that. Oh, don't forget to look at the PK. Oh, yeah, I have to do that. Had to leave for a bit. What did I miss? We made the playoffs. Not a surprise. We finished 49, 25, and 8. I will show you the player stats of the Hawks fan quickly. But obviously our point production was down quite a bit, but the league was as well. So Agostino still led the team in points, but yeah, pretty solid season, I'd say, for the most part. It's just going to be kind of concerning when we actually get to this playoff matchup because we're going up against Pickard. So there's all that stuff. So yeah, there is that. And also, if you guys want to take a look at the playoff tree quickly, here's what it looks like. Chicago's playing St. Louis, so there's a good matchup there for you Hawks fan. Calgary and Vancouver, that should also be a cool matchup. San Jose, Nashville, New Jersey, Philly, Washington, Boston, Detroit, Montreal, and Ottawa, Florida. So let's take a look at that penalty kill quickly before we actually get into this matchup. Also, Hawks fan, we did lose Bilesma to an injury right at the end of the regular season, so he is out till the 27th, so only a couple days, which is giving an opportunity to youngster Davis Clark to play a couple playoff games, and hopefully he can make a good impact, kind of like what Devereaux did last year. So let's go to our penalty kill. What do you guys think we should do for movement on our penalty kill? Yoshimura is not a great face-off man, but he is a good penalty killer. So maybe we want to put Spalling up there since Spalling can win face-offs. Yeah, maybe that's what we could do. Literally just rework it like this. Yeah, maybe that would work the best, to be honest. Yeah, we'll probably leave the rest of that the same. What do you guys think? I would say even your third pairing is minus for chemistry. As long as that top four is positive, it would probably be fine. Yeah, we gotta make sure we're as good as defensively since we're playing Pickard. Obviously, we're not going to be as good defensively, probably overall-wise, just because of Bilesma being injured. But who knows? Maybe Clark's going to be good defensively. So, what do you guys think? Defensive core and everything good? You think that's the way to go? Just rework those a little bit so we actually have a guy that knows how to take face-offs taking it instead of Yoshimura. Because if they win those face-offs, they're probably throwing it back to Pickard, and Pickard could go for those clap bombs from the point. And obviously we do not want that. Because this is the last dance. We want to make sure we get that Stanley Cup if we can. And hopefully it's not another first round exit again. Because this is almost exactly like my Houston series and how that ended. Because we literally had a lot of first round exits, I think. Or we got to the second round one time and then we got exited out there. So what do you guys think? Ready to go? Because I think it's probably good. You have nothing to lose at this point. Yeah, pretty much. Might as well run with it. And you guys said to start Korea for game 1 and 2. And if he doesn't play good, then we turn to Somers. So that's what we will do as well. So let's get into this. See what this team could do. See if this team is the team that could win a Stanley Cup. Or are they going to get knocked out and slammed on by Pickard again? Because last time we played Pickard, he had 8 goals in the first round. So yeah, hopefully we can contain this guy. Here you go. Game 1 on home ice. Let's see what happens. You're going to at least make it to the finals this time because you're feeling like crap. Yeah, I hope so. My nose is so sniffly, like literally this cold though. Like I was fine, or like yesterday I had a sore throat, and then I came back from, or actually no, it wasn't yesterday. Thursday I came back from work, I had a sore throat, and then it eventually just developed into a full-on like cold. So I don't know what the heck I have even. Okay, let's get into game 1. See if we can get this win here. Come on, boys. Do it for our fans, please. First period. 2-0 us. That's exactly how you want to start it off. Much better offensively than we started off against them last time. Actually, no. We lost 7-6 against them last time we played them, right? Yeah, it was St. Louis that shut us down defensively, so good start for our offense, though. Yoshimura scores on the power play, and then Stahlberg scores. So that's good to see the free agent acquisition scoring a goal. So 2-0, shots are 10-7 in favor of us. Can we add to our lead in a second and also protect our lead? Second period, 5-2. There's the offense. Let's go. Agostino makes it 3-0. Bedard makes it 4-0. Mira and Paco make it 4-2, and it's Sexsmith scores to make it a 5-2 game. I just realized I didn't even take a look at the Jets lines, but I don't know if it even really matters at this point. Might as well just get through this first round, and then we'll take a look at the second round opponent if we get their lines. But I'm pretty much they're probably pretty similar to what they were in the past, anyways. But good to see us have a 5-2 lead. Shots are 23-20 in favor of us. Let's lock this down in game 1. And yeah, hopefully this team can do pretty good the rest of the way. Penalty kill, and Mira scores a power play goal. It's now 5-3. We're still kind of struggling on the defensive end, but it could be because of Bilesma's injury. So I'm not going to write it off just yet. And there's a goal from Palapuz to make it 6-3. Like, at least we're having good offensive output right here, so that's great. And we're going to win game 1 by a score of 7-3 as Agostino gets the empty netter. Good to see Agostino also scoring in this first round because he didn't really do much last time we played the Jets in the playoffs. So final shots were 35-34 in favor of them as well. And we win by 4 goals. So that's a great way to start it off. Yoshimura from Agostino and Beta, Stahlberg from Yoshimura and Lynch, Agostino from Kagarodov and Spalling, Bedard from Beta and Sexsmith, Sexsmith from Kane and Burkov, Palapuz from Cox, and Agostino from Bedard and Kagarodov. Pretty good. Pretty good. Agostino had 3 points. Like, our top guns actually started producing in that game. Like, last time we played the Jets in the playoffs, Michkov was still playing with us. So it's good to see our offense produce. Let's see the 3 stars of the game. Agostino gets first star with 3 points, Bedard the second star with 2 points, and Yoshimura the third star with 2 points. Hopefully we keep thrashing him like this. Yeah, I hope so. Get some revenge in. If you go down in the series, put Somers in. Yeah, pretty much that's the case. Because maybe Somers could quiet down the defensive play a little bit. But then again, also Bilesma should be back. Hopefully, if it gets to a Game 6 situation, he will be back by then. So that's at least good. Okay, I'm not going to make any line changes for Game 2 since that was a good offensive output. Let's see what happens in Game 2. Still on home ice. Can we take a 2-0 series lead over to Winnipeg? First period, scoreless. I will take that. Hopefully we didn't score all our goals in game 1 because I have seen that happen before. Shots are 11-9 in favor of us, but it is a 0-0 game. Can we find a way to break this deadlock in the second period? Bilesma should be able to play by game 4. Yeah, hopefully he's back to full health by then, because we'd like to get him in as soon as possible. He'll be 100% for game 5 or 6. Yeah, that's true. Second period, 1-0. Let's go. Lynch scores after having a really good season this year. Makes it a 1-0 game. So not as offensive a game here in game 2, but at least we have the lead. Shots are 23 apiece, and it's a 1-0 game for us. Let's get some insurance here early in the third, please, boys, because we know they could just come out with the offense out of nowhere like Pickard and whatnot. Let's see what happens. Come on, boys. Penalty kill, nicely done. Power play, we don't score, but at least it kills 2 minutes off the clock. Penalty kill again, we kill it off. Power play, long power play, we do not convert. Final 5 minutes of this third period. Power play late in the game, we kill it off, and we managed to win a squeaker of a 1-0 shutout win. So after winning 7-3, we win 1-0, and we have taken a 2-0 series lead on the Jets. Shots 34-31 at the end of it. Nice to have a 2-0 series lead, but we need to also be able to win on the road. Our only goal coming from Lynch, from Cox, and Sasaki. So our Top Guns didn't do anything really much in that one, but that's okay. So Korea gets first star of the game with the shutout, Breezeball the second star, and Lynch the third. PK coming up huge. Yeah, that penalty kill was pretty big for this team. Okay. So we have a 2-0 series lead headed to Winnipeg. Can we win games on the road? Bilesma has returned from injury, which means I think we will send probably Clark back down to the minors. Actually, we could send Glebov. Do you guys think we should leave Clark up here for the playoff run, or send him down to the AHL, or do we send Glebov down? Because I think like Glebov is definitely the worst of the two defenders. Clark in the 2 games that he played had no points, but he was a +2, so he'd probably be the better depth option. Career redemption arc, yeah, hopefully. Send Glebov down. Yeah, let's send him down to the AHL. He actually can produce down there in the AHL. Not like he can in the NHL. In NHL, he doesn't do much. Let's put him in instead of the Kreider guy who's a forward. There we go. That chemistry is terrible, but oh well. Bilesma's not back to full health yet, but he should be back for the next game at full health. Let's just make sure he is. And if he's not back at full health, we'll keep Clark in for another game, just because I do not want Bilesma to go down with an injury. Yeah, Bilesma's not back to full health, so he's going to be scratched for game 3, but it's more just so he doesn't get re-injured. Because if he gets re-injured, he's going to be out for another month or so, and we can't afford to have that happen. So Clark is going to get to play a 3rd game in these playoffs. And then Bilesma should be back for the next game, so let's keep it rolling and see if we could take a 3-0 series lead now. Come on, boys. Maybe Davis Clark will come up with a big goal, since he's never scored a goal in the NHL yet. Let's see what happens in game 3 in Winnipeg. Come on, boys. First period, 1-0 Winnipeg. Not bad. I mean, like, good defensive effort in that first period, but Sucks did not score in that first period. We only have 1 goal in our last 4 periods and scoring 7 goals in game 1, so that's a bit concerning. Shots are 11-8 in favor of the Jets. Hopefully we can find a way to tie up the game at least in the second, or take the lead. That would be nice too. Second period, 1-1. Let's go. We tie it up, and it's Kane. Nicely done, Kane. Shots are 21-16 in favor of them, but it's a 1-1 game, so we're playing much better defensively in these last 2 games than we did in the first game. Even though in the first game we only gave up 3 goals, but we're a much better defensive team, it seems like, than we were the last time we played these Jets, for sure. Then again, last time I think we played the Jets, we didn't even have Beta, so... Or maybe we did have Beta. I don't even know. I think we got Beta in the second off-season, right? So, or the first off-season. Yeah, I think so. I don't even know. Let's see what happens in this third period, and see if we could get that 3-0 stranglehold on the Jets. Come on, boys. Come on. You guys do it. Let's get the lead back. Let's get that lead. Power play 5-on-3. We do not convert. That sucks, but Sexsmith scores right afterwards. Let's go, Sexsmith. 5-on-4 power play. We do not convert. Penalty kill. Another big penalty kill. Let's go, penalty kill. And Bedard gets the empty netter, and we win 4-1. Kagarotov also got an empty netter, which is good. Maybe that will help those guys get some confidence going into the next few games. But a 4-1 win, and literally Korea's only allowed 1 goal in the last 2 games. So we have a 3-0 stranglehold on the Jets, and we're 1 win away from the second round. Almost cracking that goose egg finally, which is good. Kane from Beta and Spalling, Sexsmith from Beta and Spalling, Bedard from Agostino, and Clark and Agostino, or Kagarota from Agostino. So Clark picks up his first NHL point on an empty net goal. You love to see that. And yeah, the bottom 6 is coming up huge. Korea the first star, Breezeball the second star, and Agostino the third. So yeah, we're almost there and getting vengeance on the Jets, which is nice. Hopefully we don't run into St. Louis. And Bilesma's back to full health, which means unfortunately Clark is going to get scratched. But hopefully he learned from that experience. 3 games plus 3, 1 assist, not too bad. And obviously if there's another injury, he will be the first to be put back in. But Bilesma's back to try and close out the series for this team. So hopefully that is enough to help put this team over the top with him being back. Okay, it's still not going to make any line changes. Goaltending has been good. Offense has been good. Let's close out the Jets here in Winnipeg and get ourselves to that second round. Come on, boys. First period. 1-0 Winnipeg again, so similar outcome as last game. Shots are 13-12 in favor of us. Still a good defensive game so far. That's good to see. We've only given up 2 goals in like the last 7 periods, so can't complain too much about that. Can we get a way to tie this game up in the second period just like we did last game? We must get revenge on St. Louis too. We want them. I mean, if we do that, we're going to be running into that top line of theirs, and we're going to find a way to shut it down. Now, what's interesting is Pickard has been nowhere for the Jets so far, so I'm expecting him to at least score a goal in one of these next few games if we don't eliminate him today. But you never know. Second period. 2-1 Jets. Okay, so this is the most goals they've scored. Mira makes it 2-0, and Bilesma comes back from injury and scores immediately. That's good to see. It's now a 2-1 game going into the third period with the shots in our favor, 27-19. So Breezeball is having a good game, it looks like, for them. So they might be able to steal one at least in the series. But let's see if we can tie it up in the third period. Come on, boys. Or are we going to a game 5? But it's good to see Bilesma contributing with the offense a little bit, because he's more of a DFD. Penalty kill. Nicely done. Can we tie it up, please, boys? And looks like we might be going to a game 5 potentially. And yes, we are. Howes gets the empty netter, so the Jets managed to win a game. And now you went and done it. Pickard is going to go off. I mean, he still hasn't scored yet, and his team just won a game, so I don't know. Bilesma from Agostino and Kagarotov is the only goal that we score in that game. Hopefully that doesn't give the Jets any life. That's interesting that we lost that game. Kind of surprised, but at least it was still a good defensive effort. I don't think we need to make any line changes after that loss, because I don't think it's really necessary. Now, if we lose back-to-back games and our offense is still bad, then obviously I would make some changes, I think. But let's try and close this out. We are 2-0 on home ice so far this playoff run. Can we close it out in front of our fans? Let's see what I can do. Come on, boys. Don't lose back-to-back now. First period. VC and Wilson score. I'm kind of concerned that we're losing these next few games almost, it seems like. Shots are 11-10 in favor of us. We're down 2-0. VC scored and Wilson scored a short-handed goal. If Korea loses this game, give Somers game 6. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe we could do that. So we're down 2-0 after 1. Korea's kind of getting a little bit worse than he was in those first few games. Second period. 4-2. Pickard scores. There's his first goal of the series, of course. Made it a 3-0 game. Then Kane and Kagarotov made it a 1-goal game only. But then Mira restored the 2-goal game for them. Shots are 24-23 in favor of them, and we're down by 2 goals. Can we find a way to tie this game up in the third, or are we going to lose this game and have to turn to Somers for game 6? Come on, boy. Oh, man. Pickard scores again. I of course I mentioned Pickard, and now he's got 2 goals. We're down by 3 goals now. Yeah, we're gonna turn to Somers for next game, I think. Yeah, we might have to make some defensive adjustments or forward adjustments or something. I don't know. Agostino makes it 5-3. And then Pickard scores again. There's Pickard's hat trick. Of course, we jinxed it, guys. We actually did. Pickard picks up a hat trick, and that's the difference in that game too. He also picked up an assist in that game. Oh, I told you. Yeah, I think we should turn to Somers and maybe look at the lines. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, that was career's burst game with a 793 save percentage. And Pickard had 4 points. I don't want to get reverse swept here, please. I've done that. I've had that happen before. Sexsmith has sprained his ankle. We'll go replace player on that. At least that's only a 4th line option. But let's make some line adjustments here going into game 6 since we've dropped back-to-back games. Agostino's over point per game right now this playoff run. So he's got over 200 playoff points in his career now. So Somers will get to the start for game 6. And what do we want to do with the rest of the lines? Do we want to swap Yoshimura and Kagorodov? Kagorodov's got 7 points in 5 games. Yoshimura's only got 2. Maybe we give Lynch top line time since he was good in the regular season. What do you guys think we should change in terms of the lines? Do we separate Beta and Fairchild? Like, there's a lot of different things we could do. Because I don't really know what we could change. Like, we could always put Palapuz as the center instead of Devereaux. Geeky is still playing because Geeky's going to be playing since Sexsmith's out. So there's definitely things we could change around about this forward group if we want to, but I just don't know what would be the right move for our team at this stage. Yoshimura needs to spark him, who has been madly minus so far. Let's see what we got here. Oh, Yoshimura's a -3, and then Devereaux's a -2. Oh, that's actually last year's playoffs, right? Because Geeky hasn't played this year's playoffs. Okay. Yeah, so -3 and -2. So Devereaux's probably been the worst of the bunch in the sense Yoshimura. Actually, yeah, Devereaux's probably been the worst since he hasn't picked up the points, but I don't really know what we could do in terms of taking Devereaux out of the lineup. Like, Sandoval is not going to be a much better upgrade. Like, we could move Yoshimura to the top line. Maybe that helps him going. Maybe we just swap the top 6 around a little bit, like Lynch goes up, Kagorodov goes down. I don't really know. Or we maybe swap the centers like Stahlberg and Bedard. There's a lot we could do to flip-flop the top 6 and see if it helps out a bit. Because maybe one of the lines just needs a bit more spark than the other. Like, that second line's been kind of quiet. So maybe it just needs something to get it going. So, move Geeky up and put Devereaux down. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we'll do something like that. What about the top 6 wise? What do you guys think we should do with the top 6? Swap Yoshimura and Kagorodov to spread out the scoring. Yeah, let's try that, even though it negates the chemistry a bit. What about the defensive end? Any defensive changes you'd make? Like, do you want me to swap, like, Fairchild and Sasaki? Or that doesn't actually work that well in terms of chemistry? Or do we want to swap, like, Bilesma and Beta? That type of thing. Or do you want to take us to take out Ferentz and put in Clark? Because we could take out Ferentz, move Burkov over to the left side and get Clark in. So we could change around this defensive core again. Clark was really good when he played. He had an assist, so we could always do that. Because maybe the defensive core just needs a little change too. Like, obviously we don't want to make too many changes, but maybe too many changes is the right thing for this team. Ferentz hasn't taken any penalty minutes yet for an enforcer, I don't think. Right? Oh, he's only got 2 penalty minutes. That's not bad. Because obviously if he was taking too many penalty minutes, it'd be good to take him out. Put Clark back in and move out Ferentz. I'd say get Clark in there. Okay, let's take Ferentz out of the lineup and give Clark an opportunity to play with Burkov. And then we will go back to our special teams here and take Bilesma off the power play because Bilesma should not be on the power play. That is Clark's spot. And there we go. What happens if you swap Clark and Burkov? Let me check quickly. Let me see. Oh, wait, I didn't want to do it like that. Actually, maybe I did want to do it like that. I don't even remember what I'm trying to do here. Okay, let's put Burkhoff there. Put Clark. Oh, so Clark and Ferentz, you're saying? It's pretty much the exact same type of thing. So Clark and Burkhoff would have the same chemistry as Clark and Ferentz. What do you guys think? Clark and Ferentz or Clark and Burkhoff? This would be a young pairing, a 23 and a 22-year-old. Burkhoff at least would have a little bit more veteran presence on the blue line. Maybe run Clark and Ferentz. Yeah, maybe. Depends on what Saturn thinks as well. So you don't want to overthink this in a sense, because, I don't know. Make sure Burkhoff is on the left side, and if you stick with him. Yeah, true. Yeah, let's put Burkhoff in instead, I think, just because he's more of a shooter. And I like having that offense from the back end, so let's take Ferentz out and put in Clark. And then we'll move Burkhoff over to the left side. That should be good. Yeah, let's see what happens. And Sommer should be already in. Let me just make sure that he's in net. And then we'll get into Game 6 and see if we could find a way to knock out these Jets, because they're trying to come back, it seems like. Okay. Let's get into Game 6. See if we can knock them out. Come on, boys. Let's play like we did in the first 3 games. First period of Game 6. Oh, I feel like we're going to get reverse swept. Wotherspoon, Mira bombs, makes it 3-0, and then Kagurov scores. Sommer's off to a terrible start. Even worse than Korea. 3 goals on 9 shots. Hopefully this doesn't blow up in our faces. Well, Brendan, at least I'm a few seconds ahead of you, and it honestly just did. Well, the goaltending did. I mean, we could come back from a 3-1 deficit, but that's not a great way to start it off defensively. Yikes. Yeah, that's not a good way to start it off. Maybe we can find a way to get our offense going in the second. I don't know. So Sommers is definitely not looking too good off the hop, but maybe he'll rebound in the second period if he's still in net. Second period, 5-3. Okay, we tied the game up at one point, Kane and Agostino, but then Guite and Stafford restored the lead for the Jets, so Sommers blew the lead again. Shots were 22-20 in favor of us. We're down by 2 goals. So at least this is still a close game, but getting 2 goals or more in the third period is going to be tough. It looks like we might be going to Game 7. It's so dumb that your offense completely died after the first game. Yeah, it seems to happen a lot in the sim engine. Like, you always have really good offense, and then it just completely falls off. So let's see what happens in this third period. See if we're going to a Game 7. Hopefully not. Hopefully we can find a way to come back in this game, because we came back from a 2-goal deficit before in this game already. But it doesn't look like we're going to do that for a second time. Guite makes it 6-3. Korea's in that now. VC makes it 7-3. Oh, man. We're going to a Game 7, guys. Sommer's got an early 750 save percentage so far. Yeah. And we're going to lose 8-3. Korea gives up 3 goals as well. God damn. This team just can't play defense anymore. And Agostino's still playing really good in the playoffs. He was a -3 that game, though. Yoshimura was a -4. Burkhoff was a -4. Clark was a -3. And then both goalies had a sub 700 or 800 save percentage. Look at that. That is absolutely terrible. Worst goaltending stats I've seen, I think, for both goalies in a game. What do we do for Game 7? We had a 3-0 series lead, and now we just are playing like a complete different team. The Jets are scoring more goals against us, and we're not playing that good. Might as well stick with Sommers. Korea played an absolute dookie, too. Who's got the better stats throughout those little bit of games? Korea's got a 909 still somehow. And then, yeah, Sommers has got a 772. Oof. So Somers. What do we do in terms of the lineup? I'm going to try Lynch on the top line. He had a great season. Let's try and change up things as much as possible. There's got to be a way to get this team to win. Like, getting out of the first round is going to feel really nice, but then we still have to win 3 more rounds after that if we want to win the Stanley Cup. Like, I don't really know what this team needs in terms of changes. Let's try and swap Bilesma and Beta. Now let's take Burkov out for Ference. Go with the younger pairing. Yeah, I think that's what we'll go with. Make those adjustments unless we want to move Bedard down. He's actually been kind of quiet, 4 points. What do you guys think about this for this potential last game of the series? Yeah, shit, man, maybe coming back to Korea. I'm very conflicted now. Yeah, I think I might go to Korea. He had a good, strong start to this round. He won us 3 straight games, and then Somers was not really that good, so... What do you think we should do? Keep the rest of the roster the same, guys? Maybe move Kane up, move Geeky down to the 4th line role. You don't like Geeky on the 4th line, really, but oh well. I think we just got to try it out and hope that it works, because Lynch, he had a Geeky back into the top 6. You know what? For one last run, let's try that out. But then again, I don't know who these guys are going to move down to. Lynch has to go down to the 3rd line. It's a little bit weird. Yeah, we'll run with something like that. Yeah, we'll run with something like that. At this point, what do you have to lose? Yeah, reunite Geeky and Agostino, yeah. Does Geeky still win faceoffs? He does. Bedard has better faceoffs, though, so... Let's see what Geeky could do back with Agostino. Unfortunately, there's no Michkov to play with them, though. But real-time simulation for this entire game, considering this might be the last game we ever see of this Arizona Coyotes team. Let's see what happens. Game 7. This is for all the marbles to see if we could get onto the 2nd round and keep our series alive. We've lost 3 straight games to this Jets team. Let's not lose another. Power play. And that's not good. Kite scores and then Stafford scores. We're getting reverse swept, aren't we, guys? Because there couldn't be a worse way to start it off than 3 goals on 8 shots for Korea. That is not how you started off. Well, guys, this might be it. 3 goals on 10 shots. Korea might be out of the net now. It might be Somers now, but this is not looking too good. And hopefully Agostino doesn't retire after this, because if Agostino retires after this type of crap show of 3 straight first-round exits, that's not good. Let's continue with the real-time simulation. But I think I might intervene and let you guys watch like the last few minutes of the game, or we'll watch the last few minutes of the game if we're gonna lose even, just because this might be the last time we see Agostino. So we want to see him with all his playoff beard glory and whatnot. What a horrendous way to end a series. Yeah, I haven't got even reverse swept in this series before, I don't think. So this is the first time. 4-0 Somers is in that now too. What a surprise. But yeah, we're gonna end up watching a little bit of this. See if Agostino could at least get something going in the last 5 minutes. I doubt it. Yeah, let's watch the last few minutes of this game for fun. Oh, who's rocking that stash? Is that Connor Bedard? I don't know who that is. I don't know who's rocking the stash. It might be Yoshimura, actually. Yeah, Yoshimura's our top-rated player on this team now. That's actually kind of funny. So Agostino's not the best overall player anymore. But yeah, let's watch Agostino's probably last few shifts, because I feel like he could retire. Geeky is probably in the last game of his career here too as well. It really sucks that this team blew that 3-0 lead though, because we looked like we were definitely going to go to the 2nd round, and then it just completely blew up in our face. Pickard sparked his team as well. Somers drops it for Bilesma. Here's Geeky. Can he get one last goal in the NHL? Bedard gets crunched. Jeez. Our team is getting hemmed into our zone. Here's Geeky. Shoots it, and Breeze Ball makes a save. That might be the last shot you see Geeky take. Yoshimura's up there and hits in the playoffs. Huh. Didn't realize he was that physical. I don't think anything would have helped. Yeah, I don't really know what the problem is. Maybe it's the coach. Maybe we should have looked at changing their coach. Especially after 2 first-round exits. Here's Bedard again. He's got Agostino with him. He finds Geeky. Geeky, come on. Oh, another shot. Nope. You gotta love the effort from Geeky, potentially in one of his last shifts. So, like, this old man line is getting a lot of offensive zone time here. You like to see that. Here's Ma to Pickard, who gets creamed. At least we hit Pickard. Because Pickard could kick rocks. I think the Pickard hat-trick ended the series, yeah. Which hat-trick do you mean? The one that happened a few hours ago, or quite a few hours ago? And Pickard's running around with the puck. Finds Stafford, big save. Here's Geeky again. We're into the final minute. Geeky again with another shot. Jeez. 3 shots in the last 5 minutes for him. You love to see that. Yeah, Agostino led us in points in this playoff run. 10 points in 7 games. Yet we can't get that Stanley Cup. At least he won like 3 cups and all these President's trophies. He won also some individual hardware. Nice hit. Oh, don't hit him too much times or else you're going to take a penalty. But I wonder if Shelley's going to retire this year too, since he's not in the NHL. I don't think much anymore. I haven't seen him up there in goals. Game 6, I think final score is 6-3. Yeah, that was the difference in the game too. Yeah. Yoshimura with it. Can we get one last goal? At least break their shutout. Stahlberg can break save. Breezeball. That's unfortunate. Stahlberg got the draw again. Come on, guys. Kagarodov can't get the shot through. Stahlberg. Flat bomb. Jeez. Yep, we're going to get shutout in Game 7. And there is the loss in Game 7. Just poured one out for this team. Awesome. Damn. That is unfortunate. The team had a good effort though, and early on, and then it just fell apart. Wow, who has that hair? Stahlberg has some good looking hair. It's like the hair that Jas Kleinen had. There is our first round exit again. Let's go back and look at Agostino again, just because I feel like he could be retiring soon. Is he gonna retire? I don't know. And then also Geeky's likely retiring. I think I'm gonna grab FHM and edit to my liking. I'm already working on a cheat sheet and edit it and make it 23 headshots. Nice. I haven't played FHM and EHM in a while, but I should get back into it at some point. What do we got here? Oh wait, that is the right line, right? No, that's not the right line yet. That's the second line. Oh, there's the Geeky line. So here's Geeky still wearing the A. He had a pretty solid career, kind of underrated. And then let's look at Agostino. Because Agostino always rocks the beard more in the playoffs, but I guess it's not too long yet since we're only the first round. Normally it gets pretty long, but there he is. If he retires this year, what an absolute goat. Looks pretty sick. I like that he has different colored laces as well. They kind of go with like the Arizona theme. So there is that. And let's see what the stats were in those last games. Agostino had 6 shots on goal. Wow. Agostino and Geeky both had 6 shots in potentially their last game. Sommers played much better than Korea in that rest of that game. But both goalies were absolutely tragic in those last few games. That's unfortunate. Hopefully Geeky has half as good as career IRL as he did in this series. Yeah, that'd be awesome if he could. Okay. So we lose in the first round. Let's take a look at our player stats in that first round. And then we'll simulate up to the awards and find out who wins the Stanley Cup in this last season. which hopefully it's not the Jets again. But yeah, and we'll wrap up this series pretty much. See the retirements and stuff. So Bedard had 4 points in 7 games. Not terrible. Spalling 3 points. It's pretty good for him. Palapuz and Stallberg only had 2 and 1 point. Stallberg really struggled. We brought him in for the top 6, and he didn't really do much in the playoffs. Geeky didn't do much in 2 games. Devereaux, nothing in 7 as well. So the wrong time for a lot of these guys to go quiet. As the same as last year, pretty much. We got to see if Agostino retires before the end of this. Yeah, I will. And I'll show you guys also a lot of the record stuff, I guess, again, too. Agostino, 10 points in 7 games. Unreal. Like, if he retires, like, 209 points in 207 playoff games, like, you can't ask much more of that. Like, unreal career for him if he ends up retiring. Crazy. Yeah, he played his heart out for sure. That's why he's been the captain like the last 5, 6, 7 seasons. I remember when we got rid of Chychrun. Kane, 4 points in 7 games. Cox, 3 points in 7 games. Kagorov was actually really good as well. Didn't score as much, but 8 points in 7 games. Sexsmith, 3 points. Lynch, 2 points. Yoshimura, 2 points, but a -8. Yikes. Yoshimura is a regular season player, and then he's nothing in the playoffs. That's something I'm realizing right now. Like, look at the playoffs, regular season stats, and then in the playoffs, the last 4 years, he's only got 7 points in the last 24 games. He's only got 5 goals in the in the playoffs as well. He's not a playoff producer. His shooting percentage drops to a 5.3% from a 12.3% in the playoffs. That is weird. Don't think I've ever seen a player like that. Beta was good, 7 assists in 7 games, but a -4. Sasaki was decent-ish. Bilesma, Clark, and Burkov, not bad, I guess. Burkov was really bad minus-wise. Ferentz was solid, and Fairchild was not his normal self. 33 points in 70 playoff games. Yeah, Yoshimura might be the weak link, even though he shows up in the regular season. And yeah, both goaltenders not that great. Korea was okay, but he had those rough games, and Sommers was pretty terrible. An .837 save percentage, but that's mainly because of that first game he played. Oh, that sucks. The question is, are we going to lose some of those guys to retirement and all that stuff? Let's take a look at the awards for this last season. Who is going to win the Stanley Cup? Is it going to be the Jets again? Just to rub it in our face. It is going to be the San Jose Sharks. They finally get it done. Even after losing Desjardins a few years ago. That's pretty impressive. So San Jose wins the Stanley Cup. Rochester wins the AHL. Let's take a look at that Stanley Cup winning Sharks team as well, because I am curious on what their roster looks like. But there you go. San Jose is Stanley Cup champion. This is what their team looks like. Oh, they brought in Zetterberg, huh? Zetterberg was up there in the top 4 of the Agostino draft. Oh, you gotta be joking me. Now, of course, Brandon Rowley, who we had a few years ago, wins a Stanley Cup as a member of the San Jose Sharks. He helped them rally, but he didn't help us rally. That's what we missed. We didn't have the rally in us. Oh, do you know if the Nucks have won the cup in this franchise mode? I'm trying to think, because I've been going on in this series for a long time, so I don't know exactly, but I would, I think I have a spreadsheet that I would be able to check after the stream or whatever to see if they actually have, because one of my buddies has kept like a really good spreadsheet on this. So yeah, Raleigh was the missing piece. Dackel was good there. Anthony. Yeah, it looks like a pretty solid team. They also had a guy with the last name Champion, who is a champion now, so we also missed their self-day champion. Metropolit. And then they also had, obviously, Fedorov and Korpikari, who are really good. They might have won in the first couple seasons. Yeah, maybe. because sometimes that happens. And then there's their goaltender in Braxton Carlos. Okay. Well, let's take a look at those awards. Actually, let me take a look at the playoff tree first. So San Jose beat Ottawa for the Stanley Cup, which is kind of disappointing too. Winnipeg got all the way back to the conference finals, so at least we lost to one of the best teams in the league, I guess. Interesting. And Boston almost got back to the Cup finals again too. Award-wise, there's San Jose with the Stanley Cup win, and they won the President's Trophy this year. So the President's Trophy winning team has also won the Stanley Cup multiple straight years. And yeah, San Jose, Ottawa Stanley Cup finals. Art Ross goes to Fiddler. Fedorov wins the Hart Memorial. Fedorov also wins the Norris. Fedorov wins the Bing. Jeez, that's the defenseman, isn't it? Yeah, that's the defenseman that won the Hart. Wow. I haven't seen that often since, since Griffin in my Houston series. But Fedorov wins the Hart. That's impressive. He also wins the Norris, though, and the Bing. Pelly wins the Calder. Anthony wins the Conn Smythe. At least it just got past the second round. Yeah, true. Due to Canucks for NHL 23. I already put up a poll, and right now it looks like I'm doing the Blackhawks, unfortunately. But I am going to be trading away Kane and Taves and basically saying that I'm fire selling the entire organization or whatever, firing a lot of the people that work in that organization into the sun. So, Anthony the Conn Smythe. Hornquist won the Vezina. That's actually really sick. So our former goaltender Nicholas Hornquist wins the Vezina. He was a 7th round pick, and he wins a Vezina. You don't see that every day. He also won the Jennings this season with his backup Sonnenberg in St. Louis. Courtnall wins the Bill Masterton. Ouellette wins the Jack Adams from Montreal. Looks like a typical French guy. Walters wins the Selke. Fedorov also wins the Lindsay. Geez, that defender's winning a lot. And Fiddler wins the Richard. New Jersey's had 4 straight Richard winners, and both of them are the same player multiple times. It's interesting. If you do Chicago, make sure to make Nazar. Yeah, maybe. And then also, I don't know if I'd have to up Korchinski or whatever his name is and whatnot. Oh, yo. Okay, this is a cool way to end the series as well, guys. Calvin Shelley was the best player in the AHL for Charlotte, which means he obviously left Anaheim. But Shelley played the last year in the AHL, and he was the best player in terms of points. Is Hornquist the last pick in the draft, or am I thinking of a different player? He might have been. I know Ustorf was one of the last players in the draft. We could check where he was drafted, at what overall. But yeah, Shelley was one of the best players in the AHL, looks like, or the best player in the AHL. So he went off on a good note if he ends up retiring this year. So that's that. Let's take a look at... I want to take a look and see at Hornquist's stats. Where was he drafted? Or what year was he drafted and what overall? Actually, I don't want to go to that. He was drafted at 223. 223. That might be the last pick. Can somebody do some math quickly? Because I don't want to open up my calculator. 32 times 7. Is that 223? Because if 32 times 7 is 223, then Hornquist won the Vezina, and he was the last overall pick in that 2026 draft, which would make the best story I've ever heard, probably in this franchise mode. Because to see a 7th rounder go to being a Vezina Trophy winner, it doesn't happen in real life at all, especially with goalies. Like, that's pretty unheard of. Like, he's dropping off a lot, so this might be the last year of his career as well. But 224, he was second last. Wow. That is pretty insane. The second last pick in the draft and wins a Vezina right at the end of his career, pretty much. Give a bow to Nicholas Hornquist. Won a Stanley Cup with us a number of years ago as well. Also lived in the shadow of Stefan Pettersson. That guy is a legend. Wow. Didn't expect that. Didn't expect that at all. And I want to quickly take a look at Shelley's stats from the AHL, because I need to say Charlotte. It's cool that he won the AHL scoring lead. 87 points and 42 goals. He dropped down to a 70 overall. Wow, he dropped all of a sudden really quick since we last looked. But he also played in Florida last season. We didn't take a look at his stats. Did 30 points in 68 games. That must have been a healthy scratch. Then had 87 points in 80 games. He wasn't doing too well in the playoffs last year for them either in the NHL, so... What a legend. Shelley just finishes with under 1,000 points. Because he's more than likely going to retire if he's a 70 overall AHL bottom 6 at this point. Wow. So that is that. Let's sim to those retirements now. And see them. See who is going to retire. Is Agostino going to hang them up this year at the end of our franchise mode? Edmonton wins the draft lottery going from 11-1. That is definitely rigged. Back like in 2011 style, 2010. Edmonton, of course, winning the lottery. Columbus has 2. Rangers move from 13 to 3. LA has 4. Minnesota has 5. So there is that. Now the retirement class. Let's see what happens. Let's go by senders. Geeky does retire. Geeky does retire, guys. Connor Geeky is retired at 38. Just under 1,000 points. Couldn't ask much more of Connor Geeky over his career. Definitely one of the better players I've had in this franchise mode. At least he went out with a really good last few shifts. So there you go. There is Geeky. Byfield also retires. We had Byfield in one of our Stanley Cup wins, I think. He retires with 845 points in Toronto. What else we got here for former players? Anybody else? Santu Vari retires. That guy we signed literally is a depth option. He retires. Not much of anything, but still kind of neat. He was a 7th round pick apparently. Who is Reed Snyder? Toronto, okay. Left wing wise, Agostino did not retire. Agostino did not retire by the end of this, which means I will probably have to play out some more to figure out how his career ends off, because he has over 200 playoff points. He has almost 1,700 NHL points in the regular season, so that's big. Rodrigo Connolly retires. He was the first overall pick the year after Agostino retired. Not Agostino retired, Agostino got drafted. Borodziak had over 1,000 points. Bergenheim. A lot of good players retired. But I am surprised. Bob LaRose retired. That guy used to play for us a little bit, I think. Yeah, he played for us a tiny bit. So yeah, good that Agostino has yet to retire. Shelley does retire, though. So he doesn't finish with 1,000 points, but Calvin Shelley, the best right winger to retire at 38. Not a surprise based on how he dropped off so much, but he still had a great AHL season. And he will be missed as well. Definitely one of the channel legends from this franchise mode. Wow, his offensive awareness dropped off a cliff. Or maybe it never was that good. His shooting category is still really good. It's funny. So Shelley retires. Salute to him. Agostino greater than Shane Doan? Yeah, pretty much. Carlson retired. Anything else interesting in terms of retirements? Nope, not there. Manny Pietrangelo retires. This guy was also a high up pick in 2023. Same year that Agostino was drafted. Shelley Hall of Fame career. Yeah, I'd say so. Damn, that 2023 draft was really good. Because Bedard went first overall. He had a great career and he's still playing. Then second overall went Michkov. He had a great career. Third overall went Zetterberg. He's had a pretty solid career. Fourth overall went Agostino. He's obviously had a great career. And then all the way at 7, Pietrangelo has had a great career as well. Almost 1,000 points as a D-man. Shelley Hall of Fame career. Retire Shelley's number 2. Yeah, pretty much. Didn't we have Comboy at one point? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Must have been thinking of somebody else. Yep. Don't remember who I'm thinking of. Gogolev is not ours. Nobody else, it looks like, in terms of retirements for us. If you retired, Shelly and Agostino's numbers 17, 18, and 19 would all be up there. Yeah, it's funny. I think Shelly wore 20 with us, but his number was supposed to be 18, no. But I don't know if he actually got 18 or not. Goalie-wise, Cyrus Stone's the best goalie to retire, and that is that. So the only retirements we suffered in this last season, Geeky and then Santuvari. So obviously Geeky being the best out of the two. Sucks to see Geeky go, but the last remaining guy is Agostino, which is not really a surprise considering he's been so good for so long. So there is the retirements in this last season. And we will skip through that. And skip through that. And that is that. And Agostino, how much has he dropped off? Oh wow, Lynch is up for renewal and he's a UFA. That's going to be pricey. Agostino, I'm curious on what you're wanting for last of it. He wants 2 years. He might end up playing right till the end of this franchise mode at this point. He wants over $10 million. Obviously, he's going to get that. But man, I am surprised he did not retire. Might end of this franchise mode. Final things, let's take a look at the record book stuff again. Just for around the for the entire league thing, and then also for us. And then that'll be it, I think, for this video and stream. Unless you guys wanted me to take a look at anything else in specific. Considering we've been streaming for over 7 hours, and I said I wasn't going to do 9 hours today, but here we are pretty close to it. Because the last two, or the only 2 streams I did of NHL 22, we've literally streamed for like 16 hours, which is kind of crazy. I don't know how people could do 24-hour streams. Because my voice is like completely dead by like the most of it. Saturn, thank you, man. For the $10, pretty much like the $9.99. I appreciate that, man. It means a lot. This has been probably my favorite series I've ran, other than the Houston one. The Houston one was also probably up there. Like NHL 22 wise, I feel like these franchise modes are probably my favorite ones I've done for sure. Thanks for another awesome stream. Well, you technically didn't do 9 hours. Yeah, I came kind of close, but still 7 hours. It's kind of crazy. So the final few things to wrap up. Agostino has 1,700 points. He's still your all-time leader, of course, in assists and points. He's definitely probably getting up there in games played on Shane Doan. Korea's first there in wins. Michkov, of course, in all-time goals, so he passed Shane Doan. I completely missed that, I guess, like a couple seasons ago. Season record-wise, nothing was broken. Rookie record, still Stefan Pettersson up there. He didn't retire at all, which is kind of surprising. And game record, nobody is up there. And final few things, NHL records. Just quickly skim through this because there's nothing really to note up there. Except for the fact that, what was it? Oh, Ken Fiddler's up there now in 50 goal seasons. Was a good stream, man. Thanks, Brandon. Very much looking forward to you blowing up the Blackhawks in NHL 23. Yeah, it should be quite fun. I probably would want to trade like guys like Taze to Winnipeg or something like that so they could go play in their home cities or some shit. So yeah, the only real notable thing about the NHL stuff is Michkov finished up there in 100-point seasons and 50-goal seasons. So, anything else you guys want to check before I end the stream, or should we end it here pretty much? Because I could show you guys anything in specific that you guys didn't see yet, or else I'll probably end it, and I'll probably end up playing more of this offline, maybe even right after I stop streaming, or maybe I'll eat something first, since I probably haven't ate since like 2 o'clock. Send Taste of Jets and Kane to the Buffalo. Depends on how if they're contenders or not, because they'll probably want to play on like playoff teams or something. But anything you guys want me to check before I send this series away? Let's call it a night. Okay. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It was a lot of fun, that stream. A lot longer than I expected to, but glad to wrap up this Arizona series with a good stream. So have a good night, all you guys, and I'll see you guys when we get to NHL 23 content and stuff like that. Peace out.